We are live at Colectco for Wednesday, July 2nd's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and with us, be sure to let us know. Hey, I'm right on time. I forgot about the time change. Is it 6 or 5 right now? It's 6 o'clock right now? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm sorry, everybody. I thought it was 5. Yeah. I had got totally confused there. I could have swore it was... I could have swore he's on a different... I must be on that Denver time or something. Well, okay. Well, I apologize for being late. I'm also on death's door. That's what Jay Peterman told George Costanza about his mom. She's on death's door. Probably not. There's all kinds of stuff over there. Are they John Bonham? They are John Bonham. Yeah, we'll put it right here. John Bonham.
Yep. Why are they?
All right. Let me go show you something up front, Tanner. Everybody, let's take a trip up front with Tanner. Okay. I can do this. I think I have pulled everything that this was all discount stuff. I grouped it all together here. Honestly, I don't know if I need... Let's just go ahead and crate up all this other stuff too. I think what you put out was pretty recent stuff, but I was going to show it again. Yeah. And then after tonight, I'll be able to refill them.
So the rest that need to go.
Yeah, June 26, June 26. Yeah. And then over here, yeah, this is all, except for a couple. Did you pull some out of the old on sale crate?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is old on sale. These we're going to get further discount tonight. That, this.
Maybe not.
No. This. These. This. And surprisingly that. And I'll take this. That, yeah, that can be put with the other stuff. No, that's new. All that other stuff's new. Did any new vinyl show up today? Maybe. It looks like it did. Here's Earth, Wind, and Fire. Wow. Yeah, I might have some stuff for you to mark, it looks like. Holy moly. Or Laura, or whoever wants to do it. Well, first thing I do is I owe apology to Colectco for being probably 30 minutes later I normally do. On a scale of 1 to 10 right now, I feel about a 3. But y'all usually get me going and I'll start feeling a lot better. But if I had to rank right now, I feel about a 3. So I am, luckily my voice is holding up. I was really concerned about that. But I think we're okay. As soon as I said that, I started coughing. So, over 2 nights, Metallica played in front of 152,000 people. I was one of those. I was on 2 trains. I was on 2 different trains. Packed. I mean, like, I was standing on the stairs where the doors closed on one of those trains. That's how many people was on there. And of course, I took 2 plane trips. So, and y'all probably know I'm not around too many people. I work here. I go home and I come back. I'm just around about 10 or 12 people that work here on a daily basis. So, if I get around crowds, especially around smoke like I was, It's over for me. Sean said Chad did not smoke a cigar either. Yeah. Sean was right there next to me. But Sean, how much secondhand smoke did we inhale? Sean was right there next to me both nights. How did you not get sick? I don't know how much secondhand smoke I inhaled. Oh my gosh. If you would have drug tested me after night one, there's no way I could have passed. I was like, golly, I need a gas mask. That stuff, it kills me. I told y'all this last night. Cigarette smoke, but the skanky weed for sure. Oh my gosh. Of course, it's being smoked there like it's cigarettes here. Oh my gosh. Whew. Yeah, my throat's on fire the more I talk. I'll be fine though. They do like the skanky weed out there. All right. All right, I'm filling out some price sheets here. That I burn. Feel this pumping engines. Give me fuel, give me fire. Boy, I ordered a bunch of Metallica stuff. I was so excited after the show, I ordered the entire Metallica, everything that was in stock. But yeah, Tanner, I've got a price sheet here. Also, what about the 2 vintage flip crates? Those get tagged vintage flip crates?
I don't have it ready yet.
Okay.
I'm about to start.
You know where they're at, though?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me see what everybody's saying over here. I've been away from the chat. All right.
Where these go in here?
Those go in that one. No. Those go in that one. That gray one. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Even lack of oxygen. I'm pretty sure it wasn't nicotine. Okay. There we go. I think we disconnected there for a second. All right, Mud Crutch. All right, so here's everybody. My name is Chad, and I sell records for a living. April is calling me. What is going on? My mom's texting me. My mom just left. What is going on here? Okay. Here we go. So let me flip this over, right? Mud Crutch 2 will be auctioned here just momentarily. Mud Crutch 2 is a 2016 USOG. It will be up for auction in just a moment. All right, so the first thing we do is normally start where I put up the vintage or the new vinyl flip. And the new vinyl flip from yesterday was essentially what was left from the on sale, and I added a few things too. We have closed on Friday, yes. I think we've made that decision. I was trying to look back. I think we were last year. All right, everybody make sure you've hit the like button. Let's see. Let me go ahead and get this stuff shared. I'll get it out everywhere else in just a second. Okay. Yeah, I was supposed to go home and order vinyl. And you know what I did? I went home and went to sleep. And I don't think I woke up till 4:30. Let me close all this out. Where's the YouTube? I'll leave that open. Let me find that flip video. I'll worry about the YouTube links later. Okay, 24 comments. Wow. All right, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to show some CDs that was left from last night. Rob Zombie, these are all $6.99. Anywhere. Right there's fine. Regeneration Vendor, Astro Creep 2000, Hellbilly Deluxe 2, Educated Horses, The Sinister Urge, and the Electric Warlock Acid Witch Satanic Orgy Celebration Dispenser. Those are all $6.99. Those are all Rob Zombies, Regeneration Vendor, Astro Creep 2000, Hellbilly Deluxe 2, Educated Horses, Sinister Urge, and the Electric Warlock Acid Witch Satanic Orgy Celebration Dispenser. Those are all $6.99 if anybody wants them. Also over here for $6.99 is ZZ Top Recycler, ZZ Top XXX, ZZ Top Rhythmine, Styx Crash of the Crown, Neil Young Wailed, Wolf Mother Self-Titled, The Who's Greatest Hits, Hank Williams Jr., America the Way I See It, Warrant Cherry Pie, and Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. Charlie Marks wants Rob Zombie Regeneration Vendor. That is sold to Charlie Marks, Head Nut 65 for $6.99. And then I also have Revolver Contraband, Stevie Ray Vaughan Texas Flood, Yes Union, Yes Big Generator, Neil Young Wailed, Vicenio Two Decades of Seether, and Santana Blessing and Miracles. Melanie Jennings also wants Styx, Crash the Crowns. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie. And these are all $6.99. Topographic Hot True. I don't think I've sold to you. You're on Twitch. Who are you normally? ZZ Top, and that was for XXX. That's sold to Topographic. And Jeff Halsworth wants the Who's Greatest Hits. We won't get fooled again. Topographic also wants ZZ Top Bottle. The Rhythmine, right? The Rhythmine. That's Mike Bartlett. All right, thank you, Mike Bartlett. And Jeff Halsworth, let me pull that copy of the Who for him. That's sold to Jeff Halsworth. So Topographic on Twitch is Mike Bartlett. Okay. And then that was probably some of the best ones I had left over. I might read through the half stack here. These are a bunch of Simon and Carly Simon. Simon and Garfunkel, Carly Simon. Here's James Brown Motherload, the best of Simon and Garfunkel. Simon and Garfunkel's greatest hits, the best of Carly Simon. Carly Simon Letters Never Sent. Carly Simon's Greatest Hits Live. Johnny Mathis 16 Most Requested Songs. Carly Simon's Romulus Hunt, a family opera. Travis Wade wants Rob Zombie Astro Creep. These are all $6.99. Still got a bunch of Rob Zombie. Still got 4 more if anybody wants those. I'm going to go ahead and take these off the table, though. Just trying to clear off my table. I hadn't touched it literally since I said goodnight last night at, what time? 1:30, 48? No, it was like 2 a.m. Hadn't touched the table. All right. So that's it for those. We grab these right here. There's Paul. Paul's here. And we're going to go ahead and put up our first auction. Carol, what if we go ahead and put up that mud crutch right now? I bet that wouldn't bind. I bet that wouldn't bother Carol a bit. All right, so here's Mud Crutch 2. It's a 2016 USOG with the art print. Tom Petty, of course, Mud Crutch. There's the original hop sticker. 180-gram limited edition with art print. That's Tom Petty, Bentmont Tench, Mike Campbell. A couple of those guys was in the Heartbreakers with them. That's a $35 start. It's essentially a Tom Petty album. That is the OG pressing for that. All right, so let's go right here. Oh, I know what's missing. Some of the damaged stuff. The bent corner records. Did you see those, Tanner? You hadn't? Well, dang. I don't think they're in this. Oh, they're right here. Okay. I got them at a different spot. Never mind. All right. We had a few crates get mixed up. I was like, oh, no. Hope we can find everything. But it looks like we're good to go. Where's King Gizzard? Okay. So let me read some of the stuff out loud. So everything on here is on sale. Some of it's already been claimed, though. We got Dune, Slint, New York Dolls, Fuel, Zebra, Star Wars theme, NXS Rat, Lizzie Borden, Star Wars theme, Melvin's Lucero, Wolves in the Throne Room, Primadoral, In Flames, Momstein, Nickelback, Dawkin, Melvin's, and King Gizzard, okay? So here is Mayhem. I didn't see any comments from Mayhem, so this is still available. If you missed the on-sale new vinyl last night, here's your last chance. It was shown multiple times last night. It was shown in the video this morning. This is it. Mayhem Live and Ski. Mayhem is $24.99. Mayhem Live and Ski. That's our last copy. Mudcrutch has bids for $35.36. And we have Sonic Youth, Sonic Nurse. I still got this. Last copy, it's $24.99. Everything in this crate is $24.99. Sonic Youth, Sonic Nurse is $24.99. That's $10 off sticker. And then here is Ludacris Harlem Psalms. That is now $20 off, and it still hadn't sold. It's a death metal album. It's $20 off. It's $24.99. If anybody wants that, it's now well below wholesale. Mudcrutch has a bid for $35 and now $36. Our next Japanese auction, you wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land, Kiss. This is Kiss Alive 2. It's a 2 LP Japanese pressing. The vinyl on this is extremely nice. It is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the original inner sleeves, or actually that's the Japanese insert there. There's the Japanese insert book. There's the book like that came with the US. There's the inner sleeves. That's all that comes with it. No obi. It is a Japanese press. Kiss is a $35 start. So Mudcrutch and Kiss up for bid. We got Wolves in the Throne Room. This is Diadem of 12 stars. Now, somebody wanted a Wolves in the Throne Room, but not this one. So this one's still available. Tim Floyd wants Primadoral Arcana. So this one was originally $38.99. Now it's $24.99. And we have Lizzie Borden. I know this one did sell. Lizzie Borden is $24.99. And that's sold to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny. That's sold to you. That was $33.99. Mudcrutch is at $38.40, now $45. Over here, we got Steely Dan. This is the Royal Scam. And this was our last copy of that. That's for that newest remaster. We had a few extras, and they've been sitting around for about a month. And Steely Dan was $36.99, and now, you know what? It's $24.99. Steely Dan is available. I also have Pharoah Sanders, Love in Us All. Pharoah Sanders is Verve by request, manufactured at Third Man Pressing in Detroit, Michigan. And Pharoah Sanders was $36, now it's $24. That's been around for a couple months now. It's time to discount it, and it's still available if anybody wants it for $24.99. Japanese pressing Metallicas. They're pretty scarce, and they're pretty dang expensive. I bought mine. I finally wanted a Ride the Lightning because I heard it's an amazing sounding pressing. I think I paid about 5 years ago like $375 for mine, and it was complete and near mint. And that's probably, I bet right now if I had it, we probably could sell it for an air horn. I've had a couple come through, but metal Japanese pressings are very tough to come by. Carol Puckett has Mudcrutch for $45. That's a final call. And Kiss Alive 2. A little bit of a gem for sound quality a lot of people don't know about. There's 12-inch singles of Metallica, and they're incredible sounding. There's a white label promo, Fade to Black, that will blow your socks off. It's probably the best sounding version ever made of that song. It's a 12-inch single. It's a promo. It's amazing. But some of the Metallica 12-inch singles sound amazing. They're mastered over the whole length of a 12-inch at 45 RPM. So it's like audiophile grade. I'm trying to work on some Diet Coke right now. Give me 1 second. I had that 12-inch single promo one time. We sold it. I regretted it. I hadn't seen one since then. Sturgill Simpson, also known as Johnny Blue Skies, Passage Dessert. This is $24.99 for Sturgill. This is still available. It was $33.99. And then here is our last copy of Archie Shepp, The Magic of Juju. $24.99. We've got down to this last copy of this, if anybody wants it. Last copy, $24.99. All right, Carol Puckett, thank you. First auction tonight goes to Carol for $45. I can't believe I'm saying it, but Kiss does not have a bid for $35. It's a Japanese pressing of Kiss Alive 2. No bid yet. Final call on that. Here is Wolves in the Throne Room. Now, this one did get sold. Wolves in the Throne Room is sold to Tim Floyd. That was Primadora Arcana, Gold Nugget Vinyl, $24.99. Danny on the Magic of Juju. That's an awesome cover. If you didn't see Archie Shepp, you would think it's like a Psych album or something. But I actually... I listened to it streaming because I wanted to get an idea of what it sounded like. It's kind of like it's a tripped out jazz album. Pretty cool. I liked it. $36.99. What we had, I think one night we had like a beat up OG copy, and I remembered the cover. I was like, wow, that's an awesome cover. Tony Clem, 35. Jamie McCord, 35. And now we have the Monkees. This is a live bootleg. This is the Monkees. It's a live unofficial, $24.99, 1968. And the Cramps, Rockin' and Elan in Auckland, New Zealand, $24.99 on that. So Danny got Juju Head Nut. You were second. Paul's delivering another crate. If you can get through here, looks like Paul's already got 3 crates marked. Wow. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight going through this stuff. Kiss Alive 2 is a Japanese pressing. I'm not for sure of exactly what version, but it's VIP 9529. It has the book, the insert, and both inner sleeves, nothing else. The vinyl's really nice. Covers VG+. It's now got a bid for $38. I also have one copy left of Duran Duran self-titled. That is $24.99. Duran Duran. That is their debut album remastered. Let's try another auction over here right quick. How about we go ahead and put up Mr. George Strait. Folks, this is a 1985 U.S. Gloversville original. Something special. This is VG++ EX edition. $25 start on George Strait. Yeah, $24.99 for Archie Shepp. My bad. Yeah, everything I'm pulling out of this crate new is $24.99. Make sure that goes in for $24. Chad, do you have any inside info on the new King Diamond release? I do not. I've heard King Diamond's coming out with something new and Slipknot, but I don't have any information. Trust me, they keep that a secret as much to me as they do y'all. Porno for Pyros, $24.99 for Porno for Pyros. That's on Splatter Vinyl. That's pretty much the only thing they have in print. Porno for Pyros, that is $24.99. That is available. That's on limited edition multicolored Splatter Vinyl. In excess, and this is sold to Chris Gornsey and Michael Potts. Last 2 copies, $24.99. One to Chris Gornsey and one to Michael Potts. Those are on sale for $24.99. Last copy of the Budos Band. The Budos Band is $24.99. This is available if anybody wants it. It's our last copy. We sold, excuse me. We sold 1 copy last night. George Harrison, Extra Texture, 180 gram, new remaster, die cut cover just like the original. Are we done on Kiss? Tony Clem has Kiss for $40. Jamie's out. George Strait's a $25 start, just FYI. And we have Blondie. This is her or their self-titled album. What's the proper verbiage of that? Or nouns, pronouns? Is it Blondie? Is it her or their, Paul? Blondie. Her or their? Is it? Yeah, is it Blondie? Is it a Blondie album? Is it Debbie Harry's or is it the band's? There. Blondie's the name of the band is what I always assumed. Paul was like, what are you trying to say? Jelly Roll Ballads of the Broken, $24.99. This is our last copy of that. And we have Placebo, Sleeping with Ghosts, $24.99. $24.99. I've always considered Blondie the band. Yeah. Okay. Slint Spiderland, $24.99. Rebecca Howard on Slint Spiderland. Paul thought I was throwing him a curveball of a question there. That is Rebecca Howard on Slint. Thank you, $24.99. $24.99. And we have George Strait at $25. Also over here we have Lucero. This is a 2 LP. This one is sold. This is sold to Mike Post for $24.99. That is sold to Mike Post over here for $24.99. That was from the Flip video. Thank you on that, Mike Post. And Star Wars Lo-Fi. Now, I think everybody just claimed the themes, so the Lo-Fis are still available. They are. $24.99 for the Star Wars Lo-Fi over there. So there's that. There's that. Wait, Blondie isn't her real name. See, there we have it. That's why I brought that discussion up. we're getting filled in the comments, though, from plenty of people. Kiss is sold to Tony Clem for $40. Thank you, Tony Clem. That is sold to you. $40 on that. $40 on that. Awesome. This is right over here. I'll ask something. Next time I ask you a question, Paul, it'll be about a sock album, okay? All right. That'll be much better. Tanner, I'm going to ask you some questions about Otis. You say don't bother? Kiss is $40 and George Strait's at $26. All right. There's this. I'm a little out of sorts tonight. My brain's not fully there, but we're getting there. We have In Flames. This is $24.99. In Flames is, this was sold to Melissa Bailey, $24.99. Thank you, Melissa Bailey. That was sold to you. And then Cat Power still available. The Covers record. That's $24.99. And then Dune, and this last copy did finally sell, and that was Dune, and that was sold to Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott. That's sold to you. And we have Scott Dwallow on the last copy of In Flames for $24.99. Screaming Jay Hawkins, I think this is still available, $24.99. The best of it is on colored vinyl. Screaming Jay Hawkins, $24.99. Yeah, that's still available if anybody wants it. And here is Star Wars Themes, and that last one did sell to Aaron Civic. Thank you, Aaron Civic, on that. All right, so George Strait is at $27 and now $30. And do we ever get Christopher Cross? Christopher Cross will pop up quite often in the pre-owned records, yes. Quite often, especially if you ever hear me say I'm going through a John crate. That's probably when you need eyeballs on the screen. We put them out quite often there. All right, here we go. And so that was part one of part 1.5 of some other new vinyl on sale that I'm recapping here to get the show started. This is the Firm Mean Business. It does have an insert. It does have this. It does have a cover and obi. And we'll put the Firm up for a $25 start. That's up for bid. Head Nut, Charlie Marks, also on Screaming Jay Hawkins. Okay, so $24.99. I'm about to bring over the other crate that had the rest of this video. These are all $24.99, which includes Cat Power, Star Wars Lo-Fi, Placebo, Jelly Roll Blondie, George Harrison, Budo's Band, Porno for Pyros, Duran Duran, The Cramps, The Monkees, Sturgill Simpson, Pharoah Sanders, Steely Dan, Wolves in the Throne Room, Ludacris, Sonic Youth, and Mayhem. Those are all $24.99. George Strait is at $30 with Dan Moran, and The Firm is a $25 start. Let me go grab that other crate, and that will be the final part of this recap. Tonight I have even more. I hadn't really got to start sorting them yet, but tonight I do have even more. I've got to organize them. There is a few crates of new vinyl. It's mostly Metallica and Pantera, right, Tanner? Right. It's mostly Metallica and Pantera. If I have somebody remotely close to me back here when I'm selling, I'm going to wear them out. I think that's why everybody stays away from me when I'm live. I start trying to talk to Paul, Tanner, whoever's standing next to me. It's like David Letterman wanting to talk to Paul Schaefer. You know, you got to have somebody to feed off of. All right, so now here's what's left. So I got different sections here, as you can see. Here's the first batch of other $24.99. These were added late. I got a little crazy last night, and I just kept going and kept going. I was like, guys, we have enough new vinyl to discount for a whole nother show. And I was worried we wouldn't even get through it all tonight. So I kept going. Almost till 1 a.m., I was still showing more like 12:30. I was still showing on sale new vinyl. I kept adding stuff. So this was some of the last stuff that was added right here. John, I doubt I have any more. The only way a Star Wars Themes would pop up if it's in a Hatchet Ed bin. And if it is, I'll make sure you get that one. Let's go ahead and sell George Strait to Dan Moran for $30. This is sold to Dan Moran for $30. Thank you, Dan Moran. And then the Firm is a final call to get a $25 start. These were some of our no bids last night. If anybody wants to start off the show by making an offer, these were the no bids last night. Beatles 45, Bright Lights Big City 35, Mr. 35, Monkees 35, Eric Clapton 35, and Styx 35. Those were our no bids from last night. If anybody wants to throw something out there, I'll listen. And then we sold a Black Sabbath for $115, and I have one left. I sold a Black Sabbath for $115, and I have one left. That's $115. And then I had this Elvis Costello Spike radio promo deal, and that was $25. That's still available as well. Any Costello fans out there? Okay. The Eric Clapton was No Reason to Cry, I think, with Let It Rain. Or no, Hello, Old Friend. Yeah, No Reason to Cry. Okay. And then Brian says he'd do 35 on the Beatles. Let's go ahead and roll that to Brian. And the box set, like I said, I sold one last night. It is all the Tony Martin era albums, like Headless Cross and Tear and Cross Purposes and Forbidden. It's sealed. We sold one last night. Same price for this one, $114.99. It's called Agno Domini. It has some extra stuff too, 40-page book, replica concert posters. That's it. It is called Agno Domini. All right, so here's some $24.99 stuff. U2 is still available. Live Under a Blood Red Sky. Red vinyl gatefold. Now just $24.99. That was pretty wild. Yngwie Malmsteen did get sold. And Yngwie is $24.99. And Yngwie is sold to Steve Lackey for $24.99. We're recapping what's left with on sale new vinyl. I have The Sound of Music. That is $24.99. Who was the first person who asked about Sabbath? Michael Jacob. Michael, Sabbath is yours if you want it. If not, I'm going to sell it to Charlie Marks. He says he'll take it. And then Chevy Bailey on U2. That's $24.99 sold to Chevy Bailey. Clapton is right here. It's No Reason to Cry. It's a beautiful Japanese pressing. Hello, Old Friend. And that was a $35 buy it now. I showed what was left over last night. And then we had a Costello radio broadcast. Nickelback, the last one of these did get sold to Chris Smith. Thank you, Chris Smith. That's $24.99. King Gizzard, the last one of those did sell for $24.99. And King Gizzard was to Brian Call. Let me make sure, because he was the most recent comment. Nobody before him. Nope, that's sold to Brian Call. Thank you, Brian Call. That's sold to you. So Charlie Marks does get that last Black Sabbath sold. So we sold one last night for $115. Here's one sold to Charlie Marks for $115. Thank you, Charlie. Brent says he will take Clapton. Now, somebody asked about it right before you did. I'm assuming Rob Davis. Rob, this is yours if you want it. I'm going to go ahead and put Brent's name on it because I think you're passing. But if you do want it, it's yours. And then the Firm is a buy it now for $25. That's just a $25 buy it now on the Firm. And that is their second album with Jimmy Page and Paul Rogers, Mean Business. Beautiful Japanese pressing. Costello, give me 1 second. It's right here behind me. Maybe we can clean up the no bids from last night. We already got one no bid tonight, and that's this right here. The Firm. Right here is Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won. Led Zeppelin, How the West Was Won is a super deluxe box set. 3 CD, 4 LP, DVD, 5.1 surround, 52-page book. It's an amazing 4 LP super deluxe of How the West Was Won. $214.99, one of our best sellers there in box sets. That's luckily stayed in print for a while. I'm going to go ahead and put the Firm right there. Fuel is sold to, I believe, Rebecca Howitt. It is. Rebecca Howitt gets Fuel for $24.99. I still got the Green Day bootlegs. The Green Day bootlegs are $24.99, New Jersey Live 1992. So this is called the Elvis Costello Tour, or excuse me, the Elvis Costello Hour, not Tour. It's a 1989 USOG promo-only radio station copy. It's an hour-long broadcast featuring interviews of Elvis Costello and songs from, at the time, the upcoming album Spike. So this would have been shipped to radio stations to play, and it's a pre-recorded interview and music from that upcoming album. So they probably had the coming up later tonight, the Elvis Costello Hour. And they would have played this at the radio station, and it would have been sounded like he was probably live being interviewed and playing music from that album. $25. $25. What album's Moby Dick on? Led Zeppelin 2. Led Zeppelin 2. We have Jolene, 2 copies of that, $24.99 for Jolene, Dolly Parton, and Johnny Cash. And this one is American Recordings 3. American Recordings 3. Johnny Cash is $24.99. I still have that. There's 2 of them. And this is some of the last stuff I added last night. And here's Peter Gabriel's Soul. Can you believe no one's bought that yet for $24.99? Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Can you believe it, Tanner? He says he cannot believe it. Paul? Paul says he can believe it. He cannot stand Peter Gabriel. No, he did not say that. Elvis Costello is sold to Brent for $25. And Kristen Barnett got Johnny Cash, $24.99. $24.99. It's kind of like that guy that was on the other night said he couldn't stand Peter Cetera. He says he would rather see the records be blown up. I was like, wow. Okay, so here are some damaged records, okay? These are lightly damaged. Did I answer Danny's question on the firm? This is the firm Mean Business. It's a Japanese pressing, $25. I started that one slightly lower. Cash is going back in the bin. Cash is going back in the bin, $24.99. There's Melanie Jennings. There's Melanie Jennings on Peter Gabriel, so $24.99. Now, I've got a few seam splits here. I got 3 Allie Venables, Money and Power. They do have seam splits. How about we go ahead and mark them down to $19.99, Paul? Yeah. Instead of $24. Let's do another $5 off. Let's get Allie Venable sold to some new homes. They just have slight seam splits on them. And all of a sudden, I turn around and April's here, and then my mood has went down the toilet. Wow. So I was hoping you wouldn't show up, and here she is. Allie Venable's $19.99. The Melvins, this is Thunderball. The Melvins is $24.99. This is sold to Chris Gornsey. Thank you. That is sold to Chris Gornsey for $24.99. And Paul Conway on the Melvins. That's also sold for $24.99. So both Melvins got sold. And then Thor is slightly damaged, as in majorly damaged. The corner is completely bent. That's $24.99. And then Zebra has a wickedly bent corner, but this did sell to A.J. Clark for $24.99. That was our damaged records, okay? So the Melvins were damaged and Zebra was damaged, but they've already sold. Sorry, Brent. Melvins had already sold in the flip video. I'm pulling also over here from the flip video this morning. There's just a few more claims and everything in here is still available. Mark Overton said he would do 20 on the firm. I was pretty firm at 25 on the firm, but I'll sell it to you for 20. All right, let's get new auctions going. Folks, what do we have next? We have Led Zeppelin 4. What kind of pressing do we have here? It's a 1977 U.S. Allied reissue. It does have the original under sleeve. It's in EX Plus condition. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. That's a $30 start. Led Zeppelin 3 is available. It's new and sealed, remastered, $33.99. $33.99. We come from the land of the ice and snow. Next thing we have here is $29.99. There is only 3 $29.99 records left. Screaming Trees. Screaming Trees is $29.99. One of them has a tear in the baggie. Nothing wrong with the cover. And there's one. This is Beck Sea Change. And this is $29.99. Beck Sea Change, $29.99. Beck Sea Change, $29.99. That is available. We have Dockin. And Dockin is over here. Dockin is over here, and it's got sold. It was $33.74. $33.74. That's Dockin. Dokken. And that is $33.74. That's sold to Chris Smith. That was $33.74 on Dockin. These here are $29. And Led Zeppelin 3 is sold to John Bobing at Sticker. Scott Dwallow, I think we got more of those in. Have you marked a Led Zeppelin 3, Tanner? I bet he did. I bet we can get Scott another one. Scott, when I get the Zeppelin 3s, I'll pull you one, okay? You did? Did not. Did not, okay. Did not mark a Led Zeppelin 3. I bet there's one around here somewhere, Scott. I will try to find you one, okay? Next thing over here is Yola Tango. That was the last 25% off $44.99 record. That is $33.74. And Led Zeppelin has one bid, and that's to Michael Jacob for $30. Michael Jacob has Led Zeppelin for $30. That's going once, going twice. Do I get first right on firm at 20 per my comment? Well, I was assuming when you asked the price at 25, you were passing. And then when he offered 20, I don't know. That's kind of a tough, that's kind of in a pickle. that puts me in a pickle there, Danny. We have the Titanic. This was the last one there. 3524. 3524. This is the Titanic soundtrack. 3524. And that is 3524. So Danny asked what the price was. I didn't hear back from him for a little while. Then somebody made an offer. I took it. And then Danny's saying, can he have it for that offered price? So that's kind of, I don't know. I guess technically I never did hear back from you. So I guess you do have dibs on it. I know you never did technically say yes or no. So yes, I guess you do. Hopefully I maybe have another one. And if I do, I could sell you both one. But I think we already sold one last night for $45. Headhunt on Titanic. That is sold to Charlie Marks for $35.24. And then that is sold. And then this last copy of Rat Out of the Cellar. Rat Out of the Cellar is sold to Aaron Civic. That's $37.49. That is sold to Aaron Civic, $37.49. And then over here, we had Screaming Trees. Is it Look at You? And it is on here. Yes, it is on here. Mark Overton says you can have it at $20 if you want it, Danny. So it's totally up to Danny. I just assumed you were passing because I didn't hear back from you. Let's go ahead and say Led Zeppelin has a bid with Scott Dwallow for $31. So that's a new bid on Led Zeppelin for $31. Next thing is Screaming Trees. I'll give you the one that doesn't have the rip baggy. So these, nothing wrong with it. I mean, they're already discounted, but this one's okay. $29.99. And then over here, we have Gorillaz, Humans. This was our last copy of that, $37.49. Gorillaz, Humans, $37.49. That is available. That was 25% off of $49.99. And Dunkirk was $37.49. That's also 25% off of $49.99. We had two Rick James Collected there. Rick James Collected is $41.24. I've got one. I've got two. And then there was one Taylor Swift, and this was put back late. And I said in the video, I'm surprised this was still available. It's a triple LP. It was $54.99. Now it's $41.24. And the last copy of the New York Dolls, did sell for $44.99, and that's sold to Scott Smith. So let me make sure the firm gets the right person. So Danny, this is yours if you want it. I'm just going to put it over here in limbo now. And then Michael's out on Led Zeppelin, so that's a final call for $31. All right, so we've took out another big chunk of this. I usually try to confirm from somebody, so if they ask the price, and I tell them, I usually try to wait for a sold or pass. That's what I'm usually looking for, a sold or a pass. And then if I don't hear back, then I'm like, okay, well, they might be thinking, they might be looking in their collection, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that. So this is sold to Danny. Mark, I'll be on the lookout for another one, okay? Yeah, I think the one we sold last night sold for $37. All right. Now, Led Zeppelin is a final call for $31 there. Okay, so just here's what's left in here. Let me go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. Next Japanese pressing I have right now is Paul McCartney 2. It always works out a lot better, though, when the other person is willing to negotiate. Paul McCartney 2 is a $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the insert. There is the gatefold cover and obi. There's Paul McCartney 2, and that's a $35 start. So not much left. I think we've took two on-sale new vinyl crates, and yeah, pretty much condensed it down to one. So here's what's left for $24. The Sound of Music, the Green Day Live, Jolene, and then Johnny Cash, American Recordings 3. And then the few damaged records, I've went ahead and marked down Ali Venable to $19.99, still available. Thor with the really bad bent cover for $24. And then Screaming Trees $29, Beck was $29, Yola Tango $33.74, Gorillaz $37.49, Dunkirk $37.49, Rick James $41.24, and Taylor Swift $41.24. And that's everybody. That's all that's left there. And I'm going to put all that in one crate. So the agenda tonight, well, there's Paul and Laura here, both marking records. Paul's already brought over, I think, 3 crates. Tanner's working on the flip videos right now. And we're going to be doing that. Just FYI. Allie just has a scene split They have seam splits at the top. Bear with me. Like I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, I feel about a 3. Monday, I felt like about a 4, maybe a 3 because I was exhausted, no sleep. Yesterday, I felt like a 9.5, Tanner. And then today, I'm back down to a 3. So I'm on a roller coaster of health right now. I felt like a 3 Monday, a 9.5 yesterday, and then I'm back down to a 3 today. Okay, so let's go ahead and sell the Zeppelin for $31 to Scott Dwallow. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? I'd greatly appreciate that. What time for the Zeppelin 1980 boot? Zeppelin 1980 boot. I can't say because I don't even have it up here yet. I'll say 7:30. We'll say 7:30. That'll give Laura plenty of time. 7:30 on that. All right, so there's that. Let's see what else we're going to be doing here. Oh, a little bit achy, Paul. I'm a little achy. Did you say go? What'd you say? Suck it up. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm getting challenged here by my staff. Let's see what we got going on. What was I going to do? Okay. So, yeah, I've got more stuff to put on sale for you. Let's get started with that right now and more auctions. So, welcome, everybody. Let me ask you a quick question. Have you hit the like button? That is a great question. Yeah, have you hit the like button? That's my question to everybody watching right now. This is all really recent stuff here. I got pull 2 out. No, they don't want to hit the like button. Then I'll go find them later and we'll block them. No, I'm joking. Totally joking, everybody. I'm a joke maker. That's what Jerry told that guy at the movie theater. I'm a joke maker. All right, these are $29.99ers. 24, 24, 24, 24. Wow, these are already May 3rd. These are already ready for a discount. That's crazy. Got quite a bit of stuff here. 29. Wow. Let's do it, though. I'm excited. I don't know if y'all can tell it, but I pretty much cannot hide my excitement right now. I wish my throat didn't feel like it was swollen. And I don't feel like I've been beat with a baseball bat. But other than that, I feel pretty good. All right. Don't come around here no more. I think all those need to be on sale at some point tonight, too. What else we got here? That will be percentage. All right. Wow, so many great titles going on sale tonight that's been here since May. And some of them's May 31st, so they're just like right on the edge, close to the edge, down around the corner, around by the river. I mean, they're just right there. But I'm going to go ahead and stick to my guns because that's going to definitely sell. They're definitely going to get sold, and then we can order more stuff. And once again, I have put in very little new vinyl orders lately. I mean, today 3 crates showed up, and I was surprised. It's probably some stuff I ordered a few days ago when I was out of town. And then it was that's what I was supposed to do last night, but I had to go home and crash. So I doubt hardly anything shows up tomorrow. And then, of course, Friday's a major holiday. It's America Day. So there will be no mail. So you might not see new vinyl again, new stuff after tonight until Monday. That's just how the schedule has fallen. Felon? That's how the schedule has fallen. That's my southern accent really coming out. Okay, everybody got everything from the flip video they wanted, except John Griffin's backup on Star Wars themes, okay? And Tanner's working on the vintage flip crates now. We'll have 2 to go through. First thing I have here Let's see here. I'll give Mark Fallon says I'll hit the like button if you give Paul a verbal high five for me. That's from Mark Fallon. So I got to give Paul an invisible high five. Okay. Okay. So Paul says he just gave me a high five back. So okay, we have. Oh, he gave Mark Fallon a high five. Okay. So Paul has sent you back a high five, and Paul McCartney's a buy it now for $35. Now, y'all know about Chad Turbo mode. Tonight might be Chad average mode. Yes, it might be average mode tonight, okay? Which will still be pretty fast, but it's going to be Chad average mode. I don't see myself getting into turbo mode too much time tonight. I don't think my head would allow it.
You never know.
You never know. I have not had an energy drink yet. I'm about to go up there and fire April and get one out of the fridge. So here is McCartney 2, and this is a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants it, okay? This is a buy it now for $35. That's McCartney 2. Cruise control. I like that, Craig. Yeah, it's just going to be slow and smooth. Let's introduce some new auctions. What do we have here, folks? Nice. It's a 2019 Beastie Boys to the 5 Boroughs. Beastie Boys to the 5 Boroughs. It's on blue vinyl. It's a 2 LP. And Beastie Boys is a $35 start. To the 5 Boroughs. If you don't know what they're talking about, that's New York City. $35 start. Okay? First thing I have is this. We're going to be going through another crate of on-sale new vinyl for $24.99. Are those great CDs?
Yeah, it's all from the local collector.
Great.
These don't stand a chance.
These don't stand a chance, Paul said. Any Shania? We literally had to put Shania on sale last night. And Taylor Swift. No, we love both of those artists. Hey, I saw a Taylor Swift tour book around the corner. If Guy Shard and Donna Turner and the other 4 or 5 people that's been bidding on all the Taylor Swift stuff, we need to bring that over. Here is Rush, Hold Your Fire. Okay, so let me explain to you what's going on. Everything in this crate is back on sale for $24.99. It's back on sale, everybody, for $24.99, okay? We're going through an on-sale new crate. This has been here since May 8th. Can you believe it? Time Stands Still, one of my favorite Rush albums. $24.99, Hold Your Fire. Paul is, oh, that's auction worthy. Yeah, Alex Gray getting tripped out there. Let's put that up for auction. Here's the original Tool 10,000 Days CD. This is the kind of CDs that I'm going to be showing tonight for a CD night, CD Blitz, if I can stay awake. It has the original Alex Gray artwork, and that's Tool 10,000 Days. I think that's worthy of a $7 start. Beastie Boys has bids for $35 and $35. And can I get the Black Sabbath? I can, Brandon. I don't think it's going to be that cheap, but I probably can get it. Okay? Rush is sold to Charlie Marks for $24.99. All right? We're doing more on-sale new vinyl. How about the Smiths? Are you kidding me? Strange Ways, Here We Come. The Smiths is $24.99. Tool has a bid for $7. What about Bright Eyes? This is a Vinyl Me Please exclusive. Lacquer's cut at Air Mastering. It's on red marble vinyl, $24.99. See you, Paul. Thank you. Bright Eyes, I'm Wide Awake It's Morning. It's $24.99. All right, we'll do a Bill O'Reilly, Tanner. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. We'll do a Bill O'Reilly. Tanner says he don't have time to pull the flip videos. Y'all know what time it is? It's Bill O'Reilly time. Craig, what does Bill O'Reilly say? We have Traveling Wilburys. Can y'all believe these have been around for over a month and a half? I've definitely sold them since then. This is where probably we're on the probably third or fourth restock. But man, now you can pick up the Traveling Wilburys for $24.99. How crazy is that? And Pet Shop Boys, Please. And this does have the song West End Girls.
You know where they're at?
No.
On this card right here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it live.
Okay.
F it.
Or I can do it in the morning.
Well, I think a lot of people are probably going to be asking me, what did they get? Boy, I'm glad Paul got those CDs ready, because I was going to tell y'all we need to go find the next best CDs in the store, and he has hooked us up. That's enough for a couple nights, or I might get crazy and do them earlier tonight, because I'm going to try not to be here till 2 a.m. so I can get some sleep for Thursday night metal night. All right, so West End girls. Brandon, I'll get you a quote on the Black Sabbath, okay? I will reach out to you and let you know what's going on, okay? So, sorry, I got to get really focused here, okay? I'm definitely going to need one of those monsters here in a second. Beastie Boys 35, Beastie Boys 35. Charlie Marks got Rush. Tool 7, Tool 7, Tool 9, Tool 20. Spongeworthy, $38. And Wes Wilt got a Bright Eyes. Thank you, Wes. That's so due for $24.99. Matthew Sebastian on the Wilburys. Thank you, Matthew Sebastian. And thank you, Greg Herman. Crazy. These are like at wholesale prices, $24.99. There's one Pet Shop Boys, one Bright Eyes. And folks, there's a Smiths album still left from $24.99. Pet Shop Boys is $24.99. It's $24.99. Pet Shop Boys. Traveling, that was volume 1. We got Sickin Sing who? Who's on Twitch as Sickin Sigonaire. Sickin Sigonaire. This is the Smiths. And that's sold over on Twitch to Sickin Sigonaire. Right now, everything in this crate, it's easy to know the price. It's all $24.99. Amanda Darby is Sickin Sigonaire. Am I saying that right? The Beastie Boys is at $36, and Tool has a high bid with Jeff Hallsworth for $20. How cool is that? Amazing Alex Gray artwork. Oh man, there's some great songs on here too. There is some great songs on here. Please use them safely. Art direction, Adam Jones. Oh man, I don't know if I've ever looked through all of it here, but you can put it up and it'll do different stuff. Wow, you can go through each page. What an amazing design. Now, why can't they do this for vinyl, you know? Why can't they do something cool like this for vinyl? There's no track listing. Jamba. The pot. The pot's on there, isn't it? And Jamba. Man, those are so good. Those are so good. Beastie Boys at 40. We have Cold, just $24.99 now. A different kind of pain. $24.99. That is on sale. Everything in here is $24.99. So Pet Shop Boys is called Please. That's the one with West End Girls on it. $24.99. And we have Petra, now on sale for $24.99. This is self-titled 180-gram burgundy colored vinyl, remaster Petra, $24.99. And Promise, Frizzle Fry. Promise is now just $24.99. That's already been around for a couple months, and that's that newest anniversary edition. Last copy. It's the last copy theory on some of these. We're down to our last copy on a lot of these. Garrett Seipert on Promise. Thank you, Garrett. That's so to you. And we have Blackberry Smoke, Like an Arrow. Blackberry Smoke is now $24.99. On sale new vinyl. Beastie Boys is at $40. Jeff Hallsworth gets the Tool CD for $20. Unfortunately, that was my only copy of Promise on that. And I watched some of the old videos of Don West last night after Chad mentioned him. The man was intense selling baseball and sports cards. Yeah, that's my spirit animal, as they say. I watched some of those to get some sales tactics. I need to post one of them and be like, this is me when I'm trying to sell records on Thursday Night Metal Night. Speaking of Metal Night, Michael Schenker Group. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. It has that insert. It has the cover and obi, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Now, one more look at the Beastie Boys. It's a 2019 limited edition blue vinyl. And the 2019 limited edition blue vinyl is with Mark Stanley at $40. Anthony Clark on Blackberry Smoke. That is sold to Anthony Clark for $24.99. And we got 2 copies of Pavement, Crooked Rain. Pavement's $24.99. Do we have any other CD auction worthy over here? Well, I do. I don't know if y'all ready for this kind of heat. Oh my gosh. Yeah, these CDs tonight are going to be crazy. Holy moly. Kiss, Zeppelin, Metallica, Megadeth, 9 Inch Nails, Ozzy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, here's some stuff I was going to auction. So I got 3 Kiss CD. This isn't from the stuff. This is from that last collection. I got 3 Kiss CDs. This is a Killers, a German import, a double platinum, and a Creatures of the Night. 3 Kiss CDs, a $20 start. 3 Kiss CDs, a $20 start. Those are now up for bid, okay? Next, in the $24.99, I've still got 2 copies of Concrete Blonde. Now, that's crazy because I think y'all know how many of these we sell on a regular basis. I think I've just got down to a couple copies and I hadn't been able to sell them. So how about $10 off? That's $24.99. I'm assuming everybody that asked about Pet Shop Boys is passing because I'm selling it to Melanie Clausen. Melanie Clausen, that's sold to you for $24.99. This is a fresh new batch here of on sale new vinyl, okay? This is a fresh on batch, new, never shown, $24.99 crate. Offspring Smash, Offspring is $24.99, and the Deftones Around the Fur. Are you kidding me? Just $24.99 on that. And so is Tyler Childers' Purgatory. Man, the Universal Sound up in Pocahontas, $24.99. Kiss has a bid for $20. Michael Schenker's at $30. Let's go ahead and sell that Beastie Boys. Thank you, Mark Stanley. Blue vinyl, $40. There's that. And we have Pickle, $23.69 on the Offspring. That's so to Pickle. Donna wants to know, can she go to bed early or not? Donna, let me give you a sample of what's in the first crate that I'll be showing tonight when I do CDs. Here's some of the artists. Okay? Kiss, Kid Rock, Korn, Rush, Stones, REO Speedwagon, Pearl Jam, Metallica, Zeppelin, Skynyrd, Ozzy, Nickelback, Outlaws, Ozzy, Nirvana, Pink Floyd, Santana, Kansas, Hendrix, Bonham, Sabbath, Boston, Sabbath, Slash, Kansas. We might get to these things early tonight. Those are all going to be $9.99. They're beautiful condition. There's deluxe editions in here, and we're going to sell the heck out of them, hopefully. Okay, let's go back up to the top. We had Offspring sold to Pickle. Next is Robert Warner on Deftones. That's sold to Robert for $24. Brandon, you were next. Concrete Blonde is new and sealed. It's on sale for $24.99. It's bloodletting with that hit song Joey on there. We're in a crate of on sale new vinyl. I'm showing it awfully early. I usually kind of build up suspense for this. This is, everything in here is $24.99. We got new Paul crates tonight. We got new Laura crates tonight. We got discount vintage bins. And we're going to do all that up until maybe I get ready to start showing some CDs tonight, okay? And I think we're going to sell the heck out of them. Steve Weaver wants a Tyler Childers. That's a great decision. Feathered Indians. Michael Schenker, 38. Chris Knapp. Robert Warner did not get the Deftones. Robert Barnett on the Deftones. Robert Barnett on the Deftones. Make sure, let me show it on screen in case they fast forward. Robert Barnett on Deftones, not Warner. Sorry. I am in Chad slow mode tonight. I'm starting to build a headache, to be honest. Michael Schenker, 38. All this talking got loud at a loud volume is not helping me. Kiss, the 3 Kiss CDs are at $22. And then over here, Chris Knapp said he will take a Concrete Blonde. There's one left if anybody else wants one. Aaron Civic, unfortunately, no more Melvins. Brad Waits also wants a Concrete Blonde. Yeah, and Pickle is Melanie Clausen, so we can put that on the same thing. Pickle is Melanie Clausen. Welcome, Pickle, and welcome, Melanie. Y'all are relatively new here on that. What songs are in Tyler Childers first? Steve, this is a great one. This one has Feathered Indians, White House Road, Universal Sound, Lady May. That's probably 4 of the biggest ones on there. That's a must-have. $24.99 on that. Michael Schenker, 45. And next thing over here, we have Traveling Wilburys. There's Volume 3, everybody. Volume 3, $24.99, $12 off on that. So I put up 3 Kiss CDs for auction. It's Creatures of the Night. It does have a cracked jewel case, a double platinum, and a Killers, of course, German import. The last bid on these 3 CDs that came in was Chris Frazier at 22. Everybody else is out. We're about to sell those. Michael Schenker's at 50. Put down Glenn Kesey for a pack of inner sleeves. Greg Herman wants a Traveling Wilburys and Glenn Kesey on a Traveling Wilburys. Is that the only Pavement I have? Yes, this is the only album I have in stock, especially on sale tonight by Pavement, Crooked Rain. Traveling Wilburys went fast, especially for the on-sale price. So those are gone. If anybody else wants one, I don't have any more for $24.99, unfortunately. No more at $24.99. What else do I have here? We need a new empty crate. We've already filled up our first empty crate tonight. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We are live here at Coletco on Wednesday night. It's Thursday night, Metal Night Eve. Before I sign off tonight, I guarantee Laura will have us some hot pictures for tomorrow night. I'll get those posted in the morning and boost them. And we'll have a big tomorrow night, too. It'll be kind of very similar tonight. Okay? Unfortunately, we sold out of Traveling Wilburys fast. And what does the actual killer CD look like? Like that. BIM Sturma. There's that. Okay. Nos Ilmatic. Nos is $24.99. Sorry, that didn't want to come out. And then we have Ryan Bingham Mescalito. Ryan Bingham's a 2LP, 180 gram. That is $24.99. I do have Metal Massacre in stock. Yeah, I just seen them over here. They're $38.99. After I go through all the new vinyl, we'll have, luckily, all of our best, newest stuff condensed. That way I can go through it probably tomorrow during Metal Night. Michael Schenker was Michael Schenker Group, which is self-titled. It's a final call to George Samberez for $50. It's Michael Schenker Group self-titled, okay? Garrett Seipert on a Ryan Bingham. That's a crazy price of $24.99. Nos is $24.99. Yes, Danny. And Ryan Bingham. That's normally like $49.99. I got it from my on-sale distributor, and now it's on sale again. It's double on sale. It's a double whammy. I accidentally double ordered these for a waiting list, so I've ended up with several extras, but it sold really well. Veruca Salt is now just $24.99. These 3 Kiss CDs are sold for $22. I've been better off putting them individually tonight. Those are sold for $22, and those are sold $22 to the winning bid of Chris Frazier. Thank you, Chris, on those. $22 to Chris Frazier. Thank you on that. And then Veruca Salt is $24.99. Danny Thomason on Nos for $24. We're going through on-sale new vinyl right now. Next thing I have is 2 copies of Stranger Things, Seasons 1 and 2. Stranger Things, Seasons 1 and 2. This is a great compilation, of course. Veruca Salt is sold to Darren Wortman, and Michael Schenker Group is sold. That is sold to George Samberez for $50. Let's put up all new auctions. Laura just brought up even more. So here we go. She's working on some other stuff as well. Going to be pricing records. Paul's already dropped off his allotment for tonight. He's done for the day. And he also got me a bunch of CDs ready together too, because we are going to be selling the heck out of some CDs a little bit later tonight. Thank you, Chris Frazier. Yeah, I usually would have put those up the other night for like $10 starts. You got all 3 for $22. Nice deal. Wow, can y'all believe? Y'all remember when I was selling the heck out of these? It's already been a month and a half. Time flies, I'm telling you. ZZ Top, DeGuelo, 180 gram. That's now just $24.99. Sherry, there is 1 Tyler Childers left. I'll go ahead and give it to you for $24.99. And then over here we have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard quarters. King Gizzard, that is just $24.99. And the Red Clay Strays live at the Ryman. That's been here since May 31st. It's now time to put it on sale. My last 2 copies on red clay colored vinyl. The Red Clay Strays at the Ryman's $24.99. All right, I do got some Zeppelin bootlegs. Nice. Zeppelin, we got Wicked here. Let's try Wicked. Wicked. Music and lyrics by Stephen Schwartz. The 20th anniversary 2LP green vinyl with 24-page book. This is the 2023 U.S. 20th anniversary green vinyl with book attached in gatefold. This is the Broadway cast with Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth. No Ariana Grande or Cynthia Invio. This is the Broadway cast. Green vinyl, that's a $45 start. Sounds like Laura knows a lot more about that than I do. $45 start. Darren Wortman on the ZZ Top for just $24.99 and Rom Davis on Gizzard. He gets King Gizzard for $24.99. All right, so let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's not forget about our Japanese over here, and I have another Kiss auction. Actually, that's exactly what somebody just said. Here is a Japanese Destroyer. Unfortunately, no Obi, but typical how we find these. The vinyl's beautiful. It's a near mint minus record. Wicked's a $45 start. This is a gatefold with the insert. Love gun. It's now up for bid. I feel uptight on a Saturday night. $35 start. That is a Japanese pressing, okay? Wicked's a $45 start. Nick Bargeron gets a red clay strays for $24.99. So you may ask, Chad, what are you doing right now? We want to know what you're doing right now. Right now, I'm going through a second time what's left of some new discounted $24.99. I think I told y'all last night we sold 12 crates of vinyl last night. We probably went through 16, and I was like, we still got 9 crates of new vinyl that I hadn't sorted yet, that probably 5 of them are eligible for discount because I ordered a lot of vinyl last month. In May and June, y'all remember, I mean, some nights it was like 3 or 4 nights in a row, 5 crates, 8 crates, 9 crates, 7 crates. And we really stockpiled a lot of stuff. What didn't sell, we're marking down. And then starting next Monday, you'll probably start seeing tons of new, different stuff start showing up. So I go through all these catalogs. I go through all these websites. I try different artists, different albums by different artists. We stock them, we sell them. And then every once in a while, I'll basically sell off everything. And I'll basically pretty much start from scratch on inventory as far as new vinyl. Of course, we have 150,000 vintage LPs in this building. I wish I could start from scratch with those, but we'd have to do some liquidation. I wish I could empty this building out and start from scratch and sell everything, but I can't do it for vintage. I can't do it for vintage. All right, so let's go back up to the top, and Wicked's at 45. Kiss has a bid for 35. It's Jar of Flies OG. It looks like it's the Music on Vinyl press. It is the 2 LP Music on Vinyl with SAP. Okay? Destroyer, sorry, Kiss Destroyer. Next is Bright Eyes. I'm Wide Awake, it's morning. This is $24.99. A Vinyl Me Please colored vinyl. This is $24.99. We have Cold, A Different Kind of Pain, $24.99. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain. That's a limited edition 1000 silver vinyl. Price is now $24.99. Over here we got The Wizard of Oz, and this is Creatures of the Night. We also have Petra. This is 180 gram burgundy vinyl, remastered. That's now $24.99. And we have Pavement, Crooked Rain. Pavement is $24.99. I still got both of those. Chris Knapp, You Need One. Ron Bingham's $24.99. Mescalito, last copy. Veruca Salt, we sold 2. There's 3 left. And Stranger Things is $24.99. And Red Clay Strays is $24.99. I'm about to go through a Paul crate right now. Am I going to call it early? Probably not. I don't think I mean, it just depends. It depends on the flow, participation, and how much my voice will hold up and how much pain it is to talk. So Wicked is a final call, 1 bid 45, and Kiss Destroyer a final call for 35, and Red Clay Strays is sold to Brent. So that was new additions to on sale new vinyl. And let me actually go ahead and just do this. Is this my $29.99 stuff? It is my $29.99 stuff, okay? Let me show you some stuff that's $29.99. First, this is $19.99. That's a further reduced Gang of 4, Songs of the Free. If anybody wants that, it's $29.99. Or excuse me, $19. This is $19.99. $19.99. Gang of 4, $19.99. Okay? That's a further discount. And then Pavement is sold to Chris Knapp for $24.99. And Daniel Strom, Veruca Salt. The Veruca Salts earlier sold to Darren Wortman and Daniel Strom. Let's see here. There's one. I don't know if I pulled you out earlier or not. There's only one in here. Let me go ahead and pull Daniel Strom one right now. Okay, I'll make sure there's 2 in there. Daniel Strom also got a Veruca Salt. Thank you. All right, now I'm caught up. And then down here, we got Gang of 4. That is sold to Brent Robley for $19. Okay, now I'm going to add some stuff that's $29.99. First, $15 off, but it's been here since May 4th. I know I've ordered them since then. Radiohead, OK Computer. How much? $29.99. This has been here for about a month. The Cure, 17 seconds, $29.99. The Cure, 17 seconds, $29.99. White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $29.99. Dream Theater, Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory, $29.99. And Zach Bryan, self-titled, $29.99. Those are all $29.99. That little batch there. All right, so Kiss just got 1 bid, a Japanese pressing of Destroyer. Jimmy LaCroix, I consider that a steal. Thank you for that, $35 on the Hot in the Shade album. Congratulations on getting the double platinum for $35. And then over here, we got Wicked, Wicked Kiss. Wicked is sold for $45. And this is sold to Scott Dwallow. Just single bids on those. Amanda Darby, right? Yeah, Amanda Darby on White Zombie for $29. Scott Dwallow on Radiohead for $29. All right, let's put up some new auctions. We got some Zeppelin bootlegs tonight. Those are going to go up a little bit later. Queen bootlegs. I do have another Kiss. First, though, let's see what's going on with Zach Brown Band. This has always been a pricey record. This is the first time it's on vinyl. And this is Zach Brown Band, The Foundation. It is a 2015 US, which is the first time it was on vinyl. It is EX edition for a $40 start. It has Chicken Fried and Highway 20 Ride, Country Radio Smash Hits. Sealed copies have sold for as much as $160. Zach Brown Band's a $40 start. That's now up for bid. Yeah, The Cure is music on vinyl, and the Dream Theater is the newest 2LP clear vinyl reissue. That has the Dance of Eternity on it. And then there's Zach Bryan. It's $29.99. So those are available there. What else was left in this crate? I feel like I got a few more things over here. June 18th. Not quite on these. Not quite. Those are a little bit too recent there. What is in here? Okay, this is $29 and this is $29. Talk about some instant sellers. These are definitely instant sellers. May 30th. Yep. And yeah, let me grab these. So here's a few more. These are also $29.99. Okay. We got New Order, and that is Low Life. That's been here for about a month. Time to put it on sale. $29.99 for New Order. Depeche Mode, London Dungeon, purple vinyl. That's a 2LP live unofficial. $15 off on Dire Straits. I had somebody special order one. I ordered one extra and I didn't sell it. So $29.99 for that one. And Faster Pussycat's Greatest Hits, which is on colored vinyl. Kristen Barnett wants a Cure. That's sold to Kristen Barnett for $29.99. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. And it is the Japanese pressing of what do I have over here? What's in this tub? Let's do Pat Benatar for just a $15 start. This is a Japanese pressing of Pat Benatar, Precious Time. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It's a $15 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Okay, Brian DeLeon on DM. And DM for Brian was Depeche Mode for $29.99. Amanda Darby on Faster Pussycat for $29.99. MT Mac got the Dire Straits for $29. Scott Dwallow, you were second. All righty. Now, that means we are almost done with this crate. Let's see. What else do I have over here? Let me condense. Let me do a little bit of condensing here. There's this. And boy, I still got a lot of stuff to sort through. Probably going to go ahead and go through some new arrivals here from Paul to mix it up a little bit. And then I'll see what's left in some of these other crates. But I know there's more on the way that's on sale for sure. What's underneath here? Okay, that's fine. There's that and there's that. Anybody else? So the $29.99 stuff was The Cure, Dream Theater, Zach Bryan, New Order. and the rest was 24 in there. Stranger Things, Veruca Salt, Ron Bingham, Pavement, Petra, Cold, and Bright Eyes. Those are all 24, okay? I'm going to use Laura's sticky note here for a divider so I know later. Zach Brown has bids for 40, 41. So some big auctions coming. I'm probably going to put those up in about 30, 40 minutes. Let me go ahead and let me figure out which of the first of the Paul crates we should go through first. How about we go through this one? Now, you never know what's in these crates, right? It could be the most obscure folk rock album from 1970. It could be a multi-platinum album. It could be the most tripped out psych album in your life. You just never know. Very fun to go through these. I'm going to go up front and retrieve my very first energy drink of the night. Probably you can tell not only am I a little under the weather if you hadn't already heard, but I haven't had any caffeine yet since I've been here. And that's usually by now I've probably inhaled or consumed enough for about 20 people. Here's a Meatloaf of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Meatloaf albums in one. 5 CD, the original classic albums. They're all in like little mini LP sleeves. Meatloaf, Dead Ringer, Midnight the Lost and Found, Bad Attitude, Be Blind Before I Stop, and Live at Wembley. How much you may save for the 5 mini pack Meatloaf CD box set? A $10 start. I think I'm going to go up front and retrieve a, what am I going to retrieve? I'm going to retrieve a Monster energy drink or a V8. Not for sure yet. Might get to a V8. But some of those nutrients might be exactly what I need. So let me go up here and see what's going on. Wow, it's still daylight outside. That's always weird to see. Daylight outside. There's the Tahoe. There's this. You're getting a phone call.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer it.
Go ahead. Just tell her I said hi. Hello, Audrey. You're live on Facebook right now.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, gosh. Drama with April. All right, everybody. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Prama Janet. Boom. This VA should help me a lot here. I'd like to thank everybody that supports Collectco night after night. Even when I'm here under the weather, we still got 286 people watching on all platforms. It always makes me feel better. I feel bad when I don't feel good because I know part of it for me here is bringing entertainment. But it also makes me feel better. I can be sick as a dog and everybody's still going to be tuning in. So I appreciate that. I'm going to drink this right quick. That completely burned my throat. Oh my gosh. Whew. Is the Hendrix R Experience OG? I don't have that one up here yet. I think Laura probably can let you know. I think she's still working on it. Okay. So Meatloaf 11. Pat Benatar's at 22. And then Zach Brown. Brandon Lack has Zach Brown at 45. Nick Bargeron, you're out on Zach Brown band. Brandon Lack has it for 45. Pat Benatar's at 22. And Meatloaf is at 11. Okay? Meatloaf is at 11. Here's what we have. Led Zeppelin, Charlotte, 1972. This is on clear vinyl. It's a 2LP, 1999. That's a Led Zeppelin bootleg, Charlotte Volume 1. I've never seen what the clear... I have sold, what, dozens of these sealed. I haven't really got to see what the clear vinyl looks like. That looks pretty cool. It's Led Zeppelin live in Charlotte, now just $19.99. It's not an OG, it's an 80s reissue. There you go, Rick. Right now, we're going through a new Paul crate. Everything in here is sticker price, new arrivals. George Thorogood live. $19.99 for George Thorogood live. Roy Harper. Nice. Don't see that stuff too often. It's a 78 U.S. reissue and shrink. Roy Harper's $24.99. Chrysalis label. So Led Zeppelin, George Thorogood, Roy Harper. Time. Won't change my mind. 14 Moody and Fuzzy US 60s Punkers. That's a garage mod compilation. $19.99. And Bent. Joey Skidmore. Joey Skidmore is a 1998 blues rock, alternate rock on blue vinyl. That is now $9.99. Okay, there's that. Up here, we got Pat Benatar 22, Pat Benatar 23. The Meatloaf box set is at 11, 11, 15. Pat Benatar 23. Brian DeLeon strikes first on the Led Zeppelin. Scott Dwallow second. Robert Warner on the Time compilation. That's so to Robert Warner. Chris Knapp was second. We also have... what is this? It is called The Hickoids. We're in it for the corn. The Hickoids. Hickooids. We're in it for the corn. It's an 85 country rock punk album. No condition notes, $14.99. Slicker Van Slyken on the Roy Harper. Guy Shard says, I had Meatloaf at $15 before Tim. That is very true. Guy Shard has Meatloaf at $15 first, so everybody else is out. Did I hear back from Nick Bargeron on the Zach Brown? I did not. We got to go ahead and sell this to Brandon Lack for $45. He's had it for 5 minutes. That's sold to Brandon Lack for $45. And then Robert Warner on the Hickoids. Thomas Clark second. Are we done on Pat Benatar? Rich has it for $23, Bob, just so you know. It's at $23. Meatloaf's at $18. Blaine, the Dire Straits only had one copy. It was on sale. It's gone, unfortunately. I don't have any more. Here is Eddie Vinson, Cherry Red Blues. Eddie Vinson's in shrink wrap. That's $14.99. By the way, I do have 3 crates of new vinyl to show tonight. But just spoiler alert, I think it's a whole crate of Metallica and a whole crate of Pantera. After I left the concerts, I was like, okay, we got to stock up on Pantera. I always do this. I'll go see somebody in concert and I'll go buy a bunch of their vinyl. Because it's like fresh on my mind. So, plus we needed to restock all the Metallicas anyway. I don't think we have anything in stock. I think all of our Metallicas are sold out. So, that's coming up. And then there's another crate with a lot of random other stuff as well. So, stay tuned. We'll do the random crate next, probably of new vinyl. Here is Van Morrison, live, 1973, $29.99. And Blackfoot, no reservations. That's in shrink, $24.99. Pat Benatar is sold in. Let's go ahead and sell that over here to Rich Krulak for $23. Thank you on that. Beautiful Japanese pressing. Tonight is also a continuation of our new vinyl on sale. I'm almost done sorting, and it's about everything that's going to be left is just from middle of June till right now, and that's going to be our remaining inventory, and everything else I have discounted. Of course, there's leftovers. And usually what I do with the leftovers is I slip them in for auctions every now and then. So there's about 2.5 crates of leftovers already. Over here is Benatar. We can put that away. Meatloaf's now at $20. And George Jones on the Van Morrison. Going through a great Paul crate, of course. I always thought this Blackfoot cover was so interesting. No reservations. It's in shrink, $24.99. And Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. Clean copy, $19.99 on that. And M-Tune, Kiss This World Goodbye, that is $39.99. A 1978 U.S. Great Funk Soul, $39.99. Wayne, you are absolutely right. This is, I forgot about these last night, and I didn't show them until almost 1 a.m. This is the new Turnpike Troubadours album that comes out Friday, The Price of Admission. Hunter Orange vinyl. We have 4 copies left. I sold 1 last night. Turnpike Troubadours is $29.99. Rich Krulak on Blackfoot. Before the end of the night, I'll have a hot picture on Metal Night. I think Laura would agree. It's probably looking pretty dang good. We should have plenty of great, amazing metal stuff for tomorrow. Fairport Convention, Gladys Leap. Don't think I've seen that one before. Fairport Convention, $9.99, Gladys Leap. And then we got Rich Krulak on Blackfoot. And then Wayne Carr on a Turnpike Troubadours. Nick Bargeron also wants one. All right, are we done on Meatloaf? I was waiting for one person, Tim Graham. Tim, you're out, just FYI. This is a final call to Guy Shard for 20. Sherry Darnell on a Turnpike Troubadours. There's one left. New release. It comes out Friday. If anybody wants that, slipped in some new vinyl there on you. Let's go ahead and put up one of our other advertised auctions tonight. This is from that Kiss collection, I'm pretty sure. This is from that Kiss collection, and it's a bootleg of Queen live at Earl's Court, London, June of '77. This is a unofficial on red vinyl. It's a Earl's Court London concert. It's a full soundboard, a Day at the Races tour. Wow, look at that, man. Queen, a $65 start. Guy, you get the Meatloaf for $20. Queen's a $65 start, and then Songbird. Colored vinyl. I know we have the pre-order up, but I don't think I'll have to check on colored vinyl. Next is Little Feat Down on the Farm. Little Feat is $19.99, and Rush Hemispheres. And Laura put a sticky note on the cover. There's a butt under here. Yeah, we got to cover up the butts now. 85 US, $29.99. Facebook had flagged like 5 posts of ours because of like nudity. And they actually demoted my page to "we're no longer recommending your page." If y'all know, if you scroll through Facebook enough, you get suggested other pages, right? Especially if you interact with a lot of music pages and stuff. Well, basically Facebook said, "You're out. We're not recommending your page anymore to other people because you have shown too much nudity." So the only thing I had to do, though, is go delete those hot pictures. So I just went and deleted the hot pictures, and now we're back in good standing. So I've told Laura, please cover up all butts and male and female anatomy. Rod Stewart's a $35 start. There's the original insert. There's the other insert. Maggie May, $35 start on that. So we're back in good standing with Facebook. We're back in good standing. A Queen has bids for 65, 65, 75, 80. Earth pre-order is coming. And then Queen's at 81. Becky Wells said, "I get Roy Harper." Becky Wells. Roy Harper sold earlier to Becky Wells, and then I thought I said somebody else's name. No, that was earlier, wasn't it? Wait a second. Dire Straits. The Roy Harper went to, there's Zeppelin, Time. Becky Wells got Roy Harper. Yes, you did. The Roy Harper that's in the sold crate, make sure it's tagged to Becky Wells. Yes, you did get it. Okay. Rod Stewart's a Japanese pressing, and Queen is at 100. Next is Screaming Females, singles 2. Screaming Females is $19.99, singles 2. And Los Lobos, this is How the Wolf Will Survive. Los Lobos is in shrink, $19.99 for Los Lobos. That's always popular. Looking Glass, nice. This has Brandy, You're a Fine Girl. A 72 Pittman, clean, $39.99. Always been a desirable record. Beautiful copy. Brandy, You're a Fine Girl. What a good wife you would be. We have Julie London, Around Midnight. Really cool cover. It's foiled. For what year? A 1960 with a foil cover. She's kind of the clock there. Julie London is $19.99. And we have David Lindley. David Lindley is El Rayo X. That's $14.99. Are we done on the Queen boot? Rebecca, I just got booted out of Restream. Uh-oh. Let me log back in. Hopefully I can keep up with everything. Rebecca had Queen at 100. This happened just last night. Coletco. That means I'm currently blind to all of y'all's comments unless it pops up here. And we have so many passwords now. Hopefully this is the right one. Okay. I'm live, but everything's been deleted. Except Brent just came in at 105 on Queen. All right, that's at 105. There was no other claims, right? House the Holy. Yeah, when we have to put up House the Holy, it's covered with sticky notes. And then Los Lobos is no condition notes. Yeah, everything in here so far has been clean. No condition notes on that. Here is Crawling From Within, a compilation. That looks interesting, right? It's a garage punk indie compilation, sealed, unopened, for $19.99. The Rose of Avalanche, Staring a Beads. The Rose of Avalanche is a UK indie album from 1990. That's $14.99. And we have Brandon Eyre, Med School Blues, a 1980 Canadian private press psych album, $19.99 on that. We have not sold Hawkwind yet. Didn't know we had a Hawkwind. There's evidently a Hawkwind. It's somewhere in there? Okay. And then, I do have a damaged record here to put on sale. These are $24.99. I'm not going to send any back if we can sell them all right now. I have Scene Split Motorheads for just $24.99. This is that new Manicore tapes. Motorhead Manicore tapes. $24.99. They have Scene Splits, but they were $33. It's a new release. It's essentially a lost, never heard album. Motorhead, $24.99. I have 6 of them if anybody wants one, okay? Back up at the top, Queen was at $110. Edwin Blom on Rose. Paul's put out some very cool stuff here. Lord just dropped off the rest of the auction. So all the auctions are up here now. Rebecca got the Garage Punk. Travis next on Rose. Gregory on Los Lobos. Info on Rush. You got it. Rush was Hemispheres. It is an 85 pressing, which is a reissue. This album originally came out in 78. Yeah, 78 on Hemispheres. It is clean, though, $29.99. Queens at $112. Motorheads are sold for $24.99 to Mark Stanley. $24.99. Brian DeLeon gets one for $24.99. Now Queens at $120. Nick Bargeron on Motorhead for $24.99. And Queens at $122. Next is Too Far Gone. This is sealed, $9.99. That's also a Metallica song off their new album. I like that one. Too Far Gone. That is sealed, an 88 Canadian import, $9.99. And Vice Squad, Live and Loud. Vice Squad is an 88 UK import. That's a punk album. I did sell a Hawkwind last night, but there's another one tonight, evidently. And Rod Stewart is a buy it now for $35. We got Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits. And this is a buy it now for $3.5. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a new sleeve. We got a Zeppelin box set. We got a Jimi Hendrix box set. We got a Beatles box set. Wow. Yeah, let's go ahead and get crazy with the auction since it is 7:30. Let's go ahead and do that. I got a few Motorhead Scene Splits left if anybody wants one on sale because of the damage. And I think we've sold off all of our damaged stuff, which my distributor probably really appreciates. I want a tour of a factory, a pressing plant or something. I thought that would be cool. I know there's, 3 here in Tennessee? 2? There's one in Nashville and then one in Memphis. Queens at 122, now 125. Rebecca got Vice Squad. And let's go ahead and show a couple more in here. This is another Roy Harper, One of Those Days in England, a 77 US. Of course, anytime I hear Roy Harper, as a Zeppelin fan, I think of Hats Off to Roy Harper, which is that track on Led Zeppelin 3. Roy Harper, $14.99. And we have Love Studio. I've never seen this from Love. Love Live and Love Studio. One side's studio and one side's live. And it looks like it's an 82 pressing. That's a very interesting album. 1982 in shrink. That is $12.99. All right, so final call on Queen to Rebecca for $125. How much are album sleeves? A pack of 100 outer sleeves is $29.99, and a pack of 50 inner sleeves are $26.99. All right, let's go ahead and put up the highly requested Led Zeppelin Concrete 80. This is from that same collection. We got all the Kiss stuff. Oh, man, look at that. Look at that. Unfortunately, Paige maybe had... I think that was definitely during some of Paige's drug use there. You can just tell by looking at his arms. We have Led Zeppelin Concert 80, All the Warmth We Can Find. This is a limited edition 250 on red vinyl. It's a full soundboard recording from a first, but not from a first generation tape. It is a soundboard recording though, and this is Hanover, Germany. Hanover, Germany. I don't think I've ever listened to this one. I will definitely have to play this tonight. I don't think I've ever heard Hanover, Germany show. June 24th, 1980. $75 start. Led Zeppelin, Hanover, Germany, 1980. That's getting near the end. That's on that last tour they did. $75 start on Led Zeppelin. Nice. Numbered to 250, red vinyl. Queen is sold. Queen is sold for $125 to Rebecca. So when you say male and female anatomy, can you mean certain parts of the whole anatomy of each? Facebook doesn't like exposed parts of certain female and male anatomy to be shown. To be as specific as possible there, Mr. Ernest. We have It's a Circus World by Axis. A 78 U.S. hard rock album, VG Plus $14.99. And we have Snake Eye, Shape Up or Ship Out. And this is a 1980 Canadian hard rock album, VG Plus $24.99. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. EX Condition $17.99. And Moby Grape, Wow, a 68 US VG Plus $19.99. Led Zeppelin 77, 80, and now Led Zeppelin's at 90. What else do we have over here for auction, you may say? I've got a Japanese 38 special. This one's called Tour de Force. I'm going to put it up for a $15 start. 38 special Tour de Force. Was that Panera? Chipotle? Okay. Laura has snuck in some Chipotle. We have 38 special, $15 start. 38 special, $15 start, Tour de Force. All right, so Zeppelin has hit 100. I expected every bit of that. Billie Holiday, Archetypes. Billie Holiday is a white label promo. This is in VG condition. $9.99 for Billie Holiday. Tom Waits, Closing Time. Tom Waits is in VG condition. That's $16.99. The Allman Brothers Band, that's one I don't get as often, a little bit later there. Brothers of the Road, Shrink and Hype. The Vinyls EX, $17.99 on the Allman Brothers. And Stevie Wonder, Songs in the Key of Life. It is complete with the book and the 7-inch, EX $36.99. Very superstitious writings on the wall. It's on there. So is Sir Duke. Isn't She Lovely? EX $36.99. And we have Talking Steel and Singing Strings. That's Mr. Pete Drake. A 64 US mono, VG $9.99. All right, so a 38 special, 15, Zeppelin 110. Michael Butler on the Allman Brothers. We have not sold Bo Diddley yet. Nope. Danny second on almonds. George third on almonds. 38 special, 18. The Rod Stewart Japanese pressing is a $35 buy it now. It's a near mint minus Japanese pressing of that. Led Zeppelin's at 111. Led Zeppelin's at 125. And 38 specials at 20. Here's another Hickoids. Corn fed on a cornbread. Waltz Across Dress, Texas. An 89 country rock punk, EX $17.99. 38 specials at 24. And Led Zeppelin's at 126. We have Phil Manzara, Diamond Head. Phil Manzara. The note from Paul says, great album. EX condition, $17.99. Robert picks up the Hickoids. That is sold. Thank you on that. All right. What else do I have over here to auction? I have a CD box set. I wonder if Donna's still watching. Earth, Wind, and Fire. See what we got over here. Let's see here. All right, so this, I think, is pretty much the complete discography of the Earth, Wind, and Fire. It's a CD box set. Right now, there's only one for sale on Discogs for $200. That's the only one listed for sale right now. It's $199 in free shipping. This is the Columbia Masters 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 Earth, Wind, and Fire CDs. All complete in a nice box set. 12 albums, $75 start. Earth, Wind & Fire, the Columbia Masters. $75 start, now up for bid. Okay. Led Zeppelin's at 160, 161. 38 Special is a final call for $24 to George Samberez. We sold the Hickoids. Thomas Clark on Phil Manzera. That's sold to Thomas Clark. Gregory second on Hick. And Ninja Pony, that's Julie London. Julie London is right here. That's called Around Midnight. That is a 1960 US mono, $19.99. Earth, Wind & Fire is at $75. And also we have Love, Forever Changes. Love is EX $22.99. It is a reissue. We do not know the year. Somebody does, but they hadn't put it in Discogs. EX $22.99. Give me back my bullets. Betty wrote her name on the cover. Oh, Betty. She wanted to make sure nobody stole her Skynyrd's album. That is the OG label for this album. Leonard Skynyrd's VG $14.99. The Rise and Fall of Honesty, Maffett Davis. That's a 68 US folk rock album, EX $17.99. And this is Mad River. Killer Acid Rock is the note from Paul. Acid Rock. VG minus $14.99. Greg and Dwayne Allman. Pre-Allman Brother recordings for the 31st of February. The bottom seam does have some splits. VG plus $19.99. When You're Hot, You're Hot. Jerry Reed. VG $9.99. High Country. A 71 Bluegrass white label promo. VG $9.99. And Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. A 68 Pittman OG. VG plus $24.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. All right, so Led Zeppelin's at 185, now 186. Ninja Pony wants to Julie London. You may absolutely claim that. Her albums are always desirable. Very cool cover, too. That's sold to Ninja Pony. 38 Special did get a new bid. Rod Bryan bid $25. Samberez, Mr. George Samberez, you're out. Mr. Rod Bryan bid $25. Led Zeppelin has hit 200. Edwin Blom on Mad Rivers, that's Mad River, that's sold to Edwin Blom. Melanie Jennings on the Leonard Skynyrd's Give Me Back My Bullets. MT Matt next on Mad. Then Becky. Zeppelin's at 201. And then Tony, these are all new arrival sticker price. Gregory on J for Jerry Reed. David Barwick, you are pretty late, just FYI on the... No, never mind. No, you're not. Allman Brothers, that's sold to David Barwick. And then Kristen, we've already sold Jerry Reed. Zeppelin 215. George Samberez 30. Rob Davis on High Country. Denise next on Mad River. And Gregory passes on Johnny. Oh, okay. I thought you wanted Jerry. So Jerry Reed is still available. Kristen, Jerry Reed is VG condition, $9.99. Now, this Earth, Wind & Fire CD box set just has one bid with Donna for $75. Only one for sale on Discogs is priced at $200. We're about to sell it to her for $75 if nobody else bids. Final call. That means Jerry Reed's still available, Kristen, if you want it, and Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. An iconic album. A 68 Pittman OG. It's VG plus $24.99. Rod Bryan, you are back out on 38 Special. George is right back in at 30. And Led Zeppelin's at 215 with Bill Samus. Okay? Everything in here is new arrival sticker price. These are new arrival sticker price. These are new arrival sticker price, just FYI. Okay? What's happened? He's out on 38 Special. Let's go ahead and sell that to George. $30. That's sold to George Samberez for $30. And there was another question. Yeah, so Melanie, actually, no, Charlie Buck just claimed cash. Yeah, Charlie Buck got Johnny Cash. Then Melanie, you made an offer. My bad. Okay. Earth, Wind & Fire has new bids. Sorry, Melanie, I apologize. Somebody was actually ahead of you. And George, I'm putting 38 Special on a new sleeve for you. And this is sold to you right now. Okay. That is done. George Schoen says, guess what? I'm in on Zeppelin. We're still bidding on Zeppelin. This is a it is a bootleg unofficial. It's a soundboard recording from Hanover, Germany. And it's at $220. Now, as y'all know, As y'all know, everything Led Zeppelin has ever released live is just, I can count it on one hand. Okay? That is A Song Remains the Same, BBC Sessions, How the West Was Won, and Celebration Day, which was their reunion concert. They've only ever put out 4 compilation live recordings. That's it. So bootlegs by one of the biggest bands of all time are highly desirable, especially when they're super high quality. I've said this before. We'll probably never see Zeppelin official recordings as long as probably those 2 people on the front are still alive. They're very meticulous about what they release. So we probably won't see live recordings for a long time. I've always said it'll probably be their heirs later on that would like to cash in if they do want to cash in. I'm not saying they will, but I assume at some point someone's going to have access to live recordings and they know they can make a lot of money off of them and they're going to release them. I don't think they ever will while they're alive. If not, Jimmy Page would have already done it. So obviously Zeppelin bootlegs, extremely desirable. And they're also known for not really recording a lot. There's very little audio footage or video footage of Led Zeppelin, and there's not that much audio recordings that are probably super high quality. So that's why Zeppelin bootlegs are always desirable. Everything in this crate is sticker price, okay? So Charles or Kristen, this is yours. These are new arrivals. Let me explain what new arrival sticker price mean. New arrival sticker price. Paul that works here for Collectco, he just marked all these today. They've been in collections. We've went out and bought them. They have never been shown before to the public. We rarely discount brand new stuff at any time because the way I see it, this has probably been in somebody's collection. We've never put it out for sale. We can try to sell it here, try to sell it in the Facebook group. We can try to sell it in our store. Everything is always sticker price when it's new. So if you do not want that, it's $9.99. I'm definitely not going to take $5 for it because Dr. Zebo said he would take it. So anytime I'm saying these are new arrival sticker price, that means these are new arrival sticker price. And if you don't want it, now there's 3 other people who want it. Now Earth, Wind & Fire is at 86. Now Earth, Wind & Fire is at 90. Now Led Zeppelin's at 230. Now Led Zeppelin's at 240. Now Led Zeppelin's at 245. Now we got Earth, Wind & Fire at 100, okay? And then Kristen said he will take it. Kristen, have you bought from us before? Kristen, have you bought from us before? I don't think I've said your name too many times. You did have dibs on that. That's so do you. So yeah, if y'all are kind of new to Collectco, we travel the country and buy collections. We have to advertise. We go buy them. We travel sometimes as far as out west and bring stuff back. And we clean everything. We price it. We inspect it. So usually right off the chute, I don't normally discount stuff, especially in the Paul and Laura crates, because they typically do a very good job comping fair prices market based on Discogs. They do a great job on that. If I ever discount anything new right off the bat, sometimes I do it in the John crates because we kind of just have standard pricing across the board for stuff he marks. And a lot of it sells right off the bat. It always does. Boston and George Thorogood albums and all the classic rock, Fleetwood Mac. And then every once in a while, we'll discount other stuff. So there's that. There's only 2 no bids. Rod Stewart's Greatest Hits and Paul McCartney 2. Those are 35 and 35. Okay, so there's that. And Zeppelin's now at 255. Earth, Wind & Fire's at 110. That's still getting bids. Let's introduce another auction. As y'all know, probably up there with the Beatles. Led Zeppelin's my favorite band. I probably know more about Zeppelin and their music just because it's a lot less to study and really get a grip on. The Beatles is it's such a big history and so much has been written about it. But Led Zeppelin's up there. So I'm definitely going to be giving this a spin tonight. I've never heard the Hanover concert. All right, here we go, folks. We got the original Monster Mash on that first label, Garpax. This is a 62 US reissue in mono. 1962 Monster Mash. VG Plus condition, a $30 start. The Monster Mash. There's that. All right, and then we got a really nice Earth, Wind & Fire box set here. That's a great Paul crate. Let's go through that again, okay? Let's go through this again. I still learn stuff all the time about Zeppelin. The new documentary is on Netflix, Becoming Led Zeppelin. If you do have Netflix, you can go check that out. I recommend it. I saw it 3 times in IMAX. I learned a lot. There's a lot of stuff I didn't know. All the stuff that John Paul Jones played on. I knew Jimmy Page played on all that stuff, but I had no idea John Paul Jones did all those arrangements and stuff like he did. Okay, here is Love, Forever Changes. Yes, it is a reissue of An Unknown Year. It looks to me like something from the early 80s. Based on the barcode and this here and just the cover. It looks like early 80s to me. EX $22.99. Very quickly, I'm going to read through this Paul crate again. George Thorogood Live, $19.99. We have Joey Kidmore, Bent. A 98 blues rock, alternate rock, blue vinyl. That's $9.99. Eddie Vinson, Cherry Red Blues, in shrink, 2LP, $14.99. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, $19.99. M Tomb, Kiss This World Goodbye. M Tomb is a 78 US. It's a great funk soul album, is a note from Paul, $39.99. Slicker Wants the Rise and Fall of Moffett Davis right here. That's sold to Slicker, EX $17.99. Monster Mash, I think we're looking for a $30 start. Robin Glenn is in. Robin's in at 30. Earth, Wind & Fire's at 140, now 150. Still at a pretty fair price right now if you still wanted to go buy one. Zeppelin's at 285, now 290. Fairport Convention, Gladys Leap. Fairport is $9.99. Little Feet Down on the Farm. Little Feet's $19.99. James Goggin on George. And that was for George Thorogood. That's sold to James Goggin. We've got Screaming Females, singles too. $19.99 on Screaming Females. Looking Glass, that's always been a tougher album to get. With Brandy, You're a Fine Girl, that was a big single. So they sold a lot of singles. This album didn't really sell all that well. $39.99. And we have David Lindley, El Rayo X, $14.99. Chad, you notice they changed the intro to Good Times, Bad Times? No, I have not actually watched it on Netflix yet. I have not actually watched it, so they changed it. Really? Huh. Interesting. I did not know that. Led Zeppelin's at 300, Monster Mash at 35. Guys out on Earth, Wind & Fire, so that is a final call to Donna for 150. We have Med School Blues, Brandon Ayer. That's a 1980 Canadian Private Press Psych album for $19.99. Rush Hemispheres, it's an 85 pressing for $29.99. Clean. It's got that black border around the jacket. That's not on the OG like that. Too Far Gone. This is a 88 Canadian import sealed for $9.99. We also have Roy Harper, One of Those Days in England, 77 US and shrink, $14.99. Love Studio and Love Live, EX $17.99. Who got Jerry Reed? It was a new buyer. Did they actually confirm they were a new buyer? What was his name? Or is the buyer of the Jerry Reed still on? I got to confirm they were a first-time buyer on that. So next thing we have is Axis. It's a Circus World by Axis. 78 US hard rock. VG plus $14.99. We got, it looks like Snake Eye. Shape Up or Ship Out. A 1980 Canadian hard rock. Kristen. Yeah, Kristen, did you confirm with me you were a first-time buyer? George has Led Zeppelin 305. Bill Samus is out. Looks like we found our final call on that. Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. EX $17.99. And Moby Grape, wow. Moby Grape, VG plus $19.99. All right, Earth, Wind & Fire. Congratulations, Donna. That's OD for $150. Guess what? I got more. I got the Isley Brothers next. Monster Mash is a final call for $35. The Led Zeppelin concert is Hanover, Germany, June 24th, 1980, right there near the end. 1980, that was their last tour. George Jones has that for $305. We're about to sell it. Numbered to $250. Monster Mash is at $35. George Scherer on Van Morrison. There's that. And First Time I Live in Herman to shop at your store. Okay, thank you. Now, what I need you to do is I need you to send us a message on Facebook through Messenger. If you plan to pick up locally, pickups are always available the following Wednesday. So if you buy anything this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, if you plan on picking up here in the store, if you buy something tonight, it's not available till next Wednesday when we reopen next week, okay? Because we're open tomorrow and, of course, Friday, Saturday, but we don't have all the orders ready. Obviously, we sell thousands of albums every week. We have to tag them, sort them, pull them and take them up front. So they do that on Mondays and Tuesdays before we open. So if you want shipping, send us your email address, mailing address. Either way, we need all that information so we can set you up an invoice when you come pick up, okay? There's that. And then we have Archetypes, Billie Holiday, VG $9.99. Tom Waits is VG $16.99. Closing time. Wow, no one got Stevie Wonder? That's a classic. EX $36.99. Sir Duke, I Wish is on here. Isn't She Lovely? That is a great one. EX $36.99. It has the book and the bonus 7-inch that came with it. And there's Pete Drake. Of course, he played. Go look up what Pete Drake played on. First thing comes to mind is George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. VG $9.99. Legendary steel guitar player. All right, Monster Mash is sold to Natasha for $38. And Led Zeppelin is sold, thank you, George Jones, $305. All right, more new auctions. Let's go ahead and keep the Zeppelin train rolling. This is called crop circles. That's what I've always called it, crop circles. It's Led Zeppelin. It's a 6 LP box. Now, something else Led Zeppelin doesn't do too often is put out compilations. So about the only thing they've ever put out far as a compilation or hits, in the 90s, they did that early days, later days. They did this crop circles box. And then they didn't put out really much anything else until Mothership, which was a big promotion because they were doing that reunion concert. The Atlantic Omyet, whatever his name was, the Atlantic Records founder. So this has always been popular because it's from 1990. This was a multimedia release. They put this out on CD, cassette, and vinyl. It has a book, LPs 3, 4, and 5 are EX. The rest of them are near mint minus. It's a 6 LP box. It's a Led Zeppelin compilation over 6 LPs. It has a book, Led Zeppelin, by liner notes by Cameron Crowe, of course. Here's a picture from the Bath Festival, I'm pretty sure. They had that footage they had some live footage for the very first time on that documentary. So this is a $125 start. Awesome box set. Led Zeppelin. There's all the tracks. It's a compilation. It's a 6 LP compilation. I think somebody was just talking about that last night. $125 start. There it is. All right. And then Bill Samus on SW. That was for Stevie Wonder. And Robert Warner got Pete Drake. There we have it. All right. Beatles. Do I have a Beatles auction? Karen, at some point, and I'll definitely get you a heads up, I will let you know when those Beatles 45s are going to come up. I promise at some point I got to photograph a bunch of them and kind of get them advertised. But I do have a Beatles box set tonight, yes. Not ready for that just yet. Somebody just did ask about this, though. This is really cool. I'm a Love Man. That's a great Otis Redding album and a great Otis single. This is I'm a Love Man, a 1969 U.S. Presswell OG with company inner sleeve. VG Plus Otis, $25 start. Yeah, Zeppelin's official. Yeah, one of the few official compilations that they've ever put out. Yep. I mean, back in the day, they never did do a greatest hits. They waited till the 90s, till they did that later days, early days. And then they did this in 1990. And then it wasn't until what, 2011. When did Mothership, all that come out? 2007, 11, 12, something like that. So, yeah, this is official. 1990 UK. It's the UK edition, too. 1990 UK. $125 start. 6 LP Zeppelin box set. All right, and then Tom Waits is right here. It is VG $16.99. What a great crate from Paul. That one took a little bit of time. Always, about every record has a note on it. So about every record him and Paul put out, or him and Laura put out, they usually have pressing, information, genre. So those crates take a little bit longer to go through, but it's always fun because we have usually complete notes on them, grade, information, etc. I do have a crate of new vinyl over here to go through. I think y'all heard me already say, though, it is a ton of Metallicas and Panteras. But there is one crate that's pretty mixed with a new release, yeah, and some waiting lists. So here those are, and let's go ahead and pull them out. I got waiting list, and I got a new release from a metal band that I didn't know came out this Friday. I missed the pre-order, and you know why? It didn't have an image. I always miss these pre-orders that don't have an image. I'm going through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new releases, and I'm just looking at images on this couple websites I use. And let me go ahead and show this while I walk up front. This comes out Friday. It's a new album from Overkill. I'm assuming it's new material and not just a reissue. I think it's new material. And this is the indie yellow, orange, black splatter. And it looks like it's called Relax 4. And that is Overkill. I have 10 copies. They're $38.99. That's new from Overkill. And that is $38.99. I think it's called Relax 4 or Really 14. I'm not for sure. I think it's Relax 14, but that's new from Overkill, $38.99. And that is the technically indie exclusive. Okay, let me go up here and get my laptop because there's other waiting list in here. I'll go ahead and show that first. Make sure April's up here doing her job. Did I bring in a backpack? It's over where? Oh, thank you.
It was in my way.
It was in your way. You know, my mom brought back some fudge from the mountains. And I would offer it to you, but
I don't like fudge, so.
April don't like fudge. Another puzzle piece falls into place.
Are you gonna eat that? Oh my gosh, that's so much. Don't leave it there.
All right. Let's get this laptop going. Thank you for doing such a great job, April. And to Laura that's still here. We got the female power of the store, G, my mom, Laura, and April. I named everybody, right? Well, Seth. Is that everybody? Well, Rebecca, but I don't guess she's here anymore. We miss her, though. Okay. Let's pull up these waiting lists. Y'all know about Donnie Brasco? He was on, I listened to a podcast. I didn't know about any of that. Donnie Brasco, the mob infiltrator. That's what I fell asleep to last night. I had no idea about any of that. And of course, I love mafia stuff, being a Godfather fan. I never knew about any of that. He was on Rogan, so really cool podcast if you need some time to kill tomorrow. Amazing. Okay, so there's the new Overkill album. And it's 2005. Okay. So, yeah, that's been out of print for a long time then. That's been out of print for a long time. So, let's go back up top. Sorry, I had to walk up front. Zeppelin at 125. Otis Redding, 25. Scott Dwallow does want the Tom Waits. You got it. This is so to Scott Dwallow. Thank you. Justin Deckelman on an Overkill. That's so to Justin Deckelman. And then Ivan R. on Overkill. Ivan R. on Overkill. So this originally came out in 2005. So yeah, this has been out of print. It's called Relics 14. Thank you. Relics 14. And then Zeppelin's at 127. And yeah, that's what I found out. There's a movie with Johnny. Yeah, because the guy talks about Johnny Depp. He's really Donnie Brasco was on the podcast, and he's like friends now with Johnny Depp. He's remained friends with him. So yeah, I'm like, man, I got to check this movie out. I didn't know about the movie. I didn't know about this guy's story. I was on Wikipedia reading all kinds of stuff. But yeah, that's amazing. He was basically undercover, completely undercover for 6 years. They almost made him a made man in their family. Like that's how deep he got. And he was an FBI agent. Dwayne Sevilla on Overkill. So Otis Redding is the final call. Love Man, Otis Redding. It's a 1969 U.S. Presswell original with company inner sleeve. VG Plus condition. One bid with Patrick Lear for $25. And then Led Zeppelin is the 6 LP crop circle box set. That's vinyl. That's vinyl. A lot of people see those and they're CDs and cassettes. That's the vinyl. That's the vinyl box. It's at $127, okay? Now, let's start from the beginning of the crate. We got, somebody asked, could I get Coulter Walls? And I said, I can. I forgot who that was. Whoever asked, I'll give them first dibs. But Coulter Wall, very popular country Americana artist. I have his catalog in stock on red vinyl. Here is Western Swing and Waltzes. Red vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Coulter Wall Western Swingin' Waltzes, $29.99. And we have Neil Young, Oceanside Countryside. Now, this was a special request for Guy Shard, and I've already sold him one, so he's already got one. However, when it came back in, some other people wanted one. This is an unreleased album from Neil Young from 1977. A completely unreleased album. He puts out an unreleased album all the time that he recorded back in the day, or the 2000s, or the 90s. And there was 2 people on a waiting list, and that was Tom Sullivan and Mary Miles. So there's Tom Sullivan and there's Mary Miles. I got one extra copy. They are clear vinyl for $33.99. All right, let me swap out crates. I'm going to go ahead and say this is sold to Patrick Lear for $25, just minimum bid on that. Let's grab this Isley Brothers box set. And let me grab an empty crate. Sorry for my sniffles. I am on a scale of 1 to 10 when the show started. I said I felt like I was a 3 as far as my health. I'm pretty under the weather. I feel about a 4 right now, so maybe I'm improving, maybe not. And there's that. There's Otis Redding. There's that. And then James Goggin on the Neil Young. Okay, are we done? Are we done on Led Zeppelin? Are we finished? I feel like the first bidder probably don't know. Scott Dwallow bid $125, right? Michael Hamburger $127. Scott Dwallow, you have not said out on Led Zeppelin. Since it's such a big auction, I was making sure. The 6 LP box, Crop Circles box, $127. I'm about to sell it. There's Coulter Wall. Now here officially is the Overkill, Relix 14. Relix 14. 2 LP, yellow, orange, and black splatter. Originally came out in 2005. That's $38.99. And then the other night we had these, and we had more come in, luckily. This is a new release from Greg Allman. It's called Uncle Sam's. It's a live concert at a place called Uncle Sam's in Hull, Massachusetts. These are numbered on orange vinyl. They are numbered, I think they're numbered here on the cover. Is it underneath? We might have put the price tag. Oh, yeah, they're right. They're under. It's numbered underneath the price tag. There was a waiting list for that. Greg Allman, and the waiting list for Greg Allman was George Sambares. So new release. We sold 5 copies the other night. $39.99. 2 LP live. Greg Allman. He comes out to Midnight Rider and Dreams. Trouble No More. Melissa. $39.99. They're numbered and they're on orange vinyl. All right, so Michael Hamburger, I consider that a great deal on the Zeppelin box at $127. Thank you on that, Michael Hamburger. And I've got another Coulter Wall, Imaginary Appalachia. Red vinyl, Coulter Wall, that is $29.99. Michael Butler wants a Greg Allman. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. All right, let's get some other auctions. Here is the Beatles box. As y'all know, when the Beatles announced they had that new song coming out, they pretty much also simultaneously announced they were remastering and remixing the iconic 62, 66, 67, 70 compilations. This is the black vinyl box set, and I can tell you just from the sleeve, this came from that Kiss collection. It is the 6 LP. It also has their newest song, Now and Then. It's a half-speed master. This is 6 LPs of amazing Beatles music. This is sold, or excuse me, this is a starting bid of $95. A bid on Led Zeppelin just came in. I figured Led Zeppelin would sell for $200 or $300. That might be the craziest deal Zeppelin I've ever seen. I think we started that at $125, thinking it would get bid for $130, $150, $200. That's why I kept on saying Led Zeppelin's at $127. I was like, where's the bids at on Led Zeppelin? It was a hard pass from everybody, evidently. Wow. Okay. I haven't had one of those in probably a couple years either. That was crazy. 1990 original, UK. All right. So that one's gone. Michael Hamburger's rubbing his hands together. He's like, thank you, Mr. Chad. Okay, here is our next CD box set. This is the Isley Brothers. This is the RCA Victor and T-Neck album Masters. Now, this is a lot of Isley Brothers music. Can you believe this? Look at all these Isley Brothers albums. That is that's a crazy box set. This is going to go up for a $55 start. Shout, It's Our Thing. I mean, it goes all the way through this, a lot of these in the 70s. the Isley Brothers, $55 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? All of a sudden, people are bidding on Led Zeppelin. It is long gone, unfortunately. Bids are just now coming in. That is very unfortunate. Okay, next in here is Metallica. This is Reload, $49.99. Give Me Fuel, Give Me Fire, $49.99. The Memory Remains, The Devil's Dance, $49.99. That's a 2 LP. And then we had a waiting list for Overkill, Years of Decay. The Beatles box is just a $95 start. There was a waiting list for Overkill, Years of Decay. The waiting list for Overkill, Years of Decay was Justin Deckelman and Charlie Buck. Justin Deckelman and Charlie Buck. This is on red marble vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $33.99. $33.99. And so there's Overkill. So that is available. And then here is the newest release by The Boss. Bruce Springsteen, Lost and Found. Selections from the Lost Albums, Box Set Tracks 2. 20 previously unreleased tracks, 83 to 2018, available for the first time, $44.99. The Isley Brothers has one bid for $55. The Beatles, no bid yet, looking for a $95 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Nick Cave and the Birthday Party. Amsterdam, 1981. Nick Cave is an unofficial, recorded live in the Netherlands, November 8th, 1981. And there's a note from Laura, early Nick Cave with a heart next to it. EX, a $25 start. $25 start on that. Here is Coulter Wall. That's on red vinyl, $29.99. Coulter Wall. And we have Wendy O. Williams, Wow. And there was a waiting list for Wendy here. Wow. $29.99. The waiting list was Colleen Evans. Colleen Evans, I got you down for a Wow. $29.99. Nick Cave has a bid for $25. Final Call on the Isley Brothers, and the Beatles box also has a bid for $95. LA Guns Renegades. There was a waiting list for this. We should have one extra copy. This is on white vinyl. LA Guns. And the waiting list is Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. This is sold to Rick Hall. This is sold to him. Nick Cave has a bid for $35. And we got Pantera, the Great Southern Trendkill. White and sandblasted orange marble vinyl. The waiting list for Pantera was Bruce Elliott and Ryan Eaton. Bruce Elliott and Ryan Eaton. So those are 33 and 33. I've got 2 extra Panteras if anybody else wants one. I've got 3 copies of Nirvana in Utero. Nirvana in Utero. And this is sold to Stephen Parton. Stephen, you was on a waiting list in Utero. $36.99. There's 2 copies left of Nirvana. And then Leeway, Born to Expire. And this was something I had back ordered. Leeway is $34.99. Limited edition numbered black vinyl. I had these back ordered. They're numbered. They're on black vinyl. They're numbered to 500. $34.99. Anthony Clark owns Pantera. Let's go ahead and sell the Isley Brothers box for $55 to Donna Turner. The Beatles is at what? $95. You just got very lucky. David V has this at $95. It is the 6 LP half-speed master. The Ultimate Beatles compilation. Nick Cave, Robert Warner's out. That's a final call to Jeremy Bryant for $35. Now, Sherry, all the Coulter Walls are on red vinyl. They're actually all on red vinyl. Self-Titled's on red vinyl. Imaginary Appalachia's on red vinyl. And Western Swingin' Waltzes is on red vinyl. They're actually all red vinyl. Michael Reed on Leeway. And Justin Deckelman on Leeway. The Beatles has a new bid for $100. We also have LA Guns Live. I haven't had this in a while. The Orpheum Theater, red marble vinyl. I don't know if I've actually ever had it. I think it was something I had back ordered. Live at Orpheum Theater, $29.99. And there's another Coulter Wall, Songs of the Plains, red vinyl. Sherry Darnell wants Coulter Wall self-titled. You got it. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. So Nick Cave is sold for $35 to Chris Bryant. And Donna says, what other CD box sets? This is actually all I have. These are just ones that obviously I couldn't sell for $9.99. I've got one more, and that's it for big music like this that I think you might be interested in. But this is really good. And this is Herbie Hancock. These start on Discogs for $150. Take a look at this. Oh my gosh. Herbie Hancock. Imagine if they did this on vinyl. A 34 disc, well, they'd probably have to do 50 disc. This is a 34 or maybe even more CD box set of Herbie Hancock. They start on Discogs right now. Let's see, in the United States, there's none in the United States. Zero. There's zero for sale in the United States. So let's go to United Kingdom. That might be most reputable. They are 205, 273, 340, and 410. Actual sold comps, they have sold for as much as 191, the most recent one. So let's put Herbie Hancock up for $125 start. I think that'd be pretty fair. A 34 CD box set, 1972 to 1988. The legendary Herbie Hancock. Wow. So we'll say that's $125 start. I think that'd be very fair. What a box. Herbie Hancock. That's a box there. $125 on that. Rick Hall on LA Guns. Thank you, Rick Hall, on that. The Beatles is at $120. And Nick Cave is sold to Jeremy Bryant. Yes, you got that one. Our next auction, this might have been even something we could have put up on Thursday night. It is White Line Big Game. White Line is a 1984 US OG. It's an OG club copy. It's not bad. VG++ EX, and it has the original inner sleeve. White Line Big Game is now just a $25 start. So Herbie Hancock is $125 to get that one started. The complete album collection, 72 to 88. If you want to purchase one right now in the United States on Discogs, not available. It's actually a European release. And the last one did sell for $191, it looks like. So there's that. And then over here is the Beatles. This is the newest half-speed master of the Red and Blue albums. 75 tracks, all half-speed mastered. And the most high bid is $120 with David V. Scott Fellows, you're out, and we'll say that's going once, going twice. White Line is also up for bid, just a $25 start. All right. Let's go to the overhead cam. There we go. You can kind of see them. That's what it looks like from God's perspective. That's what it looks like from a fly that's stuck to the ceiling. Okay, that was a pretty solid crate of new vinyl. I went ahead and ordered a bunch of the overkills. If I need to, I'll make a post in the group to sell the others. Here's what we have right now. I have what's left. Coulter Wall, Western Swing for $29. Overkill, Relics 14, new for Friday. It's an album that originally came out in 2015. Since I've been ordering Overkill, I've never seen that one available, so I think it's been out of stock for quite a long time. $38.99 on that. We've sold a few. There's a handful left. Greg Allman's a new release that comes out Friday. Uncle Sam's, Orange Vinyl, $39. Coulter Wall again, $29. Coulter Wall is one of these more newer country Americana singers, just FYI, very popular, kind of up there with like Tyler Childers and Luke Bryan and Sturgill Simpson. They're all kind of in that same category. $29.99. And then what was Grace Potter? Grace Potter. Yes, make a note to check on Grace Potter too. Thank you, Patrick. And then Metallica Reload, $49.99. That's a 2 LP. And then Overkill Years of Decay. There's another Overkill, one of their older classic albums. That's 30. These are actually supposed to be 33. The ones that's in the sold crate, make sure that we change these need to be marked down. These are actually $33.99, okay? These are not 38. That Overkill was 38. These are 33, okay? Herbie Hancock, I'm looking for $125. Donna's thinking about it. Donna, just go ahead and pull the trigger because I'm about to make it a final call and make it a buy it now. She's in. $125. If anybody else wants to bid, time is ticking, okay? I'm actually changing the price on the overkills right now. Those are 33. Okay. There's that. You didn't post the pre... No, I did not post that one. No, I missed that one. I saw them in stock, and I said I better get them right now. I might have over-ordered, but I bet we'll sell them if I make a post. Springsteen, That's unreleased music, $44.99. Coulter Wall, we sold one self-titled, one let. Wendy O. Williams is $29. Don't forget, produced by Gene Simmons. Ace Frehley plays on there. LA Guns, Renegades is on white vinyl for $29. Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill, $33. And this is Nirvana for $36. LA Guns Live, $29. And Coulter Wall again, $29. All right, so first thing I need to do is go ahead and sell the Beatles. Congratulations to David V. That's amazing. When these came out on the website, I think I bought 2 or 3 of them. That sold to David V for $120. I just want to remind everybody, White Line just has $25. That's pretty crazy. It's a final call to MT Matt. Big Game is an OG copy. $25 on that. Nobody else bid on Herbie Hancock. I'm going to count down from 10, and then I'm selling to the Donna for $125. Whoa. I'm glad I called it. Fred Carnell wants Wow. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer. Sold to Donna for $125. Let me take all these in the operations room. Thank you, Donna. Yeah, obviously I couldn't let that one slip the other night for $9.99, right? I'm sure Donna would have appreciated that and everybody else, but I can't be letting $200 CD box sets go for $10. I have before, though. The other night, what did we have? The Eagles. We had the complete Eagles recordings. And I let that go for $9.99. I was like, oh my gosh, but I vetoed some of them. So when we're going through CDs, I've never checked them. We have found autographs. You also seen some of the autographs I found going through CDs lately. And I didn't even know we had them. So they bring me tubs and crates of CDs. Look at some of the autographs we found lately. Twisted Sister, The Runaways, Rat, fully signed. Rat, signed by Stephen Piercy. And that stuff I didn't even know we had. We get them in collections, and there it is. Okay, so let's go over here. And I left off by saying White Line 27. Okay, so Fred got Wow. Fred Carnell got Wow, and he wants LA Guns Live. Let me just set this back over here. We're about to go through another Paul crate, by the way. And what did Laura say? I've come from when he was here earlier. But we have nearly out of newer used titles. Laura crates will be a little bit different. That's what we like, different. Fred Carnell on LA Guns. I'll take whatever Coulter you have except Songs of the Plains, okay? So Brent doesn't want that one. So that means he does get a copy of Self-Titled. He does get a copy of Imaginary Appalachia. And that means you're also going to get a copy of Western Swing and Waltzes. Thank you, Brent. Okay, now, White Line 26. And then White Line 30, White Line 30. The Springsteen album is called Lost and Found. Selections from the Lost Albums, a box set, tracks to 20 previously unreleased Springsteen tracks, $44.99. White Line 35. And we have, what is going on? Okay, hold on one second. Do this over here. Okay. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? There's only 129 likes. We need some more likes, okay? All right. Christian Velez will no longer be commenting on our page, okay? And Tom Harris on Bruce. Tom Harris on Bruce. Sorry, I am a little under the weather, which means my brain is under the weather, okay? All right, new auctions, new crate, new Paul crate, White Line. The last bid on White Line was Scott Fellows at 35. We're going to say that's going once, going twice, okay? That was a great crate of new vinyl. I've got 2 more new crates, and plus, If y'all allow me time to sort them a little bit later, we've got other stuff. Let's go ahead and knock out this right here. It's caught my attention because it's one of my favorites. And this is the OG album too. Nice. It's a 71 US Presswell record RCA Club edition on the original labels. It is an RCA Club edition. See that fine print right there? But the vinyl's beautiful, and it's on that very desirable OG pink label. EX++ near mint minus. I remember people talking about that, and the first time I finally found one of those, I was like, wow, there it is. Pink Capricorn, finally. The Allman Brothers is clean. Laura says it is EX++ near mint minus. That's going to go up for a $35 start. That's a must-have. That is a must-have over there, okay? There's that, there's that. All right, let's go through this other crate. I want to do more new vinyl on sale. I'm going to have to sort through stuff, though. That's okay. I'd rather go through this Paul crate. I'd rather see some stuff, some new stuff here. All righty, there's that. Looks like some cool stuff in here. Oh, sorry if I also sound like I'm dying. I promise I'm not. I am pretty achy, though. We got a lot of new people that just requested to join the group, probably from those links. I just approved 8 new people. And here we go. All right, let's see what we got here, folks. First, White Line is sold. All new auctions coming up. White Line is sold to Scott Fellows for $35. That's sold to Scott Fellows for $35. Thank you, Scott. Let's put that away. All right. And then Allman Brothers is with MT Matt at $40. David Barwick, you have been outbid. Let me close my laptop for a few seconds while we put up our next auctions. Let's go ahead and knock out this other gigantic box set. This is the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Take a look at this. This is a new limited edition LP box set. That's what the hype sticker said. It's still in the shrink. It is a 2000 OG. The velvet box. Laura says it feels evil. Uh-oh, yeah, it's got that same material as like the Bee Gees album that I hate. That don't feel as bad, though. That's a lot softer than those Bee Gees albums are. It is an 8 LP. Everything is all EX or better with the book. And the notes on this is a 56 unreleased recordings. 56 unreleased recordings. 40-page book. Each album is pressed on 180-gram virgin vinyl. And it has never before heard takes of Purple Haze, Hey Joe, Little Wing. Look at that. 8 LP box in the original velvet slipcase or velvet lid. That's a $155 start. Another big box set we have to sell tonight. Very cool. These are new arrivals that Paul's marked today, and they're all sticker price, okay? First thing we have here is Silly Wizard. This is Caledina's Hardy Sons. It's a Celtic folk album, $14.99. The Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Why Don't You Start Me Up, $24.99. OG with Bob Lugwood mastering, $24.99 on the Rolling Stones. Hound Dog Taylor, Beware of the Dog, a 76 US, $24.99 on Hound Dog Taylor. And we got Larry Davis, Funky Stuff. Larry Davis is $19.99. So the Allman Brothers has hit 56, looking for 155 on Hendrix. 155 on Hendrix. Let's see what else I have over here. What are these? Okay, I know what those are. I've made sure I sold all the box sets off. I think I have. Okay, far as other auctions, let's see here. Let's get into some 45s. Start me up with the Windows 95 release song. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen that before. That's funny. Start up your computer. Something about billionaires trying to dance, it don't work out too well, does it? Man, I don't know what a lot of these are. Okay, I know who that is. That's the White Yoakum. Tomorrow's going to be another day. A Third Man Records press, the White Yoakum. Here is Jake Bug, Kentucky. And this is Medina Lake against Again and Again. Medina Lake. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. $10 start. All right. And then let's go back to the top. Allman Brothers 56. And then Scott Fellows on Tattoo You. And yes, that's OG Bob Lugwood mastering. David Barwick on the Allman Brothers for 60. Rod Bryan on Larry Davis. Slicker Van Slyke wants the Celtic Folk. Jimmy has a bid for 155. Almonds is at 66. And then Hound Dog Taylor, Beware the Dog, is still available. 1976, $24.99. Mary Watkins, Something's Moving. Mary Watkins is a 1978 US. That's $19.99. The Allman Brothers is at 66. And Spivey Records, which is typically blues, it is Encore for the Chicago Blues. 1968 US, $34.99. Did you do the Kiss You Wanted the Best? We have not. I've not sold, well, I would take that back. I have sold Kiss records, but they've been Japanese pressings. Allman Brothers 66, 65, 67. We're about to sell the Hendrix to Scott Dwallow for 155. Nice. A Tab in the Ocean, Nectar. That's a gold stamp promo, $19.99 for Nectar. And we have Linda Ronstadt live in Germany. That looks like an unofficial. It is a 2 LP unofficial Linda Ronstadt live, $24.99. Final call to get a bid on those 3 singles for 10. And the Charlie Daniels Band live at Capitol Theater. This is New Jersey, 1985. Wow. 2024 red marble vinyl. That's a Charlie Daniels unofficial. Capitol Theater, 1985. Red marble vinyl, $39.99. A couple unofficials there. Roy Clark live, $9.99. And it's still in shrink. And underneath the shrink is a Lawrence Welk Hee Haw Counter Revolution of Polka photo. Some kind of booklet that is attached underneath the shrink, and no one ever pulled it out. That's just $9.99. Next is Slicker Van Slyke on the Nectar, and Bill Samus on that live Linda Ronstadt. Okay, and Scott Dwallow, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Jimi Hendrix box, just one bid for $155. I found that surprising, but it is sold to you. $155, that's done. Let's go ahead and make these singles a buy it now for $10. Buy it now for $10 on those 3 singles. And Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits. Clean copy, no condition notes, $19.99. Catherine, the Allman Brothers, for anybody else interested in bidding, the Allman Brothers is a 71 OG club copy. So it's on the first labels. It's technically OG. This one was pressed for the RCA Record Club of America. And then over here, the Almonds is at 76 and now 80. That's at $80 over there. Also, we have George Benson Space. George Benson's in shrink wrap, $14.99. George Benson Space, that's $14.99. And Steve Kahn Arrows, that is $9.99. Steve Kahn Arrows and A Little Night Music. That's a soundtrack. Yep. A Little Night Music is in shrink wrap. That's $9.99. Let's take a gander over here at some of our auctions we still got to put up tonight. I bet some people are quietly waiting for it to go up. And so let's run it. This is the Alice in Chains Jar of Flies Sap double pack that was released through Music on Vinyl. Now, if y'all remember, before they finally put Jar of Flies back into print, this was the only way it's available. It was kind of like unplugged. It was very expensive. Plus, you got the awesome EP as well, Sap. This is the Music on Vinyl pressing, both into one. It does have an etching, and it's near mint minus. Side A has some very faint marks. That's it. We've graded it near mint minus. Alice in Chains, Music on Vinyl, Jar of Flies, and Sap, a $95 start. $95 start. The Spivey Blues back here. Spivey Blues is Muddy Waters Bluesmen, Harvey Hill, Coco Taylor, Memphis Slim, Babe Stovall, Big Joe Williams, Olive Brown, J.B. Lenore, Washboard Sam Band, Victoria Spivey, Willie Dixon, John Hammond Jr., John Henry Barbie, Viola Wells, Homesick James, and Roosevelt Sykes. Those are artists on the back of the Victoria Spivey Encore Presents. Okay, and then one more question before I answer April's. What year is Steve Kahn? Edwin Blom, that is 1979. Allman Brothers 90, Allison Chains 95, and Brian DeLeon on the Victoria Spivey. Almonds is at 96. Yes, April, how can I help you?
I need to know if this is new or pre-owned or whatever.
That is a pre-owned record. It was new, but it was defective, so it's pre-owned. It's pre-owned now. Thank you so much. That is Kiss Unplugged.
I got it.
It was $10. Okay, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work again. Okay, moving right along. The Lee Evans Trio. This is in mono, $9.99, and Sublime. Sublime is a 2LP remaster and shrink. That came out of nowhere, $29.99. All right, what's our next auctions over here? Gomez, I Don't Know, and The Sacred Souls. All right, so here's Gomez, How We Operate, blue vinyl. The Sacred Souls, Running Away, and Love Comes Easy. And I have no clue what this is. Let me see if I can get to a disc to find out. Death Wish. Death Wish, maybe. Those 345s, a $10 start. Those 345s, a $10 start. All right, so Allison Chains just has one bid for $95 for Stephen Parton. That's a final call. The Allman Brothers is at 96. Edwin Blom on Steve Kahn. William APM on Trio. And Ninja Pony, you were second. William APM just beat you to that one. Next is Foreplay, Ivory. This is a 1973 Prague album, promo, 1973 Prague. It's called Ivory, self-titled, $19.99. And then over here we have Peppermint's Company Trolley, $24.99. That's on the Atka. This is the Peppermint Trolley Company, $24.99. The 45s are at 10 and now 11. Put me on a wait list. One. No, that was a one and done. That was a one and done. That just means you're second, and if we have another one, it's whenever it shows up. Okay? So Almonds is at 96. We sold Steve and Trio. And then the 45s, 10, 11. Edwin Blom on 4. And that was for this here, the Ivory thing. And then Fred Cardinal second. Josh Brown has been 100 on Allison Chains. And Peppermint Trolley is sold to Ron Burns. Now Allison trades at 110. All right, so we got bids going on these two, but I'm going to go ahead and sell the Allman Brothers. George Samberaz got that. Very nice copy. Essentially near mint minus for $96. Thank you, George Samberaz. That's sold to you. All right, let's put up a Miles Davis over here. Miles Davis, Quiet Nights. Arranged and conducted by Gil Evans. This is OG, VG, Columbia 2i label. OG stereo, Miles Davis. The jacket, not bad whatsoever. Let's put that up for a $25 start. Pentangle, Cruel Sisters. Pentangle is $14.99. Gatefold, always interesting records in the Paul Crate. I've seen a wide variety of genres so far. $14.99 on that. The singles are at $13. Allison Chains at $110. Josh Brown, it's up to you. The Allman Brothers Band, Enlightened Rogues, that's $19.99 for ABB. That's the Allman Brothers. Herbie Mann, St. Thomas. Herbie Mann, VG Plus condition, $9.99. And John Fahey, Volume 3, The Dance of Death and Other Plantation Favorites. John Fahey, a 67 mono reissue. This is VG Plus $59.99. VG Plus $59.99. Diego Sanchez on Pentangle. That's sold to Diego Sanchez. We also have Buddy Miles, Bicentennial Gathering of the Tribes. Buddy Miles is VG Plus $14.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. That's VG $14.99. $115 on Allison Trains, now $120. Diego on the John Fahey. Just so you know, Fred Cardinal, you're out on those two singles. No bid on Miles Davis. Final call on that. Going once, going twice to get a bid in for $25. What are they again? Death Wish. Somebody said that it have a Michael Jordan logo on it. Brandon, it did. It's got Jordan logos all over it. There's Death Wish. We have The Sacred Souls and Gomez. That is the high bid of those at $13 with Nick Galletti. Russell Snedgear on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Russell Snedgear. Next in here is Dr. John in the Right Place. That's a 73 Presswell. Always a desirable album. VG Plus, $34.99 on Dr. John. And this is Canned Heat. Yeah. Living the Blues. Canned Heat is a 71 US reissue. EX edition, $17.99. Miles Davis has been graded VG condition. It's an OG VG. The singles are at 14 and now 15. Josh is out on the Music on Vinyl, Alice in Chains Sap. This is Music on Vinyl, Alice in Chains Sap, and Jar of Flies, obviously, there on the front. Man, Nutshell, No Excuses. There it is. 14, now 15. And then over here is Friday the 13th, Cook County Jail, a 74 US repress, Soul Jazz, VG Plus, $14.99. Diego on the Canned Heat. Thank you on that. I'm not for sure, but I guarantee Michael Jordan didn't know that they used that. I guess it looks like, I don't know. But I guarantee he has no knowledge of this existing. Or he'd be like, hey man, where's my cut? That's a picture of me you're using. Graham Hine Bottleneck Blues. Graham Hine Bottleneck Blues is a 1970 US VG, $19.99. Cook County Jail. Sold to William APM. That's done. And Maxine Weldon right now. Maxine is in VG, $9.99. Is Death Wish from Wisconsin. I don't really know. There's not much written on it. Death Wish music. Peace on Earth maybe. And War on Stage. That's about as much as I can get to you. It's one of those obscure looking singles. They make it very difficult to look at or figure out what it is. All right, Miles Davis is a buy it now for $25. Quiet Nights, Gil Evans. Alice in Chains is a final call to Stephen Parton for $120. $120. Okay. We have Grady Tate, Moving Day. Grady Tate is VG Plus, $14.99. And we also have Willie Trash. This is Blue and Ragged. This is a 74 US Country Blues. VG condition, $9.99. Donna gets the Miles Davis for $25. I could have swore she said she was going to bed. She's still hanging out. BG's First, a 67 USOG stereo, VG Plus, $14.99. And the Chambers Brothers, Love, Peace, and Happiness. The Chambers Brothers is EX, $12.99. Are we done on these singles? The last three bids were Fred Cardinale. The last bid was Fred Cardinale at $15. Haven't heard back from the other bidders. Fred's had it for a while now at $15. I'm about to sell it. And then Alice in Chains is sold to Stephen Parton. This is sold to Stephen for $120. Brandon just asked, what's it at? It was at $120 and it just sold. $120. I figured that would get close to $200. I consider that and the Led Zeppelin box the deals of the night. Nice is VG, $9.99. Has a demonstration not for sale stamp on the back. And Fanny Hill, VG, $24.99. Fanny Hill, VG, $24.99. Brandon Lack's back on the singles at 16. Next single, or next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Dead Kennedys. Folks, this is OG. This is Dead Kennedys, Plastic Surgery Disasters. This is OG Dead Kennedys, 1982, with book, EX condition. And we're going to put this up for a $55 start. It has the book. It is OG from the UK. And there's the jacket, which is not bad. Maybe VG Plus. OG Dead Kennedys for $55 start. That's something I don't say too often. I don't think I ever shared the link to tonight's video on our story. Let me do that right now. Yeah, a couple steals tonight. That's why sometimes I'll look at something and I'm like, $55 start? No, let's start it at $35. And then sometimes I'll see a $125 start, and I'm like, no, let's start this at $195. So there's that. I never did get this on our story, so I better do that right now. It's awfully late to be doing that, but there's that. And then some things get 100 bids, so you just never know. Seems like the most desirable titles tonight have got the least amount of bids, though, and the ones I didn't think would get bids have got the most. The singles, Fred Cardinale, you're out. Now Brandon has them for 16. Gene Clark and Carla Olson, an 87 US, VG condition, 19.99. Family, anyway, families in VG Plus condition, $11.99. Miss Butters, the family tree, 68 US stereo, VG Plus, $24.99. Our next auction is You Wanted the Best, You Got It. KISS. That's literally what it's called. You wanted the best, you got the best. This is a 1996 OG. It's in shrink with hop. It's VG Plus. Let's go ahead and start it for $80. It is missing the merch form. KISS is going to go up for an $80 start. Interesting Paul crate here. All kinds of interesting titles. George Benson, Gimme the Night. George Benson's VG Plus, $11.99. Neil Young's debut solo album, very good. VG Plus, $19.99. John Miller, How About Me? John Miller's the 74 Piedmont Blues. That's EX, $22.99. And Rod Stewart, Gasoline Alley, a 180-gram reissue of an early UK edition of his album Gasoline Alley, $22.99. Joe Farrell on George Benson. I lost Fred Cardinale on these 3 singles. He'll be back in about 10 minutes and say, did I get those singles? Brandon Lack gets these for $16. Brandon, those are sold to you for $16. Looking for an $80 start on KISS. Scott Fellows has the OG Dead Kennedys at $100. What am I about to do? I'm about to sell it. I'm just going to read some of the stuff that's left in here very quickly. David Tate has KISS for $80. Susie on RS for Rod Stewart. That's so to Susie. And that officially fills up our full next crate of vinyl over here, our full crate of vinyl. It's been full. There's that. And let's put that right there, okay? Next thing we have is this red empty crate. You know what we're about to do? We're about to fill it up as well. If you hear something in here and you're like, wait a minute, what was that? Let me know and I'll tell you more information about it. Final call on KISS for $80. All right, let's grab 3 more singles over here. This says Roostin Kelly, Third Man Records, and the Lumineers. There's the Lumineers. Third Man Records, $6.98. Artist Duran Jones and the Indications. Power to the People. And let me grab something more related to those other 3. Here we go. Grizzly Bear, While You Wait for the Others. Grizzly Bear, While You Wait for the Others. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? KISS is a final call for $80. What was the Gene Clark title? What is the Dead Kennedys? The Dead Kennedys is Plastic Surgery Disasters. This is an OG. It is an OG copy from 1982, EX with the book. It's complete, it's OG, and it's a nice copy. It has a high bid of $100 with Scott Fellows. KISS is one we never get in. Typically something I thought already, it's at $80. I figured it would start at $80, $90, $95, $100, $125, $150, $175, $225. But you know what? It's at $80 right now, a final call, a 96 OG, in shrink with hype, final call. Here's what's left in here. First, let me find that Gene Clark because it was near the end. Gene Clark is called So Rebellious, A Lover. It's in shrink, vinyls VG, 87, 19.99. The singles have a bid for 10, final call. Hound Dog Taylor and the House Rockers, Beware of the Dog, a 76 US, 24.99. Mary Watkins, Something's Moving, 78 US, 19.99. Charlie Daniels Band, a live unofficial on red marble vinyl, 39.99. Roy Clark Live in Shrink, $9.99. Also, Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, Nice, $19.99. Dead Kennedys, $101. Kiss, $85, now $90. I think everybody's got off their lunch break. George Benson Space, George Benson and Shrink Wrap, $14.99. A Little Night Music, that's also $9.99. We have Sublime, a 2LP remaster, Nice and Shrink, $29.99. Allman Brothers and Light and Rogue. Somebody asked earlier what was the name of the Allman Brothers. I just now remembered I didn't answer. It's called Light and Rogues, $19.99. Fred Carnell and RC for Roy Clark. That is sold to Fred Carnell. And this is Herbie Mann. This is VG Plus, $9.99. This one is not a test pressing. No. It's just made to look that way. Darren Jones and the Indicators. That is not a test pressing. I think it's just made to look that way. And then the Lumineers and Grizzly Bear. Those are still just one bid for $10, right? Yep, Vladarchek. One bid, $10. Next is Buddy Miles, Bicentennial Gathering of the Tribes. VG Plus, $14.99. Dead Kennedys at $112. Kiss is at $100. This is Dr. John in the Right Place. This is VG Plus, $34.99. This is a 73 Presswell. Amanda Darby wants the 3 no-bid singles from earlier. These right here, the Dwight Yoakam, the Jake Bug, and the Medina Lake. Those 3 are sold to Amanda Darby for $10. Now Fred's at $11. Does the Grizzly Bear single have the Michael McDonald version on it? Yes. While You Wait for the Others, featuring Michael McDonald. Yes. Now the Dead Kennedys at $113. Scott, this is a new arrivals crate. Everything in here is sticker price. Graham Hine, Bottleneck Blues, VG $19.99. Maxine Weldon, VG $9.99. Grady Tate, Moving Day, VG Plus $14.99. We got Willie Trash. That is, looks like it was at a radio station, and they documented every time that they played it over the air over several years, almost a decade. It was played on the radio for over 10 years, from April 77 to January of 87. From 77 to 87. It's a country blues album. VG $9.99. Dead Kennedys at $117. The singles are at $11, and now the singles is at $15. Kiss is at $100 with Jeff Church. Everybody else is out. Jeff Church has Kiss at $100. David Tate, it goes back to you. The Bee Gees first, VG Plus $14.99. And the Chambers Brothers, Love, Peace, and Happiness. The Chambers Brothers is EX Edition, $12.99. Nice. That is VG $9.99. That's with Keith Emerson of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Has a promo stamp on the back. The singles are now at $16 with Fred Cardinale. Fanny Hill is VG $24.99. Kiss is at $110. The singles are at $20. And Scott's done on the Dead Kennedys. Rebecca has it for $118. Family, anyway. Family's VG Plus $11.99. We have Miss Butters, The Family Tree, VG Plus $24.99. Neil Young, self-titled, VG Plus $19.99. And Graham Miller, How About Me, Piedmont Blues, EX $22.99. That was a great Paul crate. Great Paul crate. And guess what? I'm going to go ahead and condense. Well, first of all, I was going to say, guess what? There's more coming. Here's kind of the agenda for tonight. I'm going to go through all the Paul and Laura crates that are brought to me up until a certain point. I might start CDs earlier tonight because we have an incredible new batch. We have an incredible new batch that was just recently discovered. It came from the same place where we bought all the Stephen King books and the comic books. So there's like hundreds, if not maybe a couple thousand CDs. And I think y'all heard me tease some of the titles earlier. Mostly rock, hard rock, and some metal. And those are going to be beautiful condition. We're going to start showing some of those pretty soon. I'm not done discounting new vinyl yet. I am kind of in a transition period right here where I'm working on sorting some more. I still got some stuff to sort. There's some pretty recent titles here that aren't really eligible, and then there's some that I hadn't got to yet that are 100% eligible. So let me grab these. Let me figure out what I had left over here. June. Some of the stuff's pretty dang new. June 25th. Okay, yeah, here's June
1st. Yeah, some of these here I'm going to go ahead and discount right here. June 3rd. I'm going to put some of these on sale. Not that. I'll go ahead and mark that down. Still got some more here to throw at you, okay? And not those. Those are brand new. Okay. Let me get them condensed over here. Okay. So, Scott Dwallow made an offer on Sublime, and I told him it was sticker price because these are new arrivals. Scott, if you don't want this, I'm going to sell it to Travis Woods. He said he would take it, okay? The singles are sold to Vladarchek for $20. Kiss is at $120 with Jeff Church. David Tate, you're out. And the Dead Kennedys is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $118. Okay? $118. Let's get some other great auctions up. Kiss is now performing the way I was hoping it would. So Travis Woods, you do get Sublime. And now let's put up new stuff. Here's some of the other stuff I still have to put up for auction. That's another big indicator of when the show I'm transitioning maybe into compact disc, because we're going to sell just as many of those tonight as we probably do vinyl. We got Minneapolis Genius. We got Bill Evans. David Bowie Changes 2. Elton John, Funkadelic. Let's do that right now. Hendrix, Pink Floyd, Tom Petty, Henley, Don Henley. Grateful Dead. Slide Easy, Curtis Fuller Sextet. Hawk Wind, I forgot about that. Oh, there's Bo Diddley. Let me not forget about him. Let's put that up right now. Muddy Waters, The Yardbirds, Booker T, Super Session, Jimi Hendrix, AC/DC, Stevie Ray Vaughan, U2. That's some of the tagged auctions. I've got a few Japanese, but not many titles probably to put up right now. Minneapolis Genius is Prince. Okay, we probably need to work on that then. David's out on Kiss. So let's go ahead and sell that to Jeff Church for $120. I think we're done with this crate. Motorhead is actually damaged. It's got seam splits, and they're $24.99. So they've got seam splits right here. I've got 3 left. It is an unreleased album from 1976. They're $24.99. Let me go ahead and just give you the crew details on these. And I got to run up front and get a Kleenex and a bottle of water. First here is Funkadelic, a 1976 U.S. Pittman original. This is Funkadelic. This is Tales of Kid Funkadelic. Not bad for a Funkadelic album. Wow, EX++. Super high grade. That is going to go up for a $35 start. And we have Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley is a 1958 U.S. Indianapolis OG mono. And it's VG. And even though it's VG, Laura says it's honestly one of the nicest copies I've seen in a while. If you were to do like a bell curve on the Bo Diddley records, VG would be upper condition. Down there at the bottom, the little part at the bottom on the right, that would be near mint, like 1%. So this is probably near the right side of that drop of that curve. That's actually not bad. So there's that, and it's a $20 start. Okay, these are slightly damaged with seam splits for $24.99. Buddy Cordova says he'll take one. Anthony Riddle says he'll take one. And there's one left if you want it, Scott Fellows, okay? And can you order any dry cleaning albums? Dry Cleaning Cloths or Dry Cleaning, is that the name of the band, Dry Cleaning? And then El Terrible wants the Looking Glass that was in here. That's sold to El Terrible. And then Funkadelic 35, 35, 35. And Bo Diddley Funkadelic. Okay, so we'll see if Scott wants that. If not, Brian Schultz does, okay? And I can get those new without any seam splits for $33.99, but those came in. Let's go through. I'm going to show you like 10 on-sale new LPs as I finish purging all of the stuff over here that's on sale. First, I definitely need a bottle of water and some paper towels. I want to thank everybody for bearing with me tonight. I think I said on a scale of 1 to 10, my health right now is about a 3.
I didn't hear what you said.
I was just talking to the people as I was walking up here. I wasn't talking to you, April, but that's okay. Thanks for caring. I was just telling everybody, thanks you for bearing with me. Usually Chad's in crazy turbo mode. On a scale of 1 to 10 right now, I'm about a 3.
Yeah, I can tell.
She said, yeah, I can tell. Thank you. I'm going to blow my nose right here.
I'm joking. I'll go over. April said, "Ooh, please leave me alone." Okay, let me get a bottle of water out of the Coca-Cola fridge up here. Shout out to Coca-Cola for supplying us with drinks. They deliver Cokes about once a month. We sold 12 crates last night. We got a long ways to go. Of course, we went through probably 70% of our new vinyl inventory. And let me put this over here. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, thank you for that. I'm here. Don't go anywhere, please. What do we got? 273 people watching. Nice. I'm about to answer all these questions and get everybody updated in 1 second. Okay. Whew. I definitely got sick on my trip, and it just hit me like last night near the last third of the sale. I feel a lot better now. So we had a pending Motorhead to the first person who asked. And the person who asked was Scott Fellows. We sold Looking Glass to El Terrible. We sold Buddy Cordova Motorhead. And, oh, man. My ear. Ooh. Okay. Sorry. That felt bad. Anthony Riddle was second. And then Funkadelic got an opening bid for $35. And then let me see what Scott said. Okay, he passed. So Brian Schultz, you do get Motorhead for $24.99, okay? Bo Diddley, $25. Funkadelic, $40, $45. Bo Diddley, $20. Dry Cleaning. Let's make a note to see if we can order Dry Cleaning albums. That's the name of the band. When you first asked that, I thought you were asking, could I get dry cleaning cloths instead of the lubricated ones? Funkadelic 50. What style of outer sleeves do we sell? They're called vinyl style. Vinyl style. Okay. And then let's check on Robert Pollard and Guided by Voices for Paul Sandberg. And Scott, I got you. Thank you. I hadn't worked my way down. Sorry. And then Funkadelic 60 and Bo Diddley 30. All right. That's where we're at on our auctions. Hold on 1 second. Oh, man. Okay. Here we go. Let me show you a handful of on-sale new vinyl titles, okay? I've added more here to my crate. So let me show these to you right now. And for those that wasn't on earlier, you might want to see some of these. So this is all on-sale new vinyl. I've added some more $29.99ers. The Best of Lizzie Borden. I've had these for over a month now. Let's go ahead and mark down the last two. Orange Vinyl, 2 LP, The Best of Lizzie Borden. $15 off. These are now $29.99. $29.99. I have got, sounds like my right ear is underwater. Next in $29.99. No, these are $24. I'll do Slayer for $24.99. That's been here over a month. Last copy, $24.99 on Slayer. Fred Carnell wants a Lizzie Borden. Make sure that goes in for $29. Darren gets a Lizzie Borden. Make sure that goes in for $29. This is $24.99. $10 off. Children of Bodom, live in Helsinki. That's $24.99. Red Marble Vinyl. These are $29. I've only got one. Stay Hungry, Twisted Sister. And that's on Blood Red Vinyl. That's now $15 off. And then I have, this was just because it was in a Hatchet Ed bin, so this shouldn't really be on sale, but there it is, Typo Negative for $29.99. And helmet's also $24.99. Helmet $24. That's been here over a month. I think this is stuff from Hatchet Ed bins with old stickers, so they just need to be put back out. And then we have Angel, their debut album on blue vinyl, a 50th anniversary. That's $29.99, okay? So quick update. Bo Diddley's at $32. Funkadelic's at $62. And then over here, we sold a Lizzie Borden to Fred, a Lizzie Borden to Darren. Anthony Riddle got Slayer for $24.99. Fred Carnell got the Twisted Sister for $29. Robin was next. Garrett got Helmet for $24.99. And then I'm able to order mini guitars from you. No, just tell me what you want, or actually send Ed a Facebook message, okay? Send Ed a Facebook message. And then Funkadelics is $65. Okay, so here is some new vinyl from earlier. The Cure is $29.99. That's on sale. 17 seconds. These were showed really early tonight, so one more quick run through. This first batch here in front of the sticky note is $24.99. Bright Eyes, I'm Wide Awake, It's Morning. Bright Eyes is $24.99. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain, $24.99. Music on Vinyl, Vinyl Me Please. These are $24.99. Petra, 1974 reissue, remastered, burgundy vinyl, $24.99. We got Pavement, Crooked Rain, $24.99. Ryan Bingham, already on sale, now $10 more off, $24.99. And Veruca Salt was just $24.99. Crazy good deals on those. Crazy good deals on those. Okay, now back over here. Are we done on Bo Diddley? I think we were. If I get to the bottom, I'm selling to Fred for $32. Funkadelic had a new bid for $65. Jeff Hallsworth, if you don't want the Cure, Fred Carnell does. So let me know on that. And then Fred Carnell wants Veruca Salt, $24. Anthony needs to put back Slayer. So if anybody wants Slayer, it is available. Slayer, Divine Intervention, $24.99. Fred Carnell got a Veruca Salt. Also $24.99, Stranger Things Seasons 1 and 2. And Children of Bodom is $24.99. Now for $29.99 is New Order, $10 off on Low Life. Zach Bryan, self-titled, that's $10 off, $29. Dream Theater, $10, $29.99. The Cure is $29.99, but that's sold to either Jeff, and now it's sold to Fred for $29.99. Brian Schultz wants a Veruca Salt. I just accidentally over-ordered these. This is actually sold really good. I just over-ordered them about a month ago. Robin Glenn on Stranger Things for $24. And then Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley is officially sold. And Bo is sold to Fred Carnell for $32, okay? And I think we're done on Funkadelic. JH is out. Final call to George Sheriff for $65. Folks, EX++. Great stuff in here. Alan Smith on New Order for $29. Ron Burns on Dream Theater for $29. And Deckelman on Children of Bodom for $24.99. Mike Owen on that last New Order for $29. And then y'all just seen the other ones. Typo Negative for $29.99. Angel, blue vinyl, that was $38, $29, okay? That is done. Garrett was next on Dream Theater. Funkadelic is officially sold to George Sheriff for $65. Nice. Stranger Things Seasons 1 and 2. Okay, next is this Prince album, Minneapolis Genius, 94 East. The Historic 77 Recordings. It's an OG, it's official, an 85 US compilation of recordings from early in Prince's career. He was only 19 at the time, and those tracks, at the time these tracks were being recorded. It's EX++ with the original under sleeve. Minneapolis Genius is a $30 start. $30 start on Minneapolis Genius. There is that. Okay, and then Bowie changes to the second Bowie compilation. An 81 USOG compilation. The vinyl's EX. It does have some cover damage and writing. Up here, the cover has some damage. Looks like it got wet. And Cal or somebody wrote their name on the cover. Just a $20 start on that. Guy, I did not forget about your question about Taylor Swift. Let me go get it right now. It was laying right here. Uh-oh. It was laying right here. It was a Taylor Swift program. I've walked by it 3 times last night. It looked like it was from, well, I don't want to say because I don't know. What has happened? I said something to Paul and Tanner about it. They might have moved it or brought it to me, and now it's somewhere. Okay, I can just say that. Oh, no, here it is. I have found it. This is Taylor Swift Speak Now World Tour Program 2011. Definitely something that was probably sold at the concert, maybe. Speak Now World Tour Program. Comes with a poster. And that's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? Maybe not sold at a concert. It has a barcode. I doubt it if so. It says CoverGirl on the back. $10 start on that. Prince is at $30.32. Bowie a $20 start. All right. I may add more new vinyl to that, but I do have other new vinyl. I have new vinyl that hadn't been shown yet. But I still have some crates. The crates I have to go through now just basically has new vinyl that I hadn't. Y'all get what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm probably talking like in circles. All right, there's that. And there's that. Okay. All right, so this is new stuff that came in tonight. Then I'm going to go through another Paul crate. This one's half full. It's probably all Pantera and Metallica, but let's find out. Far Beyond Driven. Speaking of nightly nudity. Far Beyond Driven. Now, this is the Rhino 2LP remaster. Like, if you want the best Pantera recordings on vinyl, this is it. This is it. Let me reply to Tanner right quick. Give me 1 second. All right, so this is $44.99. That's Far Beyond Driven. Becoming, Strength Beyond Strength, 2LP, I'm Broken, $44.99. That's a good one. That is a 2LP heavy metal Pantera. It is an amazing sounding record. Those tracks, I'm Broken and 5 Minutes Alone, Becoming, all right there in a row. That is a 2LP, $44.99, okay? And then I have Metallica, live, Nagoya, Japan, 1986. That's a live Metallica bootleg, $39.99. They come out to Battery, Master of Puppets, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Welcome Home Sanitarium, Ride the Lightning, Whiplash, The Thing That Should Not Be, Fade to Black, Seek and Destroy, Creep and Death, Four Horsemen, Guitar Solo, Am I Evil, Damage Inc., and Fight Fire with Fire. That's live in Japan, 86. Buddy Cordova wants the other Pantera. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Taylor Swift's at $16. Prince is at $40. Fred Carnell, You're Out. And David Bowie has one bid with Lauder check for $20. I'm about to sell it. Next is the Vulgar Display of Power 2LP edition. This is $49.99. This is the same thing as Far Beyond Driven. The Rhino 2LP cut from the High Definition Masters. Mouth for War, A New Level, Walk is on here. Effing Hostile, 2LP. Pantera, that's $49.99. Scott Dwallow on Metallica. The Taylor Swift Tour program's at $20. I also have S&M, Metallica Live with the San Francisco Symphony, a 3LP, $69.99. That's a 3LP, $69.99. By the way, there's a bunch of Metallica, so at some point you might have to let me know specifically what you want, okay? And then right here is Nagoya, and this one is sold. This one is sold to Buddy Cordova. I might have messed up Pantera. Panteras were sold to Aaron Civic. Did I not say your name, Aaron? I thought I did. Aaron Civic got a Driven, Far Beyond Driven. That's sold to Aaron Civic. Buddy Cordova got the other one. Buddy Cordova got the other one. Yeah, I pulled one for you. I might have just not said your name. And then Scott Dwallow got Metallica, Japan. And Buddy Cordova got Metallica, Japan. Bowie has a new bid for 21, now 25. Troy Overmeyer wants Vulgar. Troy Overmeyer wants Vulgar, and so does Stephen Parton. Okay? That's so does Stephen Parton. Okay? Hollow. Great song, too. Yes. Let's go ahead and sell Prince, the Guy Shard. Prince is sold to Guy Shard, and this is sold to him for $40. The Taylor Swift is a Speak Now World Tour book. It is currently up for auction. The high bid is $25. Speak Now World Tour book 2011. It is got a CoverGirl ad on the back, or that has the word CoverGirl on the back. I don't know if that has anything to do with the makeup brand or something else. It has a poster tucked underneath this flap here. And then if we sell out of something, let me know, okay? There is no Rhino Cowboys from Hell. No, unfortunately not. No Rhino. That's the only two available. Let's get some waiting lists going. So if anybody wants Far Beyond Drip, I'm about to order more. Like tonight, I'm going to order 2 more. They probably won't be until Monday, but if you want one, they'll be here next week for a new invoice. Let's put Sean Druin on the Metallica 86. And if anybody wants Vulgar, okay? If anybody wants Vulgar, same thing. So far, we've sold out of everything except S&M. I still got S&M. Here is Garage Days Revisited 29. Garage Days Revisited 29. The 598 EP. $29.99 on that. And here's Garage Inc., which is an amazing compilation. $59.99. 3 LPs. It has the Garage Days Revisited, and it has all their B-sides and unreleased recordings, like Am I Evil? It's worth it just for that. So there's Garage Inc., and then there is Garage Days Revisited. I also have Death Magnetic, which I heard them play a song live for the first time, and it made me ultimately appreciate it more. Cyanide. If you've ever heard Cyanide played live, it's incredible. That bass line they cut to when they're transitioning, fantastic. I'd never had heard that one live before. Death Magnetic, that's a 2 LP, $44.99. Scott Dwallow wants a Garage Days. And Susie Breedlove wants a Garage Days. Now, you want Garage Days and not Garage Inc., right? I got Scott and Susie down for the $29.99 Garage Days. There's Death Magnetic. And then here's a live unofficial we had a waiting list for. Here's a live unofficial we had a waiting list for. Hammersmith Odeon. So let me bring out my handy-dandy notebook. If you buy Garage Inc., you'll get Garage Days Revisited as well. So you kind of get that as a bonus in there. Okay, and let me check the waiting list on these. The waiting list on these is Metallica, and maybe there's not. Maybe I've already fulfilled it. Maybe these are available. I thought, yeah. No waiting list on these, so these 3 are available. Hammersmith Odeon, $39.99, okay? So Scott Dwallow wants to put back Revisited, and he said give him a Garage Inc. Same thing, another one sold to Buddy Cordova, okay? Taylor Swift was at 40 with Guy Shard, and David Bowie is sold to Vladarchik for $25. As soon as I said that, Avery just bid $26. Avery, I could have swore you were done on that. This is $26, right? Or excuse me, this was $25 to Vladarchik, yes. He had it for about 6 minutes. I got to go ahead and sell it to him. Plus, your bid came in at the last second there. Hammersmith Odeon is sold to Sean Druin. Sold to Sean Druin. There's 2 left. Those are hand numbered on colored vinyl. Those are hand numbered on colored vinyl. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. Let's put up Hawk Wind, Space Ritual. Hawk Wind is a 1973 OG Terre Haute. Folks, this is probably one of the most desirable Hawkwind albums. And this has the original tri-fold, gigantic fold-out cover. Very cool. I think it opens this way, too. Look at this. Nice. Excuse the nudity up there on the top left. The new Gypsy up there in the top left. So this is OG VG Plus Lemmy Kilmister. Lemmy Kilmeister. I always butcher his name. Let's just call him Lemmy. Lemmy does play on this one. Okay. Taylor Swift's at 42. We pulled that. And this was a special request for Troy Robinson. This is the Earth, Wind, and Fire album. That's the Way of the World. A 50th anniversary with Shining Star, No Matter Who You Are. I've only got one that's already sold to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Yes, you did get a Garage Inc., yes. And Susie, if you do want to put that back. But now, Susie, you wouldn't be the ultimate collector if you put back a copy of that, right? You got to have at least one of each, of everything. We have Metallica S&M, a 3LP. That is $69.99. 3LP. Death Magnetic, $44.99. The Day That Never Comes. Oh, yeah. So good when he comes out and he starts playing that intro, sitting on the stool. Yes. Hammersmith Odeon, 1986. Master of Puppets, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Sanitarium, Ride the Lightning. Whiplash, The Thing That Should Not Be. Fade to Black, Seek and Destroy, and Creeping Death. Wow. Lagoon Colored Vinyl numbered. Those are $39. And then one Garage Days Revisited left for $29. Let's go ahead and knock out the other crate of new stuff, and then I'm going to go through this last Paul crate. I got one more new crate here to knock out. Sanitarium. Leave me alone. Creeping Death. All right. Hawkwind is at $26. Now it's at $45. So Hawkwind's at $45. Taylor Swift's at $50. Those are going once, going twice. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right. What do I have in here? The Black Album. Wherever I May Roam. Sad But True. $34.99. Inner Sandman. Holier Than Thou. Through the Never. The God That Failed. Don't Tread on Me. $34.99. A 2LP remaster. The Black Album. Here is the only version in print of Cowboys from Hell. White and Whiskey Brown marble vinyl. Cowboys from Hell. $33.99. Cemetery Gates. Domination. $33.99. It's available. We've got two of them. They're on colored vinyl. Kill 'em All. Searching. Seek and Destroy. Hit the Lights. Motor Breath. Jump in the Fire. Whiplash. Phantom Lord. Metal Militia. $33.99 for Kill 'em All. The album that started it all. Taylor Swift is sold for $50 to Guy Shard. And Hawkwind is sold. And that is gone. And Hawkwind is sold to Scott Fellows for $45. All right. That's sold for $45. There's that. Cowboys from Hell is sold to Stephen Parton and Brian Schultz. Let's put up some new auctions right quick. If anybody wants on a waiting list for that, let me know. I have our next auction is right here. It is Mr. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather. It is an 84 OG, just a $15 star. It is in VG Plus condition with spine damage. The spine's got a big ding on it there, some dinging. $15 star. I'm a singing fool. I do love to sing. I can't do much tonight, though. The more I talk, the more my head's hurting. Kill 'em All, and so does Steve Weaver. Searching, Seek and Destroy. Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ride the Lightning, remastered, $33.99. Man, when they went in Saturday night from Whom the Bell Tolls right into Ride the Lightning, I thought I was going to pass out. $33.99, Ride the Lightning. $33.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $17. So some classics there. Black Album, Kill 'em All, Ride the Lightning. As you can see, I was pretty much out of stock of all of my Metallica stuff. I'm on a hot streak with them right now. We have Bill Evans. This is an 83 U.S. reissue, still in shrink, VG condition, a $20 start. Bill Evans, that's now up for bid. Over here, we have Master of Puppets, $33.99. That's available, another remaster. And this is another live unofficial. The City of Brotherly Love, it's a live show. They're doing all covers. Die, Die, My Darling, Blitzkrieg, The Prince. It's a Merciful Fate, Turn the Page, Am I Evil, Last Caress, I Got Something to Say, Dun Dun. Metallica's $39.99. 2 LP red vinyl. That's a good one. All covers. And then, before I show this one, let me go ahead and say Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $17. And then we have Steve Weaver on a Master of Puppets. And then City of Brotherly Love is sold to Steve Weaver. Death Magnetics, $44.99. Fred Cardinal also wants one. There's one left that's red vinyl, all covers live. And then here is we've sold a bunch of these. I forgot to reorder them. This is a complete concert, Market Square Heroes, 1988. It comes as a volume 1 and a volume 2. So they're $44.99 each. I think they're both on colored vinyl. Don't hold me to that. But there's a volume 1 and a volume 2. So if you buy both, it's a 4 LP complete concert, 1988. And of course, that's on the Justice tour. So you get some pretty cool stuff there. Oh my gosh. Harvester of Sorrow, To Live as the Eye of the Beholder, 1. And Justice for All. Crazy. I got Blackened on Saturday night. That was amazing. I was like, golly, finally. I've been waiting forever. That was my 9th show, and I finally got Blackened. $44.99, and it was amazing. The other covers is sold to, so we sold one to Steve, we sold one to Fred, and then Jamie McCord on the other one. And then Steve Weaver wants a volume 1 and a volume 2. And that's Metallica right here. I've got 2 more sets if anybody else wants one. Stevie's at 18. Nobody on Bill Evans. Bill Evans is an 83 US and shrink. VG, a $20 start. I'm about to put up a few more 45s. But first, here is Hardwired, Moth into Flame, $29.99. That's a good one. That's where they bring out the pyro, Moth into Flame, $29.99. That's a 2 LP as well. Hardwired. Not bad price on that. And here is everybody's favorite, Saint Anger. That is a 2 LP, $44.99. Saint Anger. That is a 2 LP. Susie wants a Susie wants a Death Magnetic. That is sold to Susie. Thank you, Susie. That's sold to you. There's Saint Anger. And then we have Brian Schultz on a volume 1 and a volume 2. There's one set left. Thank you, Brian. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 19. And we have And Justice. There is that, $44.99. And Justice for All, Harvester of Sorrow. We got Steve Weaver on Hardwired and Death Magnetic. Okay, so Steve on Hardwired. I'll give you the last copy of Death Magnetic as well. So Steve gets both of these back to back. And then Jamie McCord on Hardwired. But let me go ahead and swap out crates. I hope that James and Lars and Kurt and Robert and Jason and rest in peace Cliff Burton are very happy. We are moving their discography tonight. Oh my gosh. Let me grab a new empty crate. This is why they had to buy their own pressing plant. They literally had to buy their own pressing plant. You go to these shows and there's like everybody there from a kid to people walking in wheelchairs and canes. It's amazing. So we are moving their discography tonight. So we sold Hardwired Death and then Jamie McCord on Hardwired. We have Josh Brown. I'll put you first on the waiting list for Hardwired, okay? I'll put you first on a waiting list, Josh Brown. I'm going to have to order more. Steve Weaver wants a Justice. Michael Hamburger wants a Ride the Lightning. And then over here, we have Buddy Cordova. I'll put you on a wait list for Hardwired. I'm sold out. They'll be back in next week. Maybe, no, they won't be in Friday because the mail doesn't run. RJ66 on Injustice. Thank you on that. Yeah, they're about to play. Metallica's actually in Birmingham right now. They're playing Saturday in that tribute show for. They're playing in that tribute show for Ozzy. Jamie McCord on a Ride the Lightning. And then we have, here's the new remaster of Load. $44.99. Yeah, this is the new 2LP remaster of Load. Where's Your Crown King? Nothing. And Beck, Bogart, and a Piece. Now, why did I have this? And why isn't there a price? I bet this is a special order. Let me ask Ed about that. That might be a special order for somebody. All right, pretend you didn't see that, okay? So 2 people on Hardwired, waiting list, Josh Brown, Buddy Cordova, and if anybody else wants anything, let me know. All right, are we done on Stevie? I think somebody said out on Stevie. Yeah, out on Stevie. So Scott, you get that for 19. And I think during all that Metallica blitz, nobody bid on Bill Evans. That's a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now on Bill Evans, okay? Jazz Classics. So let me condense all those. That was a lot of Metallica there. And what were the live? I think that's Seattle. I think that's the Market Square Seattle, which, you know, that was released in the Justice box set, which is very pricey. We auctioned off one for what, $1,500 a couple weeks ago. I think this is Seattle, which is a very well-known, high-quality Metallica show. So they've never released that individually. You have to get it through the And Justice box set. Okay, new auctions going up right now. I still got some cool Hendrix records to auction. Here is Electric Ladyland. This is a 1981 Carrollton reissue. It's EX. LP2 is EX. LP1 is Near Mint. A classic album. It is a reissue from the 80s, early 80s, a $30 start on Hendrix. And then over here is Elton John live November 17th, 1970, the UK Pickwick version. It is a 77 UK reissue, EX, $20 start, okay? Next is, 88, Market Square Arena, yeah. Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 each is how they sell those, yeah. Amazing. Volume 2. It even has, it also has their Grammy. Has their Grammy performance of one that they lost to Jethro Tull to. Am I Evil, Whiplash. Wow, that was a heck of a concert. They came out to the Misfits, and then they did Am I Evil, the Diamond Head song, and then they closed with Whiplash. Wow. $44.99. Yep, each volume. Okay, Bill Evans is sold to Sandy Villa for $20. Next autograph night, sometime next week if I have time to do it. And then here's a final recap of everything. So Market Square, we've got the Black Album. I think that's the only one we didn't sell. I'm assuming everybody has one. Nothing Else Matters. The Unforgiven. Wherever I May Roam. That's a good one there. Kill 'Em All 33. That's a 2LP. Master. We sold out of Ride the Lightning. St. Anger's 44. Load. That's the newest remaster. 44. The S&M is 69. Hammersmith Odeon 39. And we have Garage Days 29. Did I get Garage Days was in? Susie, you got this right here. Yes. Okay. Market Square was Indianapolis. There you go. Indianapolis, not Seattle. Indianapolis. Thank you. It is from the Injustice Tour. So I guess Seattle still has never been reissued then. And then let me show y'all the other. There couldn't be many other LPs that showed up tonight. Let me get it all in one crate, okay? And that way we'll be done with new vinyl for the night. We'll be done with that, except for me showing new stuff on sale. And we're about to go through a new arrivals crate from Paul. But first, here is this. Let me grab these. Okay. And I have Reload for $49.99. Reload, Give Me Feel, Give Me Fire. Here is the new reissue of the 2005 album from Overkill, Relics 14. That comes out Friday. It's on yellow orange for $38.99. Steve Weaver Wants Garage. That's sold to Steve Weaver. Final Call on Elton for $20. And what was the starting bid on Jimmy? Jimmy was a $30 start. No bid on that yet. Okay. And then We have Scott Arnold on a Relics 14. That is new. That's been out of print for years. I've never seen that available since I've been ordering vinyl. There's Reload, 2 LP. And then the only other, I think that's it on Metallica. Yeah, and then here is some other stuff. We had Nirvana in Utero come in for 36. The only Pantera that's left is Great Southern Trendkill, 1 copy, 33. LA Guns White Vinyl, 29. Wendy O. Williams Wow is 29. And then over here we have Overkill, The Years of Decay. Years of Decay, that's on 33. Half-Speed Master Red Marbled. It's Relics 4, not 14. Okay. Relics. Really, I guess so. Relics 4. Okay. Relics 4. Overkill. So, buddy, I'm assuming you want The Years of Decay, right? And the only other thing we had was Coulter Walls and the Greg Almonds. Okay, and that's all the new vinyl from tonight. Coulter Wall, those are 29. Those are on red vinyl. Springsteen Lost and Found, 44. Western Swing, Imaginary Appalachia, and then the new Greg Allman Live. Those are numbered on orange vinyl. Okay, and I think Buddy wants one of these. By the way, there was a waiting list for this. Are you sure you wasn't already on a waiting list for that? Let me open it up and just check right quick. All right, I'm excited to see what's in this next Paul crate because we have almost sold everything in the other ones we had. Let me open up Overkill right quick. And it was Justin Deckelman and Charlie Buck. So if that's the one you want, it is yours, okay? Justin Deckelman and Charlie Buck. That was the only 2 on Years of Decay on that. So that's those of Buddy Cordova. And if we all want to be correct, it's really 14. Wendy O. Williams is $29.99. Wendy O. Williams is $29.99. Scott, there was no I missed the pre-order. That's why I went ahead and bought 10. There was no pre-order. So if you want one, let me know. Guy Shard gets Elton John for 20. And wow, somebody can pick up Electric Ladyland for 30. That's a buy it now for $30. Let's put up some other auctions right quick then. Next thing I have is, let's see what's up with this Tom Petty. It is his debut album. Tom Petty, quite a bit of damage on the cover. This is a 77 US Terre Haute repress. Cover damage with insert. Super clean disc though. So it is a repress. It is on that first Shelter label. Very nice vinyl. It does have the insert, but the cover is pretty janky. It's got quite a bit of creases and damage. Tom Petty's debut, a $20 start. All right, and then Scott Smith does want a, so it is called Really 14, Relix 14. It's Really 14. Okay, that makes sense. It could be Relix 4, but it also could have been Really 14. So there you have it. If you didn't know from them, you probably couldn't really determine because it could go either way. But thankfully, there is a thing called Wikipedia. We got it figured out, though. All right. I've always said it doesn't matter as long as you know what you're buying. All right. I could call it Bob Hope's Greatest Hits. And then Guy Shard wants the 3 Coulter Walls. Yeah, so there's 1, there's 2, and there's 3 here. Now, there's a self-titled album with him on the cover smoking a cigarette. It's self-titled. I can get you on a waiting list if you want that one. All right. Well, we had 3 crates of new vinyl. I didn't know how well that would do having all the Metallica stuff, but we probably sold a whole crate of Metallica new albums. And whatever I sold out of, I'm going to reorder, and we have some waiting list. And there's only one unofficial left of the Market Square and then the Hammersmith, which we've already sold a bunch of those. There's that. Do you have Bob Hope's Greatest Hits? No. I was like, this is called Bob Hope's Greatest Hits. No, unfortunately, I don't. I'm sure I could sell some right now. Just using that as an example. And Steve Weaver wants both Overkills. Hey, we're still selling out there. Great. And whoever asked about Wendy O. Williams, I think I answered you. It's $29.99. And whoever asked about Coulter Wall, somebody asked me the other night, Chad, can you order Coulter Wall? I don't know who it was, but it was in the back of my head. Whoever asked me, thank you, because we've sold 9 copies tonight. But whoever asked, bad news, they're all gone except one. Those are sold to Steve Weaver. All right, here we go. And Tom Petty's $20 start. One second. All right. I'm just glad my health has held up to at least get to this point in the show. I bet Paul's got some great looking stuff here. Generator is plugged up. And let's see what we got in here. Looks like a very interesting crate. And I'm ready for all new auctions. Wendy O. Williams is called WOW. Technically self-titled. Initial abbreviation. There she is. She's always pretty much naked on the covers. Not quite there, but almost. $29.99. No wonder Gene Simmons and Ace Frehley was hanging out with her. Okay, what is our next auction? Let's see what's going on with this Muddy Waters Live. Muddy Waters Live is a 77 US reissue in shrink, no condition notes, a $20 start on Muddy Waters. That is now up for bid, everybody. This is a brand new crate from Paul that has been marked for today, and guess what? Nothing in here has been shown, ever. Here's kind of my agenda. I think we are going to go through this. I'm not for sure on the status of what Laura's working on back there, but whatever. I'm going to try to show everything new for tonight as much as I can. Maybe do some discount vintage crates since I don't think we did any last night. And then we're going to do what? We are going to probably go ahead and start CDs a little earlier tonight. I do. If we can get to a certain point where I feel confident in how much we've sold tonight, I might go ahead and head home and crash, okay? I might go ahead and head home and crash. So I'll be feeling hopefully much better before I do Japanese. David, last night, I think I called you and I was like, I read the titles twice and I was like, I guess David's not watching. Unbelievable. Give me 1 second. Crowfoot, 1970 US. Crowfoot is $19.99. This is $19.99. Laura said she'll have a Laura crate. That's perfect timing. So when we're done with this one, we'll go through Laura's crate. We'll probably knock out some on sale. And y'all are going to love these CDs. They are great, okay? There's Crowfoot. We have Buffalo Springfield. There is some great stuff in here. At the Monterey Pop Festival. Wow. It's a 24 record store day on Orchid and Sky Colored Vinyl. $49.99 on Buffalo Springfield. Another Buffalo Springfield. Mono. Buffalo Springfield again, a mono remaster, $29.99 on that. What do we have here? Dexys, The Feminine, Divine, and Dexys Classics Live, white vinyl, 3LP, $39.99. $39.99. Avery 7001 says, I will take a Wendy O. Williams. Great. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's sold for $29. And I have here the John Hughes box set. Hey, we got a bunch of these. This is a 6LP red vinyl, $119.99. Whew. Excuse me. Okay, there's that. Danny on CF for Crowfoot. Thank you, Danny. That's so to you. And then one more here. This is Rodrigo and Gabriella live in Japan. A 2019 red vinyl, and Paul says it sounds great. $34.99. All right, Muddy Waters is officially a buy it now for $20. Muddy Waters Live. And Tom Petty is officially a buy it now for $20. Cover Damage, it is the first label, but it is a repress. However, it does have the insert. That is $20. So a couple buy it nows there in a row. Oh no, it's Lowell George. Lowell George, thanks, I'll eat it here. The guy from Little Feet, that's $9.99. Pacific Gas and Electric, this is $14.99. No condition notes on this. Pacific Gas and Electric's on the Columbia 2i label. And we have Steel Breeze. That's an 82 Hard Rock, $14.99. Muddy was actually near mint and shrink wrap. Yeah, in shrink and near mint minus vinyl. $20 on Muddy Waters. And then we have Steel Eye Span, Rocket Cottage. Steel Eye Span is $9.99. And what do we have here? Tchaikovsky, Swan Lake, Leonard Stalkin, St. Louis Symphony Orchestra, a sealed 1999 Canadian import, $74.99. $74.99. Brandon Lack says he'll take the Muddy Waters. That is sold to Brandon Lack. And then Ron Burns on Pacific Gas and Electric. All right, that's sold to Ron Burns. Thank you. And this is a Paul crate. This is a Paul crate. Paul crate. Lower crate is going to be at the conclusion of this one. Danny's probably like, dadgummit, I thought I was getting a lower crate sticker. Here's what's in the Japanese crate. We have Eagles' Greatest Hits, Beatles' Hey Jude, Duran Duran Arena, Wham! Edge of Heaven, Pat Benatar, Precious Time, Loverboy, Keep It Up, Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, Loverboy Get Lucky, Debbie Harry Cuckoo, Michael Schenker Group One Night at Budokan. That's going up right now. Eagles, Hotel California, Pat Benatar 7 the Hard Way, Doobie Brothers Volume 2, Best Of, ABBA Arrival, McCartney London Town, Rod Stewart Absolutely Live, Billy Joe Innocent Man, J Golf Showtime, Christine McVie Self-Titled, Wham! Edge of Heaven, Steve Perry, Oh Sherry, which I think is called Street Talk, yeah. Night Ranger 7 Wishes, Wham! Again, and the Teacher soundtrack. Our next auction is going up right now. This is Michael Schenker Group One Night at Budokan. Michael Schenker is a 2 LP Japanese pressing, beautiful Japanese vinyl. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LP. There is the insert. There's the gatefold cover with Obi. Michael Schenker's a $35 start. And we have, did I pull the wrong Muddy Waters? This one here? Okay, yeah, I did. Muddy Waters and then Duran Duran. I'll get that on deck. Let me see what's left over here in the other stack, though. We got Pink Floyd Relics. Pink Floyd Relics is in shrink wrap. It's a 71 US Winchester repress, still in shrink. VG++ EX, a $30 start on that. Okay, we got Duran Duran and Christine McVie on deck. Stand by. Werewolves. Werewolves is in shrink. That's $14.99. And Stillwater, I Reserve the Right. Stillwater is sealed $14.99. Yeah, Tom Petty, the vinyl is actually near mint minus. The cover just got beat up. So sell this to RJ66 for $20. You got it for $20. And the other thing, after we go through this Paul crate and the lower crate, I'm gonna need like 3 minutes to purge all the new vinyl that's left and make sure I pulled everything that I want to put on sale tonight, okay? And then we might do one final re-look through that. Rockin' Horse, that's the name of the band and the album. It's a 75 US, $14.99 for Rockin' Horse. Iron Butterflies, Inagata Davida, $14.99 for Iron Butterfly. And the Robert Cray Band, False Accusations. Robert Cray, looks like there's some damage to the shrink wrap. The vinyl's VG. Robert Cray, though, just $6.99. Crow Music. Crow is a $69 US, the OG version of Evil Woman. The original version of the song Evil Woman on that one. And we have Bandit. What a cool cover. Partners in Crime. Bandit is a hard rock album from 1978. VG condition, $9.99. Let's go ahead and make Michael Schenker a buy it now for $35. One Night at Budokan, a 2 LP live. That's pretty cool for a BIN for $35. Got some auction requests up. Still got a handful of requested title or tag titles over here. Mike Owen is in on the Pink Floyd for $30, and we're about to sell it to him, honestly. MSG can be bought for a $35 buy now. I know it's late, but if you are just getting on, have you done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? That helps you see more of Collectco stuff. That helps Facebook to know that you like it, and maybe they'll suggest it to other people that likes the same things that you like. So thank you for that. It's Calliope music. It's Calliope music. It's Calliope. It's called Steamed. It's a Psych album from 1968. It's in VG condition. It's $14.99. And there's Cactus, One Way or Another. Cactus is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. And Buck Acre. Buck Acres in VG Plus condition, $11.99. Pink Floyd is sold to Mike Owen for $30. One bid, and it's his. Danny Thomason on Bandit. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Let's also get those couple requested auctions, which was here. Let's see if they actually want to bid on them. Doesn't matter to me, but hopefully they do. Duran Duran Arena. This is a live Duran Duran. Doing a lot of big hits on here too. Usually has some pretty cool stuff with it, like inserts. Let's take a look at it. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful copy. It does have the booklet and the insert. Hungry Like the Wolf. Gatefold with Obi. Yeah, a super nice copy. Top copy from Japan. $35 start. Here is Christine McVie. Her self-titled album with Obi. The vinyl is beautiful, as you would exactly expect. Perfect. It does have the insert. Nothing wrong with this one. No discoloration or anything. There's Christine, and she's a $35 start as well. And then, how much was Crow Music? Crow Music was VG, just $9.99 on that. If you just joined us, we're going through a new arrivals crate. This is all new stuff that Paul marked for today. He brought me several really nice crates before he left, and these are so far so good. Ars Nova, maybe? VG Plus, I've seen this before. I don't recall the exact title. It's Ars Nova, or ARS. Ars Nova on the Gold Electra label, $14.99. I know you can sing the Callalope Crash to the Ground. Evidently not. The other day I had one of those Callalope music in the flip video, and before I recorded it, I got on Google and had it read it to me so I could hear it. I was like, okay, I can't mess this up during a flip video. It's literally pre-recorded. So, y'all don't know how many times I'm doing those morning videos, and because I know I can restart, I'll start and I'll be like, hey everybody, welcome back. We got a vintage, and then I'll just go brain dead and I'll have to restart the video. Or I'll be 4 or 5 records in and I'll mispronounce something and I'll start the whole video over. Every once in a while, I'll just let it go. I'm like, okay, I'm going to just do it like I'm live and just do like I always do. I can't be worried about mispronouncing something. I used to worry about it. That has left me a long time ago. The Police, Synchronicity. This is on brown translucent vinyl. So some of them are brown, some of them are purple. This is brown translucent audiophile grade vinyl. A big album. Talking about a band that went out on a high streak. They were at the top of the world. They put that album out and they broke up. Danny Thomason on Crow. No bid on Christine McVie. Final call. David Johnson's in. And Duran Duran is a final call as well. Nice. Jefferson Airplane. Surlistic Pillow. This is an OG mono. Unfortunately, though, it's G condition. It is G condition. $9.99. The Police is sold to Mike Owen. Another Suburban Family Monday. Synchronicity Part 2. Orion. Not the Metallica song. It's the album. It's the artist, and the name of the album is The Hunter. 84 Hard Rock EX 1299. Michael Butler on Cactus. I must have not said the Police fast enough, the price, because people's asking. It's already sold, but it was $22.99. I got it for Mike. Michael Reed was second, and Edwin Riviera. Sometimes I forget to say the price fast enough. Boxer, absolutely. A white label promo, EX 999. And we have Giant for a Day, Gentle Giant. VG Plus, $14.99. Orion is sold to Fred Cardell. Robert Barnett on the mono Jefferson Airplane. Of course, near mint monos are like hundreds of dollars. Both of these auctions are sold. Duran Duran is sold for $35 to Travis Woods. Thank you, Travis. And Christine McVie is sold to David Johnson, also for $35. Let's go back over to the tagged auctions of the night and see what I have left over here. There are fireworks being shot right outside our building. I can hear them exploding. People are celebrating our independence from Great Britain early. Do we have any Great Britainers watching tonight? Steve Biddlecombe, Jason Boxall, Ziggy Chaos. We've got several that watch over there. Just so y'all know, we're celebrating our independence from y'all on Friday, okay? But however, I'll be celebrating it here, celebrating capitalism in America by having a live Facebook sale. Christine McVie is sold to David Johnson. Patrick Lear on Boxer. And we have Mott the Hoople. VG Plus $14.99. Let's take a look at our no bids. Michael Schenker $35. We're going to sell Scott Arnold Hendricks for $25. And the only other two were put up early tonight. If anybody wants to make offers on McCartney 2 for $35, Rod Stewart for $35, and Michael Schenker. The only three no bids tonight have been Japanese pressings. Two of them were shown really early. And then here's Nielsen, the point. Nielsen is EX $22.99 with the insert. And we have the Move, Message from the Country. The Move is in VG condition, $11.99. All right, next is another auction. Speaking of Jimi Hendrix, and let's go ahead and see what's going on with this Grateful Dead. So Jimi Hendrix is called Smash Hits, and this one is a 77 Terre Haute reissue. No poster. No poster. I don't think the reissues had posters. So I guess you really can say it's not missing the poster, but there's no poster either way. My first Hendrix record was the one we just sold, and then I got a copy of this, and I was mesmerized. Grateful Dead is 19. Ooh, with the sticker. Ooh, it's EX. I thought it was going to be low grade. Skull and Roses is what we call this one. It's technically self-titled. It's a 71 Pittman OG with the sticker. How cool is that? With the sticker and the company sleeves, EX, nice. OG Dead, a 35, with the inner sleeves and sticker. How much was Ars Nova or ARS Nova? That was VG Plus $14.99, Denise. Let's sell Melanie Clausen, the Rod Stewart, for $30. You got that for $30. And then the Live Proof moves pretty fast, so did Jeff Church. Thank you on that. Nice. Okay, finishing up this crate that Paul's put out. A Little Bit of Soul. That's a great song from the Music Explosion. 67 US. VG $14.99. Jay Giles Nightmares and Other Tales from the Vinyl Jungle. The Vinyl Jungle. Peter Wolf on lead vocals. VG Plus $14.99. Also, we have Supersonic Guitars. Billy Moore. Wow, what a cool cover. Supersonic Guitars. Billy Muir. It's an early mono repress. Him taking advantage of that Jet Age cover there. VG Plus $11.99, Billy Muir. And then we have Noah, Paceman's Farm. Noah is a white label promo, VG Plus $14.99. Nice. The Inner Mystique of the Chocolate Watch Band. This is obviously a reissue of a very rare psych album. 180 gram, VG Plus $19.99. BM is sold to Edwin Blom. That's Billy Muir. And we have Bob Dylan Street Legal, EX $22.99. And Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes with David Bowie. All the young dudes carry the news. All the young dudes. Something like that. VG Plus $14.99. Cool song on there, though. Bowie. Let's go ahead and drink some Dasani water right quick. All right. Okay, 1 second, please. Whew, sorry, I had to adjust some sinuses there. 70 on Jimmy, 27 on Jimmy Press. You're probably talking about this. Okay, so a quick auction rule. When an auction is live, okay? When an auction is live, now, wait a minute. Are you talking about, this is still up for bid. We've already sold Electric Ladyland. Somebody already offered 25, I sold it. I thought you were trying to make an offer on this. What I was going to say, though, is an auction is always the minimum bid, because if it doesn't get a bid, somebody probably is going to grab it for the buy it now price. So Jimi Hendrix is a 77 Terre Haute reissue, a $20 start. It's clean, EX or better, $20 start. Grateful Dead's at $37. We did sell Otis Redding, yes. Otis Redding is sold, and We sold it earlier. And Laura just dropped. That was perfect timing, Laura. All right. Let's go ahead and recap this, though. Laura just brought up her crate. So before we show a single record in there, let me show you what's left in this great Paul crate. Because a couple of these early records here I thought were really cool. Buffalo Springfield at Monterey Pop. Everybody look what's going down. I mean, look how cool that is. 2 LP on colored vinyl. Stephen Stills, David Crosby, $49.99. Buffalo Springfield, Neil Young might have been there. Maybe. Here is Buffalo Springfield, definitely with Neil Young, a mono reissue. That's $29.99. And then we have Dexy's Classics. This is the Feminine Divine and Dexy's Classics. That's like Come On Eileen, Dexy's Midnight Runners. I've never seen this before. It's a white vinyl, 3 LP, 1, 2, 3 LP on white vinyl for $39.99. And then we have Rodrigo and Gabriella, why am I saying it? Gabriella, live in Japan, $34.99. Lou George, thanks, I'll eat it here, $9.99. Steel Breeze is $14.99. 82 Hard Rock. Still I Span is $9.99. Tchaikovsky, live, Tchaikovsky. Y'all know what I'm trying to say, right? This is $74.99. Werewolves is $14.99. Fred, these are new arrivals from Paul, sticker price. I also have Stillwater, I Reserve the Right, sealed for $14.99. Rocket Horse is a 75 US, $14.99. Iron Butterfly, Inagata Davida, $14.99. The Robert Cray Band, False Accusations, VG $9.99. And Shrink, Kaalopi, a Psych record from '68, VG $14.99. And Buffalo Springfield is sold to Fred. Thank you. That's pretty cool. And I was borderline keeping that. That's some of my favorite musicians. Buffalo Springfield, Neil Young, Stephen Stills, David Crosby. I love all their stuff. Jimi Hendrix is a buy it now for $20. And they're still bidding on the Dead. The high bid on the Dead, which is OG EX with the sticker, is at $40 with Patrick Lear. I should say just $40. Buck Acre was VG plus $11.99. Gentle Giant VG plus $14.99. Mott the Hoople VG plus $14.99. Nielsen was EX $22.99. The Point. We have The Move, Message from the Country, VG $11.99. Ars Nova VG plus $14.99. The Music Explosion was VG $14.99. Jay Giles Nightmares VG plus $14.99. Noah VG plus $14.99. Chocolate Watch Band, The Inner Mystique, VG plus $19.99. Bob Dylan Street Legal, that was EX $22.99. And Mott the Hoople, All the Young Dudes Carry the News, VG plus $14.99. All right. Next auction is going to be Jimi Hendrix again. And this is Are You Experienced? It's an 86 reissue. An 86 reissue. VG plus a $15 start. Wow, look at those two covers. Amazing, right? VG plus $15 start. That is available. Okay, let's go through the lower crate. I know some of y'all are just as excited as I am. As soon as I touch my toes. Oh, man. Might be a good night. Might be a good night to get a good old Whataburger. Here we go, folks. All right, let's take a look at the lower crate sticker. Y'all know the rules. This isn't some parlor trick we just hand out willy-nilly. This is a work of art. This is something special, okay? This is a lower crate hop sticker. This is Palm Purin, one of Hello Kitty's friends, playing piano for his woodland friends. There you have it. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Even if you try to offer me more, you know what I'm going to say? No way, Jose. That's exactly what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, no way, Jose. So, that is what is currently up for auction. Hendrix and Grateful Dead. Let's update where we're at on those. The Grateful Dead is at 50 with Samuel Copage. Jimmy has a bid for 15. And then Ed Riviera, you also put Jimmy. Now, are you about to bid on Are You Experienced, Mr. Edwin, or are you claiming the buy it now over here? So I'm going to show 3 Lower Crate records in succession. Make sure, if you want the sticker, you're first. You may be last. But also, no putbacks. So if you claim something, it's yours. No putbacks, okay? Let's go ahead and show the first 3. How many people we got watching? 289. Wow. On all platforms. That's pretty amazing. Here we go. What's first? I got through a curveball right off the bat. Space Adventure Cobra soundtrack. Thank you. $39.99. Wow, an 82 OG. Space Adventure Cobra, $39.99. An 82 OG soundtrack. I know this. Beastie Boys, Check Your Head. Vinyl Me Please exclusive. Vinyl Me Please inclusive. $49.99. And we have Art Angels. Art Angels is Grimes. And there's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Grimes for $27.99. Edwin Riviera wants the Hendrix buy now. So this is sold to Ed Riviera for $20. Thank you, Ed Riviera. That is sold to you. Okay. First is Mike Owen on S. And that is for Space Adventure Cobra, the original soundtrack, an 82 Japanese pressing. That's pretty cool. And that is sold to Mike Owen. And Mike, you're going to get the rare, highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Lower Crate Hype sticker. That is sold to Mike Owen. Mark Stanley on BB for Beastie Boys. Electric Ladyland is sold, yes. Romelu next on Beasties, Patrick third, Josh Brown fourth, and Natasha on Natasha, what is TESR? Okay, and then Hendrix is sold. One bid for $15 to Scott Arnold. Nice. And then over here is Grateful Dead. And that is sold for $50 to Samuel Copage. Okay? Those are done. Also over here, up for auction, I have... I got AC/DC and U2. Let me grab these. AC/DC and U2. Oh, test comment. Okay. AC/DC, if you want blood, is a 78 OG. There is some cover writing right here. Looks like somebody drew some hearts on Angus. Either they loved him or they loved the fact that he was killing himself with the guitar. That is a $15 start. And U2, Wide Awake in America. U2 is an 85 specialty OG. No condition notes on U2. Beastie Boys, Michael Reed, I don't even see a comment from you. The Beastie Boy comments were Mark Stanley, Romelu C., Patrick Lear, and Josh Brown. It doesn't even look like a Beastie Boys came in for him. Let me go up a little higher. But yeah, there was, yours didn't even make it to Restream, unfortunately. Yours didn't even make it to Restream, it looks like. Here's what we have. Pearl Jam Backspacer. Nice. 39. Oh, an OG copy. Great song here. The Fixer, Amongst the Waves is good. A 2009 OG Pearl Jam Backspacer. $39.99. No condition notes. REO Speedwagon's 9 Lives. And this is a 79 Japanese pressing. Wow, Japanese. No Obi, of course. $19.99 on that. And we also have Charlie Crockett, the Man from Waco, $19.99. Also, I have a new drum kit that showed up today. And before it gets too much later, and probably so some people know that they came in, let me pull up the waiting list for this. And honestly, the price too. And of course, I'm going to do my best to drag out this lower crate. No, I'll get back into full speed. So it was Hiram, Aponte, and Scott Markheim. All right, let me get the price on that for y'all. Let me refresh here. Probably have to log in. Yep. Password. Done. And let me show y'all the price on this. I think it's $89. We took waiting list on them last night. These were actually already over here. And let me find it. It's the only other drum set that has come in instead of yeah, these are $89.99, and this is the John Bonham drum set. And Hiram, just so you know, and Scott Markheim, they are in, okay? And I think they've been over here since Monday, and they were in a box that I hadn't opened. So this is the John Bonham orange custom cymbal John Bonham drum kit. Look at that. And that is two sold, Hiram and Scott Markheim. I have one in stock for $89.99, unless there was a waiting list last night. I know I read off several last night, and this was it, and this is it, and this is here. So let me put those over here, and I got one more. Let me actually go step over here to Tanner's desk and see if there was a any sticky notes for them. Let's see. Inner sleeves, outer sleeves, Beck Mellow Gold. Yeah, Chris Bryant. And we have a waiting list for Tommy Lee. Okay. So the third one sold, Chris Bryant. That's from last night. So if you want one, they'll be in probably next week. Chris Bryant gets the extra one. He was on a list last night. The only ones that were available, and the only ones that ever will be available, is Keith Richards, Ringo Starr, John Bonham, Keith Moon, Tommy Lee, and Joey Jordison. That's the only one. That's so to Chris Bryant. He was on a wait list. If anybody else wants a John Bonham, they'll be in next week. Just let me know. Okay, sorry about the distraction, but I wanted to go ahead and do that right now. Josh Brown got Pearl Jam. Natasha Pickett got REO Speedwagon. AC/DC's at 22. Corey Gaston got Charlie Crockett. Out on AC/DC with Buddy, now 25. And Beastie Boys Mark was $49.99. U2 did not get a bid. So U2's a buy it now for $15, a Wide Awake in America. And then the AC/DC, Michael Herrera has this for $25. It's a 78 OG. Now it's at $27. We have Margot Price. That's how rumors get started. Margot Price is $17.99. And Curiosity Killed the Cat. This is a synth pop album, a 12-inch single, $14.99. Curiosity Killed the Cat, Misfit. Misfit's the song. Put down Tony McDaniel for a John Bonham drum kit for next week, okay? I'm looking at them right now. So the only ones I can get are John Bonham, Charlie Watts, Ringo Starr, Keith Moon, Joey Jordison, and Tommy Lee. And we have a waiting list going for Tommy Lee. Mike Owen gets the U2 for a $15 buy it now. AC/DC's at $30. Corey Gaston on Margot Price, AC/DC $32.33. Pete Shelley, telephone operator, Buzzcocks frontman. That's Pete Shelley, $14.99. The Dream Academy, nice. Life in a Northern Town. Me and Laura's on the same wavelength here. No Condition Notes, The Dream Academy, $14.99. The Dream Academy. And Tattooed Beat Messiah, Zodiac Mind Warp, and The Love Reaction. On promo marked labels, $19.99. On promo marked labels. Okay. Amanda Darby on DA, Dream Academy. AC/DC's at $43. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I got the Yardbirds having a rave up with the Yardbirds. And this is a 65 OG. Unfortunately, it is VG minus, but we're going to start it for just $10. Jason Forner at third on Dream Academy. Thomas Hujar on Zodiac. And then we have Bjork. And this is called Selma Songs from 2020. And there is a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Bjork in shrink wrap, $29.99. AC/DC's at 43. Scott Arnold, just so you know, you've been outbid, and he says he's done. He's out. We just got a couple more check condition. Wow, Wham, the full album. Or actually, these are non-check condition. Yeah, Wham is a gold stamp promo. Original on her sleeve, $29.99. Wham. And one more non-check condition record. Nice, Traffic. It looks like a reissue. It is from 2021. This has their great song, Dave Mason original. I'm Feeling All Right. $19.99. Craig Ruth on Bjork. Thank you, Craig Ruth. Thomas Hujar was second. Larry Underhill also out on AC/DC. And I think that means we found our high bidder, El Terrible, at 43. Sold for $43. Final call to get a bid on the Yardbirds for 10. What else do I have over here to auction? I've got Booker T and the MGs, Hip Hug Her. Booker T is a 2002 US. It is a reissue. Near mint, just a $15 start. All right, now the rest of this crate is going to be check condition records, which Laura has graded each one of them individually. She's took the time to clean them, examine them, and assign a grade to each one of them. The first one I have is Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn Radio, 1 and 2. Thank you, Laura. Chad loves Tyler Childers, especially this album. $17.99, live on Red Barn Radio, 1 and 2. Yes. Shake the Frost, Dead Man's Curls, Charleston Girl, White House Road. Man, Follow You to Virgie. Are you kidding me? $17.99 on Tyler. And Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. This is VG Plus EX. You Give Love a Bad Name. Whoa, We're Living on a Prayer. Wanted, Dead or Alive. $19.99. I'm a cowboy. On a steel horse I ride. And I'm wanted, dead or alive. Laura is, April's giving me, she's saying, please stop singing. This is Shriekback Nemesis, EX $12.99. So Corey Gaston on Tyler Childers. Mike Owen on B for Bon Jovi. Let's make the Yardbirds a $15 or a $10 buy now. Unfortunately, VG minus. And then Booker T is Sundazed. Sundazed, and that is a $15 start, 2002. Wow, what just happened? We had Mike Owen got B for Bon Jovi, and then there's an A, an AN, an SN, an S, a Grimes, and a SB. I think the A's got autocorrected to S's, or S's got autocorrected to A's. So Mike Owen, you get Shriekback. Jason Fornerat was second. Natasha wants Grimes. And then Donna was next on Bon Jovi. Now, April is over here standing next to me saying I need to go let her out.
Yeah.
Let me go do that right now. As soon as I show you Alice Cooper Killer, EX $22.99. I'm going to leave my mic open. I'm going to walk up here and let April out, unfortunately, because she probably didn't do all of her job she was supposed to.
I got 4 crates done.
She doesn't have a key to the store yet.
Yeah. Tell everyone I have been here for 10 years and I still don't have a key.
You have not been here for 10 years.
I have since college.
Oh.
Okay, 8 years. So.
Once again, you're dramatizing everything and making a big deal out of nothing. So, no surprise there. Sure, she. All right. Wild night in Lebanon. Fireworks, gunfire, shootings, explosions. April being annoying, etc., etc. Okay. I'll have to tell her to please remind me when she's home safely. I don't trust her. Okay. And then Ron Burns on Alice Cooper. All right, right back to this crate. We have Queen Live Killers, VG Plus 1999. VG Plus 1999. And the Times Square soundtrack, Suzi Quatro, XTC, Roxy Music, Talking Heads. That's EX 2299. EX 2299. All right. Also, Cameo. That's in Shrink, VG Plus 1299. Did anybody bid on Booker T? I've kind of lost my train of thought since I had to walk up there. I don't see anybody, so that can be bought. 2002 Sundays, $15 buy it now on that, okay? Scott Fellows on Times Square. That's sold to Scott Fellows. Thank you on that. Next auction is Don Henley and Curtis Fuller Sextet. So let's see what we got going on here. We have Don Henley Building the Perfect Beast, an 84 U.S. Carrollton OG club copy, The Boys of Summer. We've all heard that one, talking about a radio hit. That was huge, $20 on that. And then here is Curtis Fuller Sextet, Sliding Easy with Lee Morgan and Hank Mobley and Tommy Flanagan and Paul Chambers and Elvin Jones. It is a 59 U.S. mono OG. Mono. The lowest this album has ever sold for is $38. Some have sold for as much as $125. We're going to start it for $20. We're going to start it for $20. Curtis Fuller. The cheapest one ever sold for is $38. The condition of the Queen Live Killers, is VG Plus 1999. Juliet, Ride the Pain. Juliet is electronic house record, EX condition, $9.99. Also, we have Blue Oyster Cult, Agents of Fortune, Don't Fear the Reaper, EX $17.99. Don't Fear the Reaper. I've got a prescription. I've got a fever, and the only prescription's more cowbell. That's EX $17.99 on BOC. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack with Killer Queen, EX $29.99. She's a killer. Queen. Da, 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 da. That's nice. EX $29.99. Alan Smith says he'll take Queen. He's talking about this Queen. Live Killers. That's sold to Alan Smith. Thank you, Alan. That's sold to you. And we have Arcade Fire. And this is VG Plus $14.99. And this one's called Funeral. VG Plus $14.99. The Curtis Fuller is a final call for $20. And Don Henley's a final call for $20. But however, Curtis Fuller does have a bid. Juliet, let's go back to it. Juliet is a 12-inch single, yeah. Album version, low-end specialist dominatrix mix, and the Jacques Lucan thin white Duke mix. EX $9.99. Mike Owen says C claim for Cameo. So there was a TS for Times Square, and Mike Owen put C for Cameo. I just now seen that. That's sold to Mike Owen. C for Cameo. Natasha on AF, and AF was Arcade Fire, and then Samuel was second. Don Henley has a bid for $20. Now Curtis Fuller has a bid for $22. Craig next on Arcade Fire, and Vladarchek in on the Juliet. Okay, there's that. Those are done. You have a pharmacist and a doctor here, and I'm still sick. I know. Well, I told Seth. I texted him this morning. I said, runny nose, sore throat, achy, headache. What do I got? He said you could have a cold, COVID, the flu, strep throat, or all the above. Sorry. It's like, yeah, typical doctor. Here, take some Advil, lay down. That's a Jerry Seinfeld skit. Doctors always tell you to lay down. They never tell you to go lean up against a doorstop. It's always go home and lay down. They never tell you to stand up and get exercise. It's always go home and lay down. Go home and lay down. Okay, next in here, hope there's no doctors watching. We got Joan Jett, pharmacist. Joan Jett's EX2299. That's one we don't get too often. Joan Jett, EX2299. My friend says a pharmacist, I give him a hard time. I'm like, dude, all you do is support big pharma. Don't care about the little people. Heart magazine is numbered to 100,000. They didn't do a lot of limited edition numbered stuff back in the 70s. This is VG. This is $19.99. Craig Ruth wants JJ, and I need a new crate to fill up. I do. I need a new crate to fill up because this one, we just swapped out crates. That was our 5th full crate tonight, and we got a lot more where that came from, folks. A lot more where that came from. Leeches. JJ is sold to Craig Ruth. Curtis Fuller's at 29. David Hoy, you're out. Let's go ahead and sell Michael Herrera, the Don Henley, though, for 20. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. All right. And then we got Bo Deans. Bo Deans is EX $14.99. Ringo the 4th. VG $12.99. Ringo the 4th. Fiesta. A funk soul album. Fiesta, VG Plus $12.99. Curtis Fuller's at 30. And I think the last tagged auction before I get to some of this other miscellaneous stuff I see laying around here is this. It's Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Steve Steels in the Super Session. What is the Super Session? It's a 1972 U.S. reissue quadraphonic with company ear sleeve, and we're going to start it for just $5. $5 on that. Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland. Benatar is EX $14.99. Uriah Heep, Look at Yourself. VG $9.99. Sinead O'Connor, I Do Not Want What I Haven't Got. Sinead is VG Plus $17.99, 2014. And Blondie, Eat to the Beat. EX $22.99 for Blondie. Okay, nice. Let's see what else I got over here. I got to do a little bit of clean up. About time to do some BINBO, maybe some half off as well. We're first going to show you what's left in this crate because I still think there's some pretty good stuff left in here. I'm going to set this Beck Bogart a piece over here because I don't know who that goes to. I think it was a special order for somebody. But welcome to Collectco. I know one thing we're going to have to do live. We're going to have to tag the first 2 flip crates for sure. We got 2 flip crates that were posted yesterday morning and this morning. They hadn't been tagged yet. That's going to be like a whole crate worth of stuff sold. And we probably need to do that live. But first, we had Curtis Fuller at 30, 31. And then Amanda Darby put SO for Sinead O'Connor. Robert Warner on the Uriah Heep. Mike Owen next on Sinead. Then Craig Ruth. Curtis Fuller, 33. The Super Session is VG Condition. $5 start on SS. Chris Barnett next on Sinead. Curtis Fuller, 35. Avery has bid 5. And let's go through this crate one more time. So here's what's left in here. And, I'm going to have to do some stretching. Okay. So here's what's left. Curiosity Killed the Cat, Misfit. It's a 12-inch single, $14.99, synth pop. Final Call Super Session for $5. David's out on Curtis Fuller. Thomas has it for $35. Final call on that. Pete Shelley, that's telephone operator. Pete Shelley is $14.99. Also Wham, Music for the Edge of Heaven. Gold Stamp Promo, $29.99. And Traffic is a 2021 pressing. $19.99 on Traffic. That was the only non-check condition records left. I can't believe no one got Blue Oyster Cult, a classic rock album. This is EX 1799. Queen Sheer Heart Attack, another OG record, EX 2999. Heart Magazine, a picture disc, VG 1499. Chris Knapp on Pete Shelley. Chris Knapp on Blue Oyster Cult. Bodine's is EX 1499. Ringo Starr, Ringo the Fourth, VG 1299. Fiesta is a funk soul album, VG Plus 1299. Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland, EX 1499. And Blondie, Eat to the Beat, Dreaming's on there, EX 2299 on that. All right, Super Sessions at 7. So Avery, you've been outbid. This is sold to Thomas Sujar for $35. Thank you, Thomas. That's sold to you. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to need maybe a moment to kind of clean up back here behind me just a little bit and figure out what's going on. Let me start moving a few things around. I got a little bit of this and a little bit of that over here to kind of clean up and organize. By the way, we do have Pink Floyd Pulse box sets in. Oh, and that just reminded me, there was a question about it. Yes, Jeff, if you're still watching, that was complete, okay? That was complete. And we do have Pink Floyd Pulse box sets in case you missed the original time I showed these. These are in. They're $114.99. Pink Floyd Pulse. These are in case you missed them. I sold one already this week. I've got 2 more. They're $114.99. Pulse. Okay? Pulse. I'm going to put them back here actually. Pulse. Super Session has a bid for 8. I also have the very best of ELO on red and white vinyl. That's $34.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits for $44.99. And Nickelback, I'll go ahead and mark this down to $24.99. Nickelback is $24.99 here and now. Chad, I'm needing an email request invoice from last week. What is the store's email address? You can reach Collectco at shop Collectco contact. Hold on a second. I don't know if I actually know it too well. Contact us or contact. Let's see here. Well, if you go to the link of this video, Mark, you can fill out an email through there, actually. If you go to the link of this video, you should be able to fill out that form, which is the same as send us an email. That should work. And if you click on that, they'll take you to our website, and that should get you where you need to go. Nickelback, make sure that goes in for $24.99 to Jeff Church. Super Session is sold to Avery for $8. And here are the no bids. Let's try to get some of them sold. Booker T, 2002. That's $15. No condition notes. Yardbirds, OG, VG minus $10. And just 2 Japanese pressings. Michael Schenker and Paul McCartney. Those are $35 and $35. All right. I'm going to move these over here. I'm in the middle of playing a little bit of cleanup right quick. So give me a second. Jetstream, unfortunately, BOC's already been claimed. Unfortunately, that's already been claimed. We're about to do some discount crates right quick. Let me move that out of the way. All right. And what was this? This was the Paul crate from earlier, right? Yep. That's exactly what that was. It is Paul McCartney 2, a Japanese pressing. Paul McCartney 2. I don't know if all those will fit in there or not. I don't think they will. I'm going to condense these with these. Tomorrow is Thursday night metal auction night. I'll make sure to call it Thursday night metal auction night because I bet 95% of the crates will be very similar to what you've seen tonight, a mix. But at the auction block, you can guarantee there's going to be some very amazing pieces being sold, okay? So there's those. And what I'm about to do is I'm about to do a final purge of all the new vinyl that I think is in stock around me and make sure I've pulled off all of the discounted eligible dates that I want to discount. Now, my plan was to get to a certain point with vinyl tonight and then go ahead and knock out some amazing CDs if we have our CD buyers on. All right, so this crate is been 100% purged, and this is all really recent stuff from end of last month. So I'm going to set it way over here out of the way. Because if I show you all this stuff now, whatever's left can go into the final video in the morning. All right, here's some stuff right here. So let's do these. And I'll go ahead and do that. And those I'll wait on. That needs to be discounted because it's... I'll go ahead and discount these too because I've tried them a few times. All right. And then this stuff here is pretty recent. I'm going to go ahead and mark down this band here. We've sold a few, but I think it's time to go ahead and try to knock these out. And that's pretty recent. That's a random stray copy. I'll go ahead and discount that. And that. And that. That's our last one left. And that. Okay. All right, so there's some of that. Now, I have y'all some on-sale new vinyl you have not seen. Amazing. I got a couple more crates to flip through, too. Everybody let me know where you're watching from, okay? Let me know where you're watching from around the world. That'd be pretty fun to see right now in the chat. Everybody from around the world. Mostly, hopefully, well, not hopefully, but just probably most people watching in the United States tonight. Welcome. Welcome. Let me see what I have in here. This is pretty recent stuff, too. Yep, that's all really recent. So there's 2 crates. These will be great ones to go through tomorrow. And then this is really recent stuff here too. June 24th, June 19th. Yeah, that's middle June. I'd already started on that crate. That's good to know. Okay. Figuring out what I want to discount, what I don't want to discount. Starting fresh though. We have probably, by the time all this is done, it's going to be almost a complete sell-off of most of our inventory. This is all June 25th. Third, yep. There's those. No new vinyl there. Is that new vinyl? What is that, actually? What is that? Okay. Metal Massacre. Who asked for that earlier? Okay. That's all done. And I think this crate here is really recent too. This is a sing split. Yeah. All right. So I really just have a few additional ones here that y'all have never seen before. So let's get on the get the show on the road with these. Wimbledon. Wow. He's always doing something. I mean, since he does work for MI6, so. Waterburger. Whew. Yeah, I gotta figure out what to eat tonight. I've been on a cheeseburger kick. Okay. And then these have already been shown, so let me put them back in here. These have already been shown. Okay. Alrighty, so let's go through these. And let me see what I've missed since I've been away. Mudcrutch sold for, I think, like $45. Washington, Florida, Michigan, Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, North Carolina, Michigan, Tennessee, Kansas, Denver. You didn't call or message me when you were here for Metallica. Really? I didn't know you lived in. I still got to reply to some comments. I apologize. But listen, Scott, I slept all during the day. I kept my normal schedule. So, like, Saturday, the day in between shows, I stayed up all night after the concert, and I slept from like 8 a.m. till 3 p.m. And then I woke up and started commuting to the stadium. So, you know, I couldn't really do much. Or that was the day of the second show. The day of the second show. The day in between, same thing. I slept most of the day because that's my normal rhythm. And then I went to a couple shops and I went back home and went to bed. Or went back to my hotel. Okay, here's some on-sale vinyl that has never been shown. This is kind of mixed. Some of them are percentage, some of them are flat. A little bit of everything. This one, I'm going to do it's Slayer for $29.99. It has a seam split. Slayer with a seam split. Seam split Slayer, $29.99. That's $7 off. Only thing wrong with it is a seam split. Slayer, $29.99. Paradise Lost, just $19.99. It was $24. Paradise Lost, Obsidian, just $19.99 on that. New and sealed. I've been listening to some of their music. This is the newest album by Volbeat. Our last copy. We sold 85. This is the 85th copy. Now $12 off, $34.99. God of Angels Trust, Volbeat. Last copy. It's now been here about a month. This Friday will mark 1 month. $34.99. Last copy on Volbeat. $34.99. And same price for this. It's been here now over a month. $12 off. Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. Just $34.99. How much you may say? $34.99 for Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. $34.99. That is available. Queensryche. $12 off. Here is also $34.99, our last copy. John Williams conducts John Williams. And I think the only reason this was here because it was in a putback bin, because I've ordered them since then. John Williams Trilogy. Blue vinyl numbered. Also $34.99. Buddy Cordova on Volbeat for $34. Make sure that goes in for $34.99. White Line is now just $29.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing of Pride. An MOV pressing of Pride, White Line, $29.99 on that. Also, we have Plasmatics for just $19.99. $19.99 on the Plasmatics. Beyond the Valley. There's Wendy O. Williams again. Plasmatics is $19.99. Beyond the Valley. I've got 3 of them. Ron Burns on SW for Star Wars. So make sure that goes in for $34. Make sure White Line goes to Amanda Darby for $29, and Scott, you were second. Also, Avenged Sevenfold, we're going to do this because it has a seam split for $5 off. Gold vinyl, Hail to the King. Gold vinyl, Hail to the King. $5 off because of the seam split. $39.99 on that. Gold vinyl, limited edition, 10th anniversary. Also, Deftones has been here now over a month, surprisingly. $29.99 for that. $10 off sticker. Gatefold 2 LP. Deftones White Pony. $29.99. These I'm going to do for $5 off, which only makes them $29.99. MoFi B52s. Cosmic Thing for just $29.99. Love Shack Baby. New and sealed B52s, $29.99. That's Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Those were $34. Now they're $29. I've got 2 of those. And here's another Plasmatics. New Hope for the Wretched. That's $19.99. Just $19.99 on those. And this one I'm going to do $5 off. It's Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, which is a Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. I'm going to do those. MoFi. She's Gone. Sarah Smile. $39.99. $39.99. Okay. There's that. Volbeat went to Buddy Cordova for $34. I got John Williams with Romulu. Is that not who I said? Romulu C got John Williams for $34.99. Romulu C got John Williams for $34. Ron Burns, you're second. Amanda got White Line for $29. Scott Markheim second. I might have misspoke. Thank you for being honest about it. Romulu C got the B52s for $29. Make sure these go in for $29. And Phil Freeman also got one for $29. Nicholas Hollister was second. And Romulu also wants a Hall & Oates for $39. Alonzo wants Plasmatics, New Hope for the Wretched. We give that to Alonzo for $19.99. And here's the third and final Plasmatics, Metal Priestess. Plasmatics Metal Priestess, $19.99. I got 2 of those. The other stuff was shown earlier tonight. But I have done a final, not including the new crate of vinyl that came in tonight. I think when I started all this, we had like 22 crates of new vinyl. There are only 4.5 crates left of stuff from June, middle of last month. That's all that's left. Let me check. Oh, let me check the rack stuff. We actually refilled the racks this morning. Tanner didn't realize I wasn't done. Let me make sure that's everything over here. Yeah, all the stuff on the racks. So actually, I take that back. Now we've sold, we're down to like, oh, here's one more. I've already discounted that. And then, is that it over here? Yeah. So there's about 6 crates, I guess. That's pretty amazing. We've sold off most of our old inventory. And now the reordering campaign begins. I'll start getting different stuff, different titles. This is 24. This is 24. Oingo Boingo, Dead Man's Party, red vinyl. We've already sold 1 or 2 yesterday. 1 Plasmatics Wretched right here. So we're sold out of that one. That's sold to Avery. Okay? No Ghost. Those are all gone. Those are all gone. All right, here's kind of what I plan on doing. I'm going to try to find... last night, I think I found a pretty dang good Paul crate that had only gone through once or maybe never gone through. It was so many good titles. If I can locate that, we're going to do it best offer and then maybe a half-off crate. And who is here for CDs? Because if it gets to a certain point, I'm going to go ahead and try to knock out this over here. But let me show you what was added earlier to this bin. So right here's where we started, and here's what's left. These are all on sale. Slayer, Paradise Lost, Queen's Rock, Plasmatics, Events Info, White Pony, Hall & Oates, Plasmatics, Oingo Boingo. And earlier we had Angel, Typo Negative, Zach Bryan. Those are $29. And then we had Stranger Things, Slayer, Ron Bingham, Pavement, Petra, Code, and Bright Eyes. Those are all $24. Can you get Record Store Day from the last one? No. No. Unfortunately, blocked on RSD stuff still. Unfortunately so. Oh. Let me find this crate I'm talking about. Whew, I really could. What I was going to say is I need to make sure everybody's here and willing and buying. If not, Chad's going to head home and crash. But I got to, it takes me at least an hour to do all the videos that everybody's going to be expecting at 6 a.m. There's a lot of people like, Chad, I don't care if you're out of town, broken leg, hospitalized, shot, stabbed, run over. At 6 a.m., we expect that new vinyl video. And then we don't care if you've been shot again, run over by a steamroller, hit by a train. At 9 o'clock, we expect that vintage discount bin. So where does that leave me? It leaves me scrambling every night, making sure I have these videos done. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, it's already 6 a.m. There's going to be people waking up like, where is Chad's video at? And I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, what have I done? I've created a monster I never can get away from now. Okay, I think I found the crate I was talking about. Yeah, let's go through this crate. I think this is it. Honestly, I don't know. Where was that? I've probably mixed it up by now. Oh. Is this it? No, but this would make a great half off one. Let's do this one half off. I don't think it was what I was looking for, but let's do this one half off. It was going to come to us one way or another anyway, so let's do this one half off. Okay? Sometimes they open up some, but not always. Sometimes they open up the old back stock, but not always. No. Hey, thank you. Laura's like, you need some water. Thank you. Let me finish off this other one I have over here. All right, let's do a half-off vintage bin. I'm going to try to fill up this next crate at least, and I think we can do that by going through this. If y'all participate, I'll probably feel better enough to do another one. Yeah, so sometimes they open it up, Chris, and certain titles. I think it's stuff that they get overstocked on, and then they get a green light from the label. Hey, we got way too many of these. We got to push them off somehow, and then they sell them to other sources. I think it's typically, it's not going to be hard to get stuff. If it's pricey on Discogs or limited edition, they're gone. But there is some stuff that they made a bunch of, and they just didn't sell too well, and they try to dump it off then. I will be here on Friday night. Health pending, yes. All right, half off vintage. We have My Bella Me, a classic from the tea set. That is now $10. The prices I'm telling you on these are the half off prices. My Bella Me, $10 on that. Outlaws Playing to Win. Outlaws is $10. We got The Kinks presents a soap opera. The Kinks is $12.50. Fresh Air 5 Mannheim Steamroller, that is $7.50. And Brownsville Air Special, $7.50 for Brownsville Air Special. The Best and the Rest of Bebop Deluxe, that is now $12.50. And Fresh Air by Mannheim Steamroller, $7.50 on Fresh Air. And we have The Kinks Greatest Celluloid Heroes. The Kinks is $12.50. Chris Knapp on The Kinks. He wants this one here. There's another Kinks as well. I'm going to give you soap opera. We got Cats, the selections from the original Broadway cast recording. Cats is $10. What else do you may ask we have? How about the Endless Love soundtrack with Kiss? Kiss is on here. So is Lionel Richie. I Was Made for Loving You. $10. Robert Barnett on Man. And Man was Mannheim Steamroller. And I think there was two. Yeah, there's two Mannheim Steamrollers, if that's what you're after. Chris Knapp gets the Kinks again. And yes, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. I have John Fred and his Playboy band, Judy in Disguise with Glasses. Aang's English, that is now $10. Whistle Stompin' with Jonathan Winters. Whistle Stompin' is $7.50. Tony Joe White, The Real Thing. This is $12.50. And Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell is now $10. $10 on that. Annie in Wonderland, that's Annie Haslam. That is $7.50. Annie Haslam. And We Are the Honeycombs singing Have I the Right and other hits, $20 on that. Also, the Hullabaloos, England's newest sensations. The Hullabaloos is $10. That's still available. No condition notes on a 60s record like that. That's unusual. And we have Blind Date, music from the motion picture. Blind Date soundtrack is in Shrink, $10. And then Robert Barnett, I guess you wanted one of the Mannheim Steamrollers. Just let me know maybe which one you wanted out of those, okay? Denise Ofdahl on Hull, Hull, and Hull was for Hullabaloos. That's sold to Denise Ofdahl. Thank you on that. We got Lulu, Heaven and Earth and the Stars. That is now $7.50 for Lulu. Hansel and Gretel, Disneyland record. Storybook and record on Hansel and Gretel. That is $10. And Cat Stevens Foreigner. A little bit of discoloration on the cover. The vinyl's EX now, just $6.50. Just $6.50 on Cat Stevens. Oh, what have I done? There we go. Steppenwolf 7, VG condition. $5 on Steppenwolf 7. Also, Chubby Checker's Limbo Party. Chubby Checker, no condition notes on that. Parkway Records. Mr. Chubby is $10. Clean copy for that kind of record again. Village People Live and Sleazy. No condition notes on this, cover or vinyl. $10 on Village People. If you're relatively new and you want to jump in on the action, you can at any time. You don't have to be pre-registered. We just got to get you registered after you buy something. And everything, if I say non-check condition, the definition of a non-check condition record is something that's been graded the vinyl EX plus or better, all the way up to near mint minus. We do that to simplify things so we can go through stuff fast. Ryan Mustaine on Hansel and Gretel. That's sold to Ryan Mustaine. And Robert Barnett wanted that first Mannheim Steamroller. So this one here, right, the black cover, that was the one I think that was first originally. Then I swapped them around, so I hope that was right. And then over here, I have Chubby Checker and D.D. Sharp, Down to Earth. Chubby Checker and D.D. Sharp is $10. Also, we have Art Garfunkel, Angel Clare. Art Garfunkel is $5. P.J. Proby, Let the Water Run Down. P.J. Proby is $10. Also, Annie, a new musical. Annie is $10, a new musical, $10 on Annie. And Hall & Oates, Voices. Hall & Oates is VG Plus, $7.50 on that. Collections, The Young Rascals, VG Plus $7.50 on The Young Rascals. And Great Scott, Shirley Scott Trio, VG Plus, $12.50 on that. Savoy Brown Lion Share, that's EX $9. Savoy Brown Lion Share. And Dylan is a 66 Terre-Haute Mono with the original Claudia Cardindale cover. That's half off of $64.99. So guess what? Just $32.50 on that. And then here's the Impressions. That is now $22.50. This one's called This Is My Country, The Impressions. That's VG Plus $22.50. It was $44.99. Hall & Oates is sold to No Rodriguez. Lot still left in a half off bin. That's usually highly unusual. Highly unusual. Highly. You get what I'm trying to say, right? Highly unusual. Highly. I'm going to read to those one more time. I got to make sure everybody's paying great attention. I'm going to try to pop my knee right quick. Oh. Doesn't feel too good. Alrighty. If not, I'm going to make a bundle deal with somebody. I might just read the titles and make sure that everybody's, just make sure they've heard everything in there, right? I wish there was a magic button. It's like, click this to make Chad feel better on your screen. Like hit the like button, hit the button, and Chad feels better. I guess as the boss, I have unlimited sick days. I could actually say, you know what? I'm not working for the rest of the year. I'm taking a vacation, folks. When I come back, I might be missing a few customers, but if I do that. Patrick Lear on Impressions. Thank you, Patrick Lear. That's so to you. Donna Hanshoemaker on SW. And Donna Hanshoemaker, your SW was for what? SW was for what? Steppenwolf, Paul Brothers on Dylan. Avery, there's no Pink Floyd in here. And let's go through this one more time. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less, okay? First thing I have is my Bell & Me tea set. No condition notes, $10. Outlaws Playing to Win, $10 as well. Brownsville Air Station, Brownsville $7.50. The Best of Bebop Deluxe. That's a Gatefold 2LP $12.50. Fresh Air Manaheim Steamroller, $7.50. Cats is $10. Selections from the Broadway cast. Endless Love soundtrack, $10 on Endless Love. Ains English, John Fredden's Playboy Band, $10 on that. It does have some cover damage down here. Judy in Disguise with glasses. Jonathan Winters, Whistle Stopping. Jonathan Winters is $7.50 on that. Over here we have Tony Joe White, The Real Thang, Thang, $12.50 on Tony Joe White. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, that's $10. Gentry and Campbell. Annie Haslam is $7.50. Annie in Wonderland. We Are the Honeycombs. That's now $20. Singing Have I the Right. Blind Date soundtrack is in Shrink. That's $10. Lulu is $7.50. Cat Stevens Foreigner, EX $6.50. Chubby Checker, Limbo Party. No condition notes on that, $10. Jetstream on Jonathan Winters. Jonathan Winters is right here. I don't have any 7-inch singles, Robert, that aren't worthy of not auctioning because I don't know what they are. And this box is almost empty. I'm going to find a fresh box for tomorrow, or probably not tomorrow. It's going to be Metal Night. Probably a fresh box for Friday. Village People, Live and Sleazy, $10. Hope everybody goes, eats your hot dogs, hamburgers, shoots your fireworks, and comes back in, because around prime time, after you've seen all the fireworks, I'll be here selling records on Friday. So come join me. Chubby Checker and DD Sharp, $10 on that. Tim Voldness on John F. Tim Voldness on John F. And that was for John Fred and his Playboy Band. $10 on that. Thank you, Tim. Art Garfunkel, Angel Claire 5. Susie Breedlove on Village People. They're Live and Sleazy. That's so to Susie. PJ Proby was $10. No condition notes. Liberty Label. Annie is $10. The Young Rascals Collections, VG Plus $7.50. And Great Scott, Shirley Scott Trio, VG Plus $12.50. And Savoy Brown Lion's Share, EX $9. Now that's a final call, or I'm going to count these and offer them as a bundle deal. And I hope that, like Neil Rigler or Thomas Baumhart, maybe I can even convince Jetstream. He's kind of a bundler sometimes. I'm buying everything that's left. Jetstream, have you gone through the 45s I sold you in those big boxes? Have you made your way through those, or was that kind of just a stash away for a rainy day type thing? I think I found the Paul crate I was talking about last night that had great titles in it. Is this it? Maybe. It has sealed stuff. I'm over here trying to find it. I don't know what I've done with it. Usually stuff like that, I'm like, all right, I better put it right over here and put a sticky note. Great Paul crate, go through tomorrow. All right, so here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. There's 22. There's 22 records in here, okay? Let's do a bundle deal with somebody for $85. $85 on the bundle deal. There's 22 records in there. $85. That's going to break down to like $386 a piece. You can buy everything that's left in the crate. I'm going to tag them and say that they're yours. If we sell these, I'll go through one more before I start CDs. So it will take one part. How many we got? There's 199 people still watching. We get one person to say, Chad, I'll take all 22 records for $85. I'll go through another half-off crate. If not, I may transition over to CDs and go through this first crate, and I bet we can sell all of them. And what doesn't sell, I'm going to stack up and post in a picture for noon tomorrow, and I bet we can sell what doesn't sell there. At this time of the night, also given how I feel, I'm trying to sell the most I can. Doesn't matter what it is. We can bring out live goats and chickens. Phantom, your birthday's July 4th. Wow. What a birthday to be born on. July 4th. Neil's already bought a crate. Where's Baumhart at? Where's Baumhart? Neil's like, hey, guys and gals, I've already done my job. 198 more of y'all out there. Surely somebody's got $85 to throw around. What's $85? That's like 2 pizzas. That's like 2 pizzas if you have them delivered. You get a whole crate of music here. I mean, come on. 8.5. And you can pay the price to see more. 70 doesn't sound enough. Try again. Not enough. Try again. I'm a deal maker, okay? I can't believe there's that many people quiet out of 198 people. All the Twitch people have got quiet too. Tim Graham's like, looks like we're going to CDs, folks. It does too. It always, the half off usually stops when the bundles stop. There's Flaughter check. Thank you. Does anybody want to make an offer on these no bids? Booker T 15, Yardbirds 10, Michael Schenker 35, McCartney 35. I've got premium $9.99 CDs. Laura said she will draw a sticker for somebody if they get the half off crate. Avery's offered $77 and he's picking up. That's pretty fair. What's the Savoy Brown? It's already spoken for. We've already bundled a crate here. That's not bad, 77, and we don't have to pay postage. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that deal. $77, he's picking up. What Michael Schenker is at one night at Budokan. Let's sell him to Avery. You just don't get an air horn because I'm not taking that stress on my head right now, even with headphones on. I am not blowing an air horn the way my head feels right now. Let's sell these to Avery. He's going to be picking up locally for $77. I'm trying to find my sticky notes so I can put them around the sticky notes. Here, I'll reuse these. All right, we'll say, well, I don't know. That's not going to work. Man, my sticky notes disappear from here all the time. Okay, let me walk around here. There's a couple things that disappear around here. You can imagine in an office building, a workplace like ours. 1, Post-it notes. 2, pens. 3, box cutters. I am always looking for pens, Post-it notes, and box cutters. And y'all seen how many Post-it notes we use, right? We use a bunch. I think Laura is working on photographing the pictures right now. No, that one's not. That one, these are defective. Maybe that's why they were laying off to the side. That one wasn't sticky. All right, there's that. And let's do one more quick one, okay? I'll do one more quick Paul half off bin, and then we'll do CDs. So don't go anywhere. And this is going to be a Paul crate that's half off. I don't know if this is the crate that I was thinking about last night, but we're going to do it anyway, half off, okay? Since everything was completed there. Let's sell Michael Schenker to Ryan Mustaine for $35. Let's sell the Yardbirds for $7 to Jess Birdsong. Now we just need to offer on McCartney 2 for, it was at $35. Please make offer. And Booker T 2002 Sundays, $15. Okay, there's that. And there's that. Okay, so let's do this then. Promises made, promises kept. Last crate before I do CDs for sure. For sure. I'm very curious what's in here. It's all going to be half off, and I think you're all going to like it. Okay? And so some sealed stuff in here too. Jim B just perked up. Sealed half off? What? So one more half off crate. I'll be fast, and then we'll do CDs, okay? Here's what I have here. Mandy Moore, Silver Linings. Mandy is sealed, now just $12.50. There's 2 of them. I have the Scooters, Young Girls. That is in shrink, now just $5. The Scooters. Pepper, Pepper, 77 US, $5 on Pepper. Lake Street Dive. This is on translucent blue vinyl, sealed, just $15. I've got 2 of them. I also have Whitney Morgan and the 78s, an original 2010 sealed, just $25. It was $49.99. I've got 2 of them. John Moreland Visitor, sealed for $16.50 on cream-colored vinyl. Monophonic Sage Motel, orange with black swirl, sealed for just $15. Also, the Box Tops, nonstop. Box Tops is EX $9. Dustin Hodges on Lake Street. I have 1 left if anybody wants it. Jeremy Rourke on WM. And WM was Whitney Morgan. There's 1 left if anybody wants it. These are half off, no more, no less. The shirts, Streetlight Shine. The shirts is VG plus $5. And we have Tom Powers, Love and Learn. Tom Powers is EX $9. Susie on the Box Top, sold. Robert Warner on the Monophonic, sold. And we have Photo Glow. Photo Glow is VG plus $7.50. Also, we have Phone, Stickman. That's a new wave album from '86, VG plus $7.50. P.F. Sloan, Songs of Our Times. That is now $17.50. It's a 65 stereo. It was VG plus $34.99. P.F. Sloan, now just $17.50. We have Alan Thomas, a pitcher. Alan Thomas is VG plus $5. Bob Matthews, Maiden Voyage. Look at that. Bob Matthews is EX, now $14. It's a private press rock album. Tim Vergari gets the other sealed Lake Street Dive. Lake Street Dive, that is sold to Tim Vergari. Thank you, that's done. We got Alive at Wembley, all-time low. This is sealed, a 2023 Record Store Day, yellow orange swirl, $12.50 on that. Terry Stafford, Say, has anybody seen My Sweet Gypsy Rose? That's now $7.50. And Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado. Skip Ewing is now $7.50. Columbia Record Club Edition. Climax Blues Band, FM Live, VG Plus, $7.50. The Best of Leon Everett. That is now $5. The Best of Leon Everett. And then Rebel Heels, 1 by 1. That is an 88 US sealed for $5. Treatment of Diabetes. You listen to this and it will treat your diabetes. Sealed for $5. And Amos Lee, Transmissions. Amos Lee is sealed on blue vinyl and indie exclusive for $15. And Baby Grand, look at that cover. Baby Grand is now just $5. We got Tim Graham on FM Live, Climax Blues Band. Yep, looks like a radio dial with them in the background. That is sold to Tim Graham. Wesley was second. Robert Warner on the Leon Everett. That is sold to Robert Warner. Ada Bernardi on the Amos Lee. And next was Amanda Darby. So both of the sealed Amos Lees are gone. Chris Knapp on Baby Grand. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Doing a half-off crate, clearing out some stuff here at the end. From the Home of Country Music Winners, this is a Nashville compilation, a Music City Song Festival compilation, sealed for $12.50. Kristen, you were third on the Amos Lees. James Montgomery, Live Tracks. James Montgomery is an 83 Canadian import rock album. He is $5. And we have Flute Man, Herbie Mann with Ubi Green. That is now $5. Also, Hank Jones plays on there. Lonnie Mack, Roadhouses and Dance Halls, Gold Stamp promo $7.50. And Philip Walker Blues. Philip Walker is sealed, $8.50 on that. Tim Graham on the Nashville compilation. That is sold to Tim Graham. Thank you. And what Moody Adams told an atheist on television. America's evangelist, $15 on that. Chris Knapp wants the Flute Man, Herbie Mann. That is sold to Chris Knapp, and he also got Philip Walker. And guess what? My crate's filled up. That means we're doing good. Because when I started that last half-off crate, it was pretty much empty. So that's done. Let me grab another empty one over here, and we can probably fill up our seventh crate over here. Just let me go ahead and finish this crate, okay? Half-off stuff. What do we have? We have This World, Martha Abbott. That looks interesting. It's a gospel funk soul album. $7.50 for This World, Martha Abbott. We've got 2 of them. They're both, this one's actually a little bit less. This one's $6. VG Plus condition. Here is Right Direction, Janetter Bradley and the Bradley Singers. It is sealed, a 77 gospel funk soul album, $7.50 on that. And the Jubilators, Togetherness. The Jubilators is a gospel funk soul album sealed for $5. And David McWilliams, Days of Pearly Spencer, who killed Ursma Brame, 68 US, $750 on that. And then we have, does Lonnie Mac have Ride the Lines on it? Lonnie Mac, Ride the Lines. Lonnie Mac has Riding the Blinds. I got Riding the Blinds, not Riding the Lines. I got Riding the Blinds on there. Patrick was first on the Martha. Now, I'm assuming you want the better one, right, Patrick? And then Chris says he wants the better of the two. So if Patrick does take the near mint minus, which I'm assuming he would want, then that just leaves the VG Plus copy, Chris. So up to you. And then Chris Knapp wants the last two Funk Soul. That was this one here. So to Chris Knapp. And he also got the Jubilators. Those are also sold to Chris Knapp. John Durden on the Lonnie Mac. And Patrick, you were next on the Gospel. Yep. Chris Knapp beat you to those. So let's make sure the one with no condition notes goes to Patrick Lear, and the VG Plus copy goes to Chris Knapp. Okay? Done. Moving on. Randy Jones. Randy Jones is an 82 disco album. It doesn't look disco, but I guess it is. Gold stamp promo, $6 on that. Randy Jones. And Pendulum. This is the David Liebman Quintet. Pendulum is $7.50. Amina Claude Myers. And this is an 88 US Jazz Soul album sealed. $7.50. Paul Motion Trio, La Voyage. 79 US. That's now $12.50. And Village People Singer. Is that Randy Jones? Really? Is that a claim or a help? And then we have Red Garland, Ron Carter, and Philly Joe Jones. That's called Crossings. 78 US there. Some big jazz names. $10 on that. And we have Booker Irvin back from the gig. Booker Irvin's now $25. That was $49.99. It's from the KMIH Jazz radio station. That is now $25. David Hoy on PM. The Paul Motion Trio. Thank you, David Hoy. That is sold to you. And then over here we have Dance, Paul Motion Trio again, a 78 German with promo sticker, no condition notes, $15. 78 German, $15. The Agony and the Ecstasy, Buddy Nash. This is a Texas country album sealed for $7.50. And what else do we have? There's old Beanie Farrell, folks. There he is. Beanie Farrell is an unknown year. It's a Nashville country album. $5 on that. Next is David Hoy, PM, Paul Motion. He looks the kind of guy that would book local gigs at your local bar. Old Beanie Farrell playing tonight at 8 o'clock, folks. Come in. It's going to be a heck of a time. Throw the peanuts on the floor. We got Bob King, Keeping It Country. A 78 Canadian import country album, $7.50 on Bob King. Oh, Stonewall here, Platinum Country. Stonewall is VG Plus $5. That's available, and so is the amazing Jimmy Smith Trio on the Metro label, a 65 stereo. Look, from Fred Goodwin. He bought it November 4th in 1965. VG Plus $6 on Jimmy Smith. We have Nashville Wives. That's Judy West, Dolly Parton, Jan Howard, Dottie West, Melba Montgomery, Rose Maddox. VG Plus 5. Bert Sommer. Bert Sommer is a setting promo, VG Plus $7.50. Jimmy Smith is sold to Mega Blast, which is John Durden. Jimmy next with Chris Smith. If I Should Wait Before I Die by Reverend Thomas L. Barrett Jr. And that is now $12.50. That's from he's the pastor at the Mount Zion Baptist Church in Chicago, Illinois. And that's a funky soul and sermon. He's going to be preaching fire, hellfire, and brimstone right there. And he's going to get a little funky too. Neil Rigler on Booker. And Booker was Booker Irvin. That's so to Neil Rigler. Thank you on that. Also, Eddie Clearwater, the Chief. That's VG Plus $6. And Chico Freeman, Tradition in Transmission. Tradition in Transition. Chico is EX650. And Pentangle. We had one of these tonight at a New Arrivals that was near mint. This one's VG, $5 now. VG, $5. Pentangle. All right. Whew. Oh, man, that felt good. Okay, Steve Biddlecombe on EC. And Steve EC was Eddie Clearwater. That's sold to Steve Biddlecombe. Chris Knapp on Pentangle. Nice. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I will offer these at a bundle. But first, I need to go through them one more time. Probably some people hopped on and was like, whoa, we're in a Paul crate. So let me browse through these one more time. Show you what we got going on here, okay? First thing is first. Mandy Moore, sealed for $12.50. Silver linings. We still got 2. The Scooters, Young Girls, $5 on that. Pepper, 77 US, $5. Whitney Morgan, we sold 1. There's 1 left. 2010 original was $50, now $25. John Moreland is sealed for $16.50. We still got 2 of them. We got the shirts, VG plus $5. Romy Lucy on a Mandy Moore. That's sold to Romy Lucy. We got Tom Powers, Love and Learn. EX, $5. He's a singer-songwriter. Photo Glow, VG plus $7.50. Chris Knapp on Scooters. Chris Knapp on Scooters. Sold. Also, Phone, Stickman, VG plus $7.50. Chris Knapp on Moreland. John Moreland sold to Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp also on shirts. Chris Knapp getting all this obscure, interesting stuff here like he always does. P.F. Sloan, Songs of Our Times, VG plus $7.50. Also, this here is Alan Thomas, a pitcher. Alan Thomas, a pitcher, VG plus $5 on that. Bob Matthews, Maiden Voyage. That is a Private Press rock album. EX, $14, was $27.99. All-time low, live at Wembley, sealed. That is $12.50. Terry Stafford, say, has anybody seen my Sweet Gypsy Rose? Shrink, no condition note, $7.50. And we have Skip Ewing, The Coast of Colorado. That is $7.50 for Skip Ewing. Rebel Hills, sealed $5. Diabetes, you can buy some Diabetes for $5. James Montgomery, Live Tracks, $5. 83 Canadian Import Rock. Next is Year on All Time Low. All Time Low live at Wembley is a 2023 Record Store Day. Yellow vinyl sealed, $12.50. And then Amanda Darby on Rebel. Rebel Hills, that's sold to Amanda Darby. Here is What Moody Adams Told an Atheist on Television. That's now $15. David McWilliams, 68 US, $7.50 on that. Pendulum, that is the David Liebman Quintet. Pendulum is $7.50. Also, we have Nina Claude Myers, and that is sealed in 88 US Soul Jazz, $7.50 on that. Randy Jones, there he is from the Village People. It's a 4-track, 82 Disco, $6 on that. Nicholas Hollister on All Time Low. That's sold to Nicholas Hollister. And we have Red Garland, Ron Carter, and Philly Joe Jones in Crossings, 78 US, that's $10. Adam Bernardi on Myers. That was Amina Claudine Myers. And then we got Adam Bernardi on Crossings. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. The Agony Ecstasy, sealed for $7.50. Bernie Farrell, sealed for $5. Mega Blast on Randy Jones. That's sold to John Durden. He's going to get it. And then Bob King, Keeping It Country, $7.50. David Hoy on CH. And that was for, I bet that's something that just got grabbed. Maybe not. CH was, might be a few back. No, I don't see a CH. He said CF. CF was, that might have sold too, right? CF was, CF? CH was a typo. Okay, what was CF then? CF was, I don't think there's a CF, unless it's this one. No. And then Ryan, you were second on Crossings. Stonewall, Platinum Country, VG plus 5. There's the Nashville Wives. That's another compilation. Looks like female, female country artist. VG plus $5. Chico Freeman. Okay, I think we're about to get to that. Bert Sommer, VG plus $7.50. There's the Reverend Thomas L. Barrett, VG $12.50. And there he is, Chico Freeman. I was about to say, I was looking for something I'd already shown. Chico Freeman, so did David Hoy. Now, anybody else on anything in here before I count them and do a bundle? Tim Graham on the Nashville Wives. Thank you on that, including Dolly Parton. There's probably only one I'm going to leave out of here. There's a couple sealed records out of the bundle. I'll leave the John Moreland, and I am going to leave the other Mandy Moore. But this one here was $50, which was probably a fair comp from Discogs. So if nobody buys it right now, I will say I'm going to pull this out of the bundle. Whitney Morgan, 20. We've already sold one. Now just $25 before I put these in here, you know, really cheap per record to try to get the rest of these sold. Because I have a feeling we could list that on Discogs for $50 before I sell it here in a minute for about $4.75. Why would I do that, right? But if somebody doesn't want it, you can buy it right now for $25. A lot of these sealed records, especially modern stuff, it's very easy for us to put them on Discogs. If you've ever listed, if you got a sealed record, unless it's something like OG where you got to type out a description, you know, just something modern, all you got to do is put sealed, mint, list. That's it, because you don't have to put pictures or anything on Discogs. So if you got a bunch of sealed records, man, I've listed 150 in just moments on Discogs. You scan them, make sure it's the right version, boom, boom, boom. So a lot of stuff, before I sell it half off, I'm like, wait a minute, do I really want to sell this $199 record for $100? But there's that. All right, Whitney Morgan and so to Romelu. Okay, there you have it. All right, so here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, there's 22 records left, and we're going to make somebody a heck of a deal. 22 records, $95. 22 records, $95. Last bundle opportunity of the night. Where's my water at? Discogs charges a flat, I think it's a flat 10% now, or 11. Plus PayPal. Plus PayPal. Arnold, I've already priced out the bundle, but I will tell you that Stonewall is $5. If nobody buys the bundle, I'll sell it to you, and then I'll reduce the price by $5. Yeah, Discogs is, I never did use it up until, I would say I didn't really start using Discogs for pricing or anything up until, it was after John worked here. I never did even have an account up until probably Paul, when we hired Paul, because he used it a lot, and I just didn't know a lot about it. I always thought it was kind of a weird, poorly run website. You know, just really hard to navigate and figure out what you have. But as I quickly, over the last decade, learned a lot about vinyl, it's really easy. If you don't know anything about records, if you don't know vinyl, if you don't understand matrix and pressing plants, it would look like a foreign language to you. But if you know vinyl forwards and backwards like we do here, every day we're constantly in it. Just think about it. Every day, all day, that's all we're working with. It's actually a really good resource. As far as selling, it can be misleading. Some stuff is outliers, both cheap outliers and expensive outliers. I've seen some records sell for $1,000 that they would never sell for that again. I've seen some stuff sell for $100 and it was a steal, like $1,000 record sell for $100. So the problem is there's no auctions. If there was auctions on Discogs where you had something rare and somebody can determine what they think it's worth by bidding on it, aka an auction, probably the value of everybody's Discogs median would be increased by 40%. Because there's a lot of stuff gets listed for a buy it now, and I see people grab it for $150, and I'm like, my God, that was a $575 record. But they're just going by the last one sold, which was 5 years ago. And I'm like, yeah, you can't do that. So a lot of complications to that. But also, we've had rare records that have sold on there for $1,000 2 years ago, and we've ended up selling it for $300. Just because whoever paid $1,000 for it, they were the only one, and nobody else wants it. So, Okay, so this is sold to Arnold Adams for $5. And then here we go. Let's see here. So now, anybody else on this bundle? I would love to sell it to somebody. Bundle without Stonewall, $75. Let's see here. They did away with Discogs. What you use? eBay Pop Sock. The thing about eBay though, it's really hard to. You can scroll through there, and you have to click on stuff to figure out what grade it was. And a lot of people, you have flippers that go to like estate sales, and they know how to use eBay. They know how to look something up. They'll scan a barcode at a yard sale of a Led Zeppelin 2. Or they'll search Led Zeppelin 2 on eBay, and they'll see a Robert Ludwig for, $2,000. And they have a 180-gram Jimmy Page remaster, and they think they have a $2,000 record. So, some things we use PopSock for. PopSock is a source for rare records, Popsike. So I use PopSock for example. Here's the PopSock app. You can search here. I'll give you one right here. So here's a rare record we have to put up on eBay. It's called Clockwork Orange. So here's PopSock. We run across something like this, Clockwork Orange. And this is Do Me, right? I'm just going to put in Clockwork Orange Do Me. And so this archives everything on eBay sold for more than, I think, $25 over the last 20 years now. It used to be 10 years when I started using it 10 years ago. So now it goes way back, and you can sort it by date. So yeah, the first one sold back in 2006, $263. And some of the most recents are $228, $244. So over the last 10 years, they've stayed about the same. It's about a $250 record. It's about a $250 record. So they've been selling for about the same. Now, if you pull this up over on Discogs, let's see what it shows. Clockwork Orange, Do Me. There it was. So there it is on Discogs. Now on Discogs, if you look at it, it says the last one sold for $513 and $328, and then $225. So it's definitely showing some different numbers on Discogs, and there's only one for sale for $547. Now, the last one sold on eBay, though, over a year ago. So what is this record worth? I'm going to put it on an eBay auction because I think I can sell it faster on there. I probably don't even know where it came from. So I'm just trying to turn it into cash. I think if I put it on eBay for $250 starting bid, it will at least bring that. However, I could also put it on eBay or Discogs for $500 best offer. And because they don't come through on Discogs, 335 people have it in their want list. So if I put it on Discogs for $500 best offer, somebody might buy it tonight. Like I could list this right now, and all those people get a notification tomorrow, and somebody might be like, dang, the next cheapest one is $750. I better just go ahead and buy that one. And those are the people who use only Discogs and doesn't use eBay. So when you start dealing in rare stuff, it can go all over the place. So, you know, to me, when we run across something rare, Paul and John, Laura, they'll give it to me. They're like, what do you want to do with this? And I'm like, okay, there's the last one sold on eBay 8 years ago. There's none on Discogs. Let's put it on an eBay auction. And that way, if it brings $1,000, then boom, you know. So, okay, so let's go back up to the top. First thing we have here is we had an offer on the bundle for $75 without Stonewall. Okay, I was at $95. Somebody else asked how many records. Let's try to do a deal so we can get into CDs. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 now. 21 right now. 21 left in here. I was at $90. We got an offer for $70. Avery's going to pick up locally. Okay? Double list. Oh, yeah, we do that. Yeah. So, like on eBay, you put them both on there for $1,000, best offer, you know. But when you have as much stuff as we do going on, it's hard to keep up. I have accidentally sold stuff on Discogs, and then people send me a message or an offer on eBay, and I'm like, oh, dang, we've already sold that. So, if you're just piddling with it and you don't have a lot to do, but when we have thousands of records, and we got to make sure we keep tabs on them. Mysterious Flying Orchestra, make me an offer. I think that's been on there for a while. I don't even know what it is. Mysterious Flying Orchestra. John Durden, are you interested in these? John Durden, are you interested in these? Somebody was wanting to know how many was in here. Mysterious Flying Orchestra. Oh, yeah, I know that record. Do we have one on there for sale? There we are, Coletco. Near Mint, VG Plus. Avery, I was at 95. You said 70. I'll do $75. $75. Right now, I've got about 100 rare soul singles to be listed on eBay auctions. I bet they'll average... I've got 100 soul singles. I bet they'll average $100 a piece on eBay. We've been accumulating them. Just rare stuff we found on Discogs. I've probably got maybe more than 100. I bet they'll average $100 when all the auctions. I'm going to put them on there just low bids and let them go. We have a lot to do. I got to clean them. I got to look them up again. I've got to sleeve them. I know. If not, I'm going to post these in a video in the group, and I'm going to get twice as much. Okay? If not, I'm going to get twice as much for them. Here we go. Sold to Avery, $75. Bulk sell those 45s. No. No, stuff like that, I've never... Our policy with 45s, we don't sell any that look obscure until we check them. And most of these have been checked. Now, y'all have seen me put up rare punk 45s that I had no idea was worth $500. It happened just a few weeks ago. But now, if it looks like soul, if it looks stuff like this, then we set it aside and we just go ahead and list it, because one, we're going to maximize. It's going to take a little bit more time, but I've had some outliers end up bringing $1,000 when I thought they were going to sell for $100. So, and we have tubs full of them. We stockpile the heck out of this stuff. So, this is a good one here. All right. I've been selling Northern Soul singles since 2011. I've sold some for $3,000, $4,000, $2,000, $1,800, $600, $660, $970, $540. If y'all think Thursday Night Metal Night's crazy, I wish I had a manifest of every rare 45 I've sold on eBay. Y'all would be like, what in the world are these and why are people paying so much? But those are real prices I've sold 45s for. $1,200, $1,800. I've sold a couple for over $3,000, a bunch for over $2,000, dozens for over $1,000, $500, $800, $300. I haven't listed them in years, and we've just been stockpiling them. There's no telling what's in this building because John keeps them all back there. We keep them in boxes. We've got like these. Paul's got a bunch over next to his desk he's been listing. Paul found like a $1,000 one the other day, a Rockabilly. Rockabilly 2. Rockabilly 2. It's Rockabilly, Garage, mostly soul though. So I used to advertise. I buy bulk singles. I travel, go buy them, bring them back to my house. When I was in college, go through them, listen, test, whatever it took. All right, who's ready for CDs? That concludes vinyl for tonight and your informational segment on how to evaluate rare records. The most expensive one I've sold, I think, is the Limelighters or the Limelights. I sold one for $4,800 one time. That is big money for a single. I think it's the Limelighters. It was on a label called, it was a gold label, I think, called Gold. I don't know if y'all are ready for these CDs that are about to hit. We're going to get started on them. I really need to get some rest, but I have a feeling we can sell about 300 CDs right now at $10 a piece like it's nothing. And I just need y'all's help. These are all $9.99. These are amazing titles. That is the conclusion of vinyl for tonight. Are y'all ready? We have The Offspring, Rise and Fall, Rage and Grace. The Offspring, $9.99. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. These are super clean. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. This is from that same collection where we got all the Stephen King books, the comic books. This guy had a heck of a CD collection. Everything's nice and clean. Ozzy, No More Tears. Linkin Park, One More Light. Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. How about Ozzy? This one is called Down to Earth. What about Ozzy, Black Rain? That's an interesting looking deal. What is this? That's a bizarre design on that. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Nickelback, Dark Horse. Nickelback, Feed the Machine. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Ted Nugent, Great Gonzo, the best of Ted Nugent. And the greatest hits of the Outlaws. These are all $9.99. Michael Reed, you've got dibs on Ozzy. He wants Blizzard of Oz for $9.99. Susie, let me know if you want Diary of a Madman. Let me know if you want No More Tears. Susie, also let me know if you want Down to Earth or if you want Black Rain. You can have them all. You can also have Bark at the Moon. Your pick. Sherry Darnell on LZ. That's easy. There was one Led Zeppelin, so does Sherry Darnell. So we still got the Outlaws. We got the best of Ted Nugent. We have Nickelback. We got Nickelback. We've got Nickelback. I've got Linkin Park. I've got Linkin Park, and I've got the Offspring. Those are all $9.99. Susie has dibs on the rest of the Aussies. If she doesn't want Diary, then it's sold to Andy McLean. Angela Lewis is on Nickelback. NB. Nickelback. 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 Next, Angela, let me know if you want Dark Horse, Feed the Machine, or All the Right Reasons. Susie said she'll take all of them. These are all $9.99 each. You got 5 of them. Those are all sold. This is, I consider, a little bit more premium CDs. These are all hard rock and metal. Alternative rock, hard rock, classic rock, and metal. One more time. What are these? All hard rock, classic rock, metal, alternative rock. Here we go. These are incredible for $9.99. Let's go ahead and show them. Angela's got dibs on Nickelback. We got Metallica Garage Inc. We got Metallica Ride the Lightning. Megadeth Euthanasia. Megadeth Cryptic Lightings. Wow. Led Zeppelin Double Pack. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Led Zeppelin 2, Led Zeppelin 3. That looks like Marilyn Manson. It is the Pale Emperor, Marilyn Manson. Skinner, 1991, missing the artwork. Skinner pronounced. Linkin Park, Living Things. Linkin Park, A Thousand Suns. Led Zeppelin Coda and Led Zeppelin Presence. All right. So first is Angela wants Feed the Machine. That's sold to Angela for $9.99. Michael Reed first on Metallica Garage. That's sold to him. Arnold Adams, you have next dibs. Let me know if you want Ride the Lightning. It's left. John Durden, you've got dibs on Zeppelin. You can have Presence, Coda. These are all $9.99 each. This is Presence, Coda, Led Zeppelin 3, 2, and Presence. I mean Physical Graffiti. So you got dibs on several there. These are all super clean and nice. Next on Zeppelin will be Susie. And then next on Zeppelin will be Chris Frazier. So that stack left Linkin Park, Leonard Skinner, Marilyn Manson, Megadeth, and Megadeth. Can't believe there's no claims yet on Megadeth. Arnold Adams says he will take Metallica Ride the Lightning. And now we have John Durden on the Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, double pack, of course, and Led Zeppelin 2. Now, Susie, you're next. That leaves Presence, Coda, and Led Zeppelin 3. If you don't want them, then I'll ask if Chris Frazier wants any that's left. Chad Saul's next on Megadeth. Chad, let me know if you want Cryptic Lightings or Euthanasia. You got dibs on those two. Sherry Darnell wants Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner. I consider these premium, beautiful CDs. Great titles too, okay? Some could be, what, $14.99? Some of these I probably could have marked $19 if I would have went through and priced them all individually, right? Some of these would have been $11, $12, $14, $19. Some of them might have been $7 or $5. But the easiest way for me to do it is say $9.99 on this first time around. And then I'm going to post them in the group. And I got a feeling almost all these are going to sell. There's 3 full crates over here. It is crazy what is over here. Okay, like this. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Metallica, Justice for All. Metallica, The Black Album. Metallica, Death Magnetic. Metallica, Load. Skinner, Second Helping. Skinner, Gods and Guns, a deluxe edition. Skinner, Nothing Fancy. Skinner, The Last Rebel. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. Nickelback, Here and Now. Nickelback, The Long Road. Nickelback, No Fixed Address. And Ozzy, Undercover. Ozzy, Undercover. So the next thing we have is Susie is passing on the Led Zeppelins. So the 3 Led Zeppelins that were left go to Chris Frazier, right? He was next in line on Led Zeppelin. So Chris, if you want these Led Zeppelins, let me know. Presence, Coda, and Led Zeppelin 3. You've got dibs on those. You're now next in line. After that was Chad Sauls on Megadeth, and he says he wants both Megadeths. Those are so to Chad Sauls. First thing we have is Michael Reed on Injustice. That's so to Michael Reed. Chris Frazier, you got dibs on Metallica then. So, Chris, you're next. Justice has already been claimed. Let me know if you want the Black Album. Let me know if you want Death Magnetic. Let me know if you want Load. Also, let me know if you want... That's it. Okay? And then Robert Warner next on Metallica. Pink Floyd over here, Patrick, is a... I think it's just a remaster. It's got a little bit different artwork. I think that's the 30th anniversary CD cover. 2003, yeah, that's the 30th anniversary CD cover. Not an SACD, though. Patty has dibs on Ozzy. I think there was only one. There was. So Ozzy Undercover is sold to Patty Anderson Williams. Chris Frazier second. Susie next. Chris just wants Led Zeppelin 3. All right, so Led Zeppelin 3 is sold to Chris Frazier. Sherry Darnell wants Leonard Skinner, Nothing Fancy. And then Chris Frazier had next dibs on the Black Album, or next dibs on Metallica, and he wants the Black Album. Okay, over here, we have, so we had, next on Metallica was Robert Warner. So Metallica, Robert Warner, you got dibs on Load and Death Magnetic. Totally up to you. And then Patrick Lear asked about Pink Floyd. He said he's going to take it. Then Jim B was next, and then Chris Frazier. Wow. So a lot of great stuff still left there. Nickelback, 9 Inch Nails, Leonard Skinner, and Leonard Skinner, Second Helping. And I don't think there was anybody back up on the next 2 Led Zeppelin. So Coda and Presence is still available. Robert gets those last 2 Metallicas. Those are sold for $9.99 each. Hey, Laura sent us the hot pictures for Metal Night. Wasp, Ozzy, Motley Crue, Van Halen, Badlands, Van Halen, Rat, Ozzy, Black Sabbath, Hurricane, Metallica, Stryper, Queensryche, Black Album, Motorhead, Fastway, Metallica, Ghost, Rat, Heavy Metal, Skid Row, Motley Crue, That is a Highway to Hell, Stairway to Heaven. Yeah. Megadeth, Scorpions, The Decline of Civilization Part 2, Tesla, Riot, Iron Maiden, Dio, Motorhead, Autograph, Motorhead, The Sword, Iron Maiden, Great White, Dangerous Toys, Black Sabbath, Twisted Sister, Ozzy, Black Label, Misfits, Y&T, Black Sabbath, and Whitesnake. That's some of the metal stuff for tomorrow. Sherry Darnell says she'll take the last two Led Zeppelins that's left. And she also, Buddy Cordova wants the Skinner double. That was right over here, the Gods and Guns. That's so to Buddy Cordova. And Sherry Darnell says she'll take the last two Skinners, which was Last Rebel and Sweet Home Alabama, second helping. All right, let's do another handful so y'all can prepare for what's coming tomorrow. Those pictures will probably be posted as soon as I end this stream because I've got to run an ad and get some stuff rolling. Man, there's some good CDs coming up. Holy moly, hope y'all are ready for this. So first we have is the best of David Lanz. Wow, Kiss Symphony, Alive 4. Wow, Kiss Carnival of Souls. Wow, Kiss Smashes Thrashes Hits. Wow, Kiss Monster. Wow, Kiss Revenge. Whoa, Kingdom Come. Kill Devil Hill, Revolution Rise. Kid Rock, Rock and Roll Jesus. Korn, that one's out of print. What is that one called? Korn, See You on the Other Side. Yeah, Korn, that one's out of print. The Serenity of Suffering. Korn, Greatest Hits Volume 1, not available on vinyl. Korn, The Paradigm Shift. Something like that. $9.99. Holy moly. Manson is still available. Can you believe it? A Marilyn Manson is still available? It is. And who asked? That was Chad. Chris Frazier first on KI. And that was probably for Kiss. You got dibs on a bunch. You got Kiss Symphony, Kiss Carnival, Kiss Smashes, Kiss Monster, Kiss Revenge. Next is Buddy Cordova. So we still got Korn, Kid Rock, Kill Devil Hill, Kingdom Come, and David Lanz. Those are all still available. Oh, I feel like I've been beat with a baseball bat. Holy moly. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. Let's go ahead and get this next step. Oh my gosh. Down, 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 down. I'm broken. In there, I am alive. I'm broken. Paradigm. Thank you. All right, so here's what we got. We got Kiss, so did Chris Frazier. And he wants Kiss Symphony and Kiss Smashes, okay? So he gets Symphony and Smashes. Those are sold to Chris Frazier. You may ask who was next. Next was Buddy Cordova. He wanted Symphony, so he's next. He also wanted Monster. Buddy Cordova, you got Monster. Chad was next on Alive 4. And then El Terrible gets Kiss Revenge. That just leaves Carnival of Souls, David Lanz, Korn, and Kid Rock is sold to Susie Breedlove. Kill Devil Hill, and I can't believe no one got Kingdom Come like Angela. Where's Angela Lewis at when you need her? All right, and then who asked about Marilyn Manson? Chad, it's still available if you want it. All right, here we go. Rush, Test for Echo. Rush, that's Vapor Trails, the original mix. Stones, Steel Wheels. Stones, Tattoo You. Stones, Goathead Soup. The Pretty Reckless, Light Me Up. I've never seen that on vinyl. Stones, Dirty Work. Stones, Bridges to Babylon with a die-cut cover. Rise Against, Wolves. Rise Against, Siren Song of the Counterculture. REO Speedwagon, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Yo-Yo Ma, as featured in Seinfeld. Yo-Yo Ma. Pearl Jam by Neural. And what do we have here? Papa Roach. Papa Roach. These are all $9.99. Nick Bargeron on KC for Kingdom Come. Thomas Hujar was second. First is Melanie Jennings. She wants Goathead Soup from the Rolling Bones. Thank you. And then over here, we have Thomas Hujar on Rep. A Rep. What was Rep? He wanted REO. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Chris Frazier on PR for Papa Roach. Sold. Next is Nick Bargeron on K-Crim. 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 No K-Crim here. I've got Pearl Jam by Neural, Yo-Yo Ma, Rise Against. We got Bridges to Babylon, Dirty Work, Pretty Reckless, Light Me Up, Tattoo You, Steel Wheels, Rush, Vapor Trails, Original Mix, and Test for Echoes. All right, I'm going to start stacking these back here in the back. Anybody else craving a Cinnabon? Chad Saul's got Manson, thank you. And he wants Bab. Okay, so his last two comments have said K-Crim and Bab. K-Crim and Bab. K-Crim and Bab. I think he's claiming Stones albums. So, I don't think there's a Stones album that's K-Crim, though. But Bab is Babylon. Okay? That's Babylon. And Thomas put Caper Vapor. That's for Vapor Trails. All right. Gotcha. Nick, you are well taken care of, sir. Okay, and thank you, everybody else. I've already got our first stack of sold CDs here. Boom, just like that. Those are done. Let me carry these around the corner here. And we're going to put these right here. First stack done. We're behind pace this week. I usually been doing 4 stacks a night. I didn't do any Monday because I was dead tired. Didn't do hardly any last night. No. Yeah, we did some last night, but I wasn't too prepared. And then tonight, I'm prepared, but I am sick as a dog, honestly. Not that sick, but I don't feel well at all. When I go to sleep here in a minute, it's going to be a hard and heavy sleep. All right, here we go. More great. These are all rock, classic rock, hard rock, metal, alternative rock CDs. Okay? Here we go. Jim B, you missed all the rap last night. I sold them all to Donna for $1 a piece. All right, here's Genesis self-titled. David Garrett. Peter Gabriel, essentially a greatest hits. It's called Shaking the Tree. Peter Frampton, Fingerprints. Foreigner, this one's called Unusual Heat. Green Day, American Idiot. Green Day, Revolution Radio. Judas Priest, Defenders of Our Faith. Ozzy, Scream. Led Zeppelin 4. Led Zeppelin 1. The Law. Last in Time, Heavy Crown, Deluxe CD DVD. Skinner, Street Survivors. What's Your Name? Little Girl. Give Me Back My Bullets. Last of a Dying Breed. And another Ozzy Scream. 2 Ozzy Screams are available. Okay? First is Michael Nath on PF for Peter Frampton. That's sold to Michael Nath. These are all $9.99. Susie was next. Susie gets Ozzy. There was only one. I'm going to give her Scream. John Nazarko on Priest. There was only one. We're going to give that to John Nazarko. Melanie Jennings on Green Day, American Idiot. Patty, I'm going to give you Ozzy Scream. Another copy. Nick was next. Thomas Hujar first on Law. Chuck Haley on LS and LZ. Chuck, you can have Led Zeppelin 1 or 4. Or you can have Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors, Last of a Dying Breed, Give Me Back My Bullets. And, of course, you also got the option to take all of them. And then we have Last in Line, Heavy Crown. Vivian Campbell, Dio. Interesting. Vinny Appice on drums, Jimmy Bain on bass, Vivian Campbell guitars, and Andrew Freeman vocals. It's a CD, DVD. Last in Line. Still got Green Day, Foreigner, Peter Gabriel, David Garrett, and Genesis. A great Genesis there, too. Okay? Those are available. Let's grab another handful. I'm broken. Inherit your life. All right. David Gilmour, Live and Gnask. Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution. Judas Priest, Point of No Entry. Great White, Twice Shy. Great White, Hooked. Grand Funk Hits. We got Golden Earring, The Continuing Story of Radar Love. Greatest Hits. Godsmack Faceless. Godsmack, 10 Years of Godsmack. A tribute to Judas Priest and Journey. All right. Chuck Haley wants both Led Zeppelins. Now there's 0 left. And he also has dibs on Leonard Skinner for whichever ones he wants of those. First is Thomas Hujar got David Gilmour. Adam Bernardi second. Patty Anderson Williams on Great White. Let me know if you want Twice Shot or Hooked. Susie Breelove on Golden Earring. John Nazarko second. And Chuck Haley on Grand Funk. So that leaves Journey Infinity. A tribute to Judas Priest. 10 years of Godsmack. Godsmack Faceless. Judas Priest Point of Entry. And Judas Priest Angel of Retribution. And Chuck, just to confirm, you did want at least one Leonard Skinner, right? Because you still got dibs on those 3. And Patty got both Great White. You put LS and LZ. I don't know if you got auto-corrected and you meant just LZ, or if you're maybe still deciding on those others, but just let me know, okay? Let's see what we got here. Ow. The Skinners are Last of a Dying Breed, Give Me Back My Bullets, and Street Survivors. Okay, here's Papa Roach, The Collection. The Paramount Sessions, Papa Roach. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. There's some Bach for you. Pearl Jam Vitology. Pearl Jam 10. Papa Roach Metamorphosis. Papa Roach Fear. Rat and Roll, 8191. Rat, Reach for the Sky. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Rainbow Rising. And Rage Against the Machine, Killing in the Name of... Patty wants to put back Ozzy. If anybody wants Ozzy Scream, it's still available. There was nobody next on it. Ozzy Scream is $9.99. Okay. John Nazarko first on Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. Domination. Chuck Haley wants Skinner Street Survivors. So Sherry Darnell, Last of a Dying Breed. Last of a Dying Brain and Give Me Back My Bullets are still available, Sherry. Sherry Darnell also got Pearl Jam Vitology. Thomas Hujar on Race. I bet he meant Rat, which gives him dibs on a couple. Thomas, let me know what R-A-S-E, R-A-C-E means. It could also mean Rage. There's Rat, Rainbow, and Rage. Thomas has a word on the board that says Race. We'll have to wait for him to clarify because it could have meant Rat and No's next. It could have meant Rage and Melanie's next. So we'll find out what's about to happen there. He meant Rage. So Thomas gets Rage Against the Machine. No Rodriguez. No Rodriguez, you're next on Rat. Or you were first on Rat. Let me know if you want Rat and Roll or Reach for the Sky. Angela second. Melanie next on Rage. Nick Bargeron on Tattoos. He said autocorrect. Tattoos. He said autocorrect. Tattoos. Let me know on that one. Sherry said she'll take the next 2 Skinners. Rich Group said he wanted Bullets. Sherry just got them. I think she was next in line anyway from earlier. Okay. So, No's going to let us know on Rat, and that leaves Rainbow, Pearl Jam's, Papa Roach, and the Bach classical CD. He wants the best of Rat and Roll. Angela, if you want Reach for the Sky, it is yours, okay? Angela, that is yours if you want it. Okay, let's get right over here into some of these. Let me grab this. We got Judas Priest Nostradamus, Judas Priest Jugulator, Judas Priest Painkiller, GNR Spaghetti Incident, Jeff Healy See the Right, Guns N' Roses Chinese Democracy, Guns N' Roses Use Your Illusion 2, Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction, The Best of the Guess Who, the Heavy Metal Soundtrack, Heaven and Hell with Dio, Iommi, Butler, and a Piece, Heart Dreamboat Annie, and Heart Fanatic. How much are these? $9.99. Is there a Papa Roach and Fest? Nope. Hadn't seen one of those yet. But I have seen a Papa Roach collection, which I'm assuming is the greatest hits. She's passing on Rat, so that's still available if anybody wants it. Next over here was Thomas Hujar on Pain. Thomas Hujar on Pain. Painkiller. That's so to Thomas Hujar. Angela on Guns N' Roses. Let me know if you want spaghetti. Let me know if you want Chinese. Let me know if you want Illusion. Let me know if you want appetite, or if you have an appetite for Illusions, Chinese food, and spaghetti. Nick's next on GNR. Michael Nath on heavy metal. Now, was that for this? If so, so to Michael Nath. Melanie next on appetite. Susie next on GNR. Robert next on heavy metal. Chris next on heavy metal. Chad next on Guns N' Roses. Michael Nath also put H. Now, that was next after his already heavy metal claim. So you might want Heaven and Hell, or you might want Heart. Greg Nerman next on heavy. John Nazarko next on GNR. Chuck Haley on the Guess Who. Rich Group on Fanatic. We'll see if that doesn't get claimed. And Angela wants Chinese and spaghetti. It's making me hungry. All right, so he got Heaven and Hell, and he got Fanatic, which means Rich Group, you were next. Okay, and that's Dreamboat Annie. So we got some figuring out to do on the GNRs. The first GNR is to Angela, and she wants Chinese and spaghetti. Okay, so the next person in line for GNR was Nick Bargeron, and he's going to let us know if he wants Guns N' Roses 2, or why does this book look different? Appetite. Is this like the CD? Yeah, somebody folded this wrong. So, Nick, let me know. You've got two choices there. Use Your Illusion or Appetite. Totally up to you. Okay. Now, that's it. And that just leaves Jeff Healy and the two Judas Priest. And Heart Dreamboat Annie. Nick takes both. Nothing else was reserved. New stack. Unless somebody buys something right now. I knew that was a good one. That's why I grabbed it. I'm surprised all the Judas Priest stuff hadn't sold. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. These are all $9.99. We got Kansas, Freaks of Nature. Kansas Power. Kansas, The Prelude Impact. Hilary Hahn, Bach Concertos. Bach, Paritas for solo violin. There's GNR 1, GNR Lies, Priest Stained Class, Priest Turbo, Priest Battle Cry, and Priest Demolition. Those are all $9.99. All right, so SACD. No SACDs here. That's an SACD, yeah. And then Michael Nath wants Bach both. So these are pending the Jim B and then Michael Nath. And then Nick Bargeron on GNR. Nick, let me know if you want Use Your Illusion 1 or Lies. Thomas Hujar on SG. SG was for Stained Class. Patty Anderson Williams on Turbo. Angela's next on Lies. And Brian, you were second on Turbo. That leaves Demolition, Battle Cry, Prelude Implicit, not Impact, Power, and Freaks of Nature. Nick gets both GNRs. GMB's trying to figure out what that CD is on Discogs to figure out if he can flip it for about $50. If he passes, then I'm going to sell it to Michael Nath. By the way, this jewel case is missing a pin there, Michael. Easily replaceable. He's trying to go back, rewind the feed, figure out what it said, look it up on Discogs, and then figure out if he needs it or not. All right, we got Nirvana Unplugged. Nirvana Unplugged. Journey Evolution. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 3. Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 1. Jeff Healy, Hell to Pay. We got Hailstorm, Into the Wildfire. We've got Hailstorm Vicious. We've got Hailstorm, The Strange Case of Hailstorm. We got Hailstorm self-titled, Godsmack Awake, Godsmack The Oracle, Godsmack When Legends Rise, Godsmack Alive and Inspired, Godsmack 4, and Godsmack 1000 horsepower. He said Michael Nath can have both of them. He's trying to figure out how good it is. Now, I don't know if he's talking about the quality of the music or the quality of the price, right? All right, John Durden first on Nirvana Unplugged. That's owed to John Durden for $9.99. Mega Blast 9 on Twitch. We got Chris Frazier next on Nirvana. We got Chris Frazier first on dibs on a bunch of Hailstorms. There was 4 different Hailstorms there. Your pick. Maybe you'll take them all. Chuck, your dibs on Elton. Volume 1 or Volume 3, your pick. Nick Bargeron got Jeff Healey. Sherry wants both Elton Johns if Chuck doesn't take both. Angela wants 1000 horsepower. Okay? So, that was the first Godsmack claim. He just wants Volume 1. So, Sherry Darnell, you get Volume 3. And that just leaves all the Godsmacks. 4, Live and Inspired. Never seen that. When Legends Rise, The Oracle, and which is a double pack, it looks like. And Awake and Evolution by Journey. He wants the Strange Case of Hailstorm. That is this one. Yeah. All right, so 3 Hailstorms remain. Hailstorm, Hailstorm Vicious, and Hailstorm Into the Wildlife. Jim, I'm sorry if everybody's picking on you. If I start picking on Jim B, then that opens the door. I should be nice to Jim B. He's a great customer. Hey, they're $9.99. I don't care who they go to or what they're doing with them. I'm here to sell CDs. It wouldn't bother me if you're going home and sacrificing them. We have Queen, A Night at the Opera. We got Queen, News of the World. Puddle of Mud Famous. The Pretty Reckless. Who Are You Selling For? Ooh, look at that one. Judas Priest, Redeemer of the Souls. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Judas Priest, British Steel. Kansas 2 for the Show. Kansas Point of No Return. Kansas Self-Titled. Kansas Left Overture. And Kansas Somewhere to Elsewhere. Man, my ear. It's not pain. It sounds like there's water or something in my ear. The last couple times I've blown my nose, it's like there's static. It's like when you're listening to a radio and you're losing reception. That's what's happening in my right ear. Oh my gosh, every time I talk. Y'all can't imagine. I'm going to have to sit down for a second. I'm losing my hearing, Laura. She said, oh no, I've got to go home. Whew. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is our tower over here has gotten really full. So let me take this tower. If y'all hadn't heard, I've pretty much been sick ever since I went to Denver. If I get around people and smoke, I'm dead. So I am beat. I am sore. I'm achy. I have a headache. My hearing's going out. My throat's sore. My nose is running. I'm coughing. I'm hungry. Etc., etc. Okay. So here we go. Let's see what's going on over here. Greg Herman on Queen. Let me know which two you want, Greg. News or not. I'm working my way down. Michael Reed next on News. Michael Nath on Puddle of Mud. Melanie Jennings next on Queen. Thomas Hujar on Ram. Ram It Down. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Patty got Steel. British Steel sold to Patty. Yeah, there's 3 Hailstorms left. Hailstorm, Into the Wildfire, Vicious, and Self-Titled. Ow. John Nazarko on British. John Nazarko British. What was that? And Greg Herman wants both. Okay. So those are, I'm almost done with this crate. Kansas. We're near the end. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not going to 2 a.m. tonight. We're near the end of the sale. I'm almost. Actually, that was the end of the crate, but I'm going to try to knock out some more of this top later. I'm going to try to get three CD towers sold here. Here we go. Let's pull some of these out right here. Plus, I want enough. I would love to sell all of them, but I'd want enough so we can. I'm going to try to make a post and show everybody what didn't get claimed and what they're missing out on when they go to bed early. Okay. Oh, British Steel. Okay. Okay, so Pam wants Into the Wild right here. Hellstorm. They don't have much available on vinyl. Okay, here's this. How far do I live from my house? At nighttime traffic, 12 minutes. Joe Bonamassa, Dust Bowl. Breaking Benjamin, Saturate. Breaking Benjamin, Mescalito. How about Thunder Mother, Heatwave Deluxe Edition? Ow. John Bonham, the Disregard of Timekeeping. There's another Bonham. That's as in Jason Bonham, John's son. Mad Hatter. Blood Simple, Red Harvest. Blind Melon. Black Label Society, Order of the Black. Never seen that one before. How about Black Sabbath Mob Rules, Boston Don't Look Back, Boston Self-Titled, Bon Jovi Slippery, Black Sabbath 13, Lenticular, and Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. Let's try to get one more stack here. Chad always pushing himself to the limit. Literally. I have met my personal obligation. I could have easily posted, I'm sick, I'm not having a sale tonight. I'd still be asleep. But I got up and I come here, and 7 hours later, we're wrapping it up. I've made it through it. We're not going to get we're not going to get behind selling stuff. Michael Nath on JB for Joe Bonamassa. Angela Lewis got Thunder. Angela Lewis on a hot streak. Bon Jovi. Susie, you're first on Black Sabbath. You can have Mob Rules. 13, Dehumanizer. You got picks on 3. Nick on Black. If you want Black Label Society, just say yes, sold. Thomas next on Mob. Chris next on Black Sabbath. Susie said she wants all 3. Okay? Surprised no one got the Bonhams. There we go. There's one. MT Matt on Bonham. And what does that leave? Boston, Blind Melon, Blood Simple, Bonham again, Ron Bingham, and Breaking Benjamin. Okay? And her bond was for, so no Bon Jovi for Angela. Her bond was for Bonham. Okay? So which of the 2 do you want? Sorry about that, MT Matt. She was first. So there's these 2. Okay? So Angela, your pick on those 2. And then those 3 are still sold to Susie. And Black Label Society is sold to Nick Bargeron. Okay. And then we got Boston Self-Titled sold to El Terrible. And we got Ryan Bingham sold to Sherry Darnell. All right. And both Bonhams are sold to Angela Lewis. Okay. Her bond was for Bonham, not Bon Jovi. Okay. Let's knock out this handful right here. As y'all seen, great title. So we've gone through 1 crate of 3, and we'll do the others tomorrow night, and if we have any left Friday until we can find more. Michael does get Bon Jovi. Michael Nath. So here's Black Sabbath Master of Reality. Nice. Black Sabbath The Ultimate Collection. Black Sabbath Heaven and Hell. Black Sabbath The M Birmingham. That was That was the first time they did The End. And guess what? 8 years later, they're playing again there Saturday night for the true final The End concert. Black Sabbath Tear, Black Crowes Lions, and Black Crowes Three Snakes and a Charm, Black Crowes Southern Harmony, Joshua Bell, Violin Concertos, Zul Bailey, Bach Cello Suites, and Bad Company Self-Titled. Okay, Susie first on Black Sabbath. I have a feeling I know what she's going to say. I'll take all of them, but it's up to her. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Michael reads next, then Clay Moore, then Michael Nath, then Chris Frazier. Wait a minute, unless there's other BSs. No, there's no other BSs. There's some BCs, and Nick Bargeron put Black, so that could have been for Sabbath or Crows. So let me know on that. And then Michael Nath is definitely next on Black Crows. Susie gets all the Black Sabbaths. That's probably a great deal on the Ultimate Collection. That's like everything. 31 songs, or at least the best of, not everything. Or BC could be for Bad Company, right, Michael? It could be for Bad Company. So we had a lot of Bs there. We'll see what Nick Bargeron wanted. Nick, if you want Black Crows, it's yours. Michael, if BC was Bad Company, it's yours. If it's Black Crows, it's also yours. As long as it's not Nick Bargeron's. He wanted Sabbath. Okay, so I think, Michael, you've got dibs on Crows, and that was Southern, Three Snakes, and Lions there. Let's go ahead and do another stack. All right, what have I got over here? Look at this photograph. It makes me laugh. When I come home. All 3 Crows sold to Michael. Thank you. Kansas, Leftoverture. Kansas, Somewhere to Elsewhere. Deep Purple, Whoosh. Judas Priest, Sad Wings to Destiny. Darkest Hour, the original soundtrack by Dario Marinelli. That's from Winston Churchill. Breaking Benjamin, Aurora. Alan Parsons, Eye on the Sky. Eric Clapton, Nothing But the Blues. Nickelback, Get Rollin'. Judas Priest, Sin After Sin. Slash, featuring Miles Kennedy. Seether, Wasteland, the Purgatory EP. That is Lainey Wilson, right? Yeah, some of these are pretty new. Lainey Wilson and Dorothy, The Way. Sherry Doesn't Want Bad Company. Chad was one of the bottom in the last timekeeping. If so, I got that one the other week. Yes, it was the timekeeping one. Yes. Okay, so put this back. And MT Matt, we're going to sell this to you again, okay? That's the one MT Matt wanted. So that is sold to MT Matt and not Angela Lewis again. And now we have Michael Nath on DH. And that was for Darkest Hour. And Michael Nath on EC, which was Eric Clapton. And that left Kansas, Deep Purple, Judas Priest, Breaking Benjamin, Alan Parsons, Nickelback, Judas Priest, Slash, Wasteland, Lainey Wilson, and Dorothy. Okay. I'm almost to where I want to stop. One more handful, Chad. One more handful. Keep going. Keep going. You can do this. Keep going. You can do this. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, Chad. You can do this. Keep going. Go, go, go. All right. Tom Harris on Seether. You got it. All right. Next is Shine Down, Planet Zero. Accept, Too Mean to Die. Wasp. Nickelback. Live from Nashville. Man, some of these are new. Some of these are Lainey Wilson, Bell Bottom Country. Accept, Humanoid. Inagata Devita. Pearl Jam's newest, Dark Matter. Slash, Orgy of the Damned. Rob Zombie, Spook Show International Live. And Alan Parsons' Tale of a yeah, that one. $9.99. Michael Nath on ACC. That was for Accept. So to Michael Nath. Susie Breelove on Shine Down. Buddy Cordova next on Accept. Clay Moore on Wasp. Leslie next on Shine Down. Susie on LS and LW. I think she meant just Lainey Wilson. Patty first on Slash. Actually, Michael, there was another Accept in here. Let me know if you want Humanoid as well. And then Thomas Hujar on DM. Dark Matter, Pearl Jam. and Chuck next on Laney, and Leslie next on Pearl Jam. All right, that leaves Alan Parsons, Rob Zombie, Iron Butterfly, and Nickelback. I forgot here there was 2 accepts, and he does have both, and he says he'll take both. All right, and then Sherry on Nickelback Live. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. No more new ones. I'm just going to show you what's left, okay? Because there might have been some people just hop on. And then what doesn't sell, I'm going to line them up, take a picture of the spine, and I'm going to post them in the group tomorrow for buy it nows. So let me start right here and get some of these restacked, okay? Some of the oldest ones I've got right back here. So quick read through one more time. I have Linkin Park, and this is 1,000 Suns. Linkin Park, Living Things. Skinnerd, 91, no artwork. Nickelback, No Fixed Address. Nickelback, The Long Road. Nickelback, Here and Now. 9 Inch Nails with Teeth. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. And Nickelback, Dark Horse. Yes, those are all still available. If you want something in there, just let me know. Linkin Park, there's 2 dibs for Michael Nath, okay? There's that. He says he'll take both Lincolns. So do Michael Nath. Next, let's do this stack right back here. What labels Parsons? Give me 1 second. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. The Offspring, Rise and Fall of Rage and Grace. Linkin Park, One More Light. Linkin Park, Minutes to Midnight. The Best of Ted Nugent. The Greatest Hits of the Outlaws. Kill Devil Hill. Revolution Rise. Korn. See on the Other Side. We have Korn, The Serenity Suffering. Korn, Greatest Hits Volume 1. Korn, that one. Best of David Lanz and Kiss, Carnival of Souls. Okay, Tim Graham wants Dark Horse. That was Nickelback. Let me find that one right quick. It was right here. That's so to Tim Graham. And then Michael Nath again on Linkin Park. And that gives you dibs on these 2. Maybe he'll say both again. El Terrible wants 9 Inch Nails, Downward Spiral. That's so to El Terrible. Nice. Anybody else on those, just let me know. Okay, let's go back here to this stack, which was Dorothy, The Way. We just showed that one. Lainey Wilson, Whirlwind. Slash 4 featuring Miles Kennedy. Judas Priest, Sin After Sin remastered. Nickelback, Get Rollin'. Alan Parsons, Eye in the Sky. Breaking Benjamin, Aurora. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny. Deep Purple, Whoosh. Kansas, Somewhere Elsewhere. And Kansas, Leftoverture, Live and Beyond. So Michael Nath did get both Linkin Parks, and the Outlaws is officially sold to Chuck Haley. Let me grab that right quick. Okay. Now let me go ahead and take this sold stack right around the corner. When Paul brought me all these CDs, I was like, oh no. I was like, Paul, if you hadn't have brought me these, I probably would have stopped after vinyl. But I've seen so many just great titles. I was like, yeah, we got to go ahead and just knock these suckers out because they're so good. Nice, clean, great titles, etc., etc. All right. I grabbed the wrong stack with the wrong Alan Parsons. So, let's see here. Nickelback, Get Rollin'. That's sold here to Nick Bargeron. That's done. Okay. And then, okay, here's that Alan Parsons. This is on Mercury. Looks like this. Tales of Mystery and Imagination. So that's APP. Rob Zombie, Spook Show International Live. Iron Butterfly, Gala Davida. Judas Priest, Demolition. Judas Priest, Battle Cry. Kansas, The Prelude Implicit. Kansas Power. Kansas, Freaks of Nature. Jeff Healey, See the Light. Judas Priest, Juggulator. Judas Priest, Nostradamus. All right, so those are still available. And then right back here we had Genesis, which is self-titled. David Garrett, Peter Gabriel, which is a hits comp. Foreigner, Unusual Heat. Green Day, Revolution Radio. And Last in Line, Heavy Crown. Those are all available. And then this back stack right here was Pretty Reckless, Light Me Up. Rush, Test for Echo. Stones, Steel Wheels. Stones, Tattoo. Stones, Dirty Work. Rise Against Wolves. Rise Against Siren of the Counterculture. Yo-Yo Ma. And Pearl Jam by Neural. The only Pearl Jam that hadn't been claimed, I think. JH. JH for Nick Bargeron. JH for Nick Bargeron was Jeff Healy. All right, and then Angela Lewis on Foreigner, Unusual Heat. That's sold to Angela Lewis. Okay, I just read through all those. Pretty Lakeless, Rush, Stones, Rise Against, Yellow Mall, Pearl Jam. Here's some really recent ones I've shown. Boston, Blind Melon, Blood Simple, and Breaking Benjamin. Leslie on the Yo-Yo Ma. That's the only name I read. It's actually Emmanuel Axe and Aztec Perman, but Yo-Yo Ma as featured in Seinfeld. Rise Against Wolves is sold here to Tom Harris. And Clay Moore wants Kansas, Leftoverture, Live and Beyond. Bach Cello Suites, this here. That is sold to Michael Nath. Clay, let me get you your Kansas Live and Beyond. That's right over here. Leftoverture, right here. This is sold to Clay Moore. Tim Graham on Blind Melon, doing a recap. Almost done. Let's knock out this stack. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. Magic Man. Rat, Reach for the Sky. Rainbow Rising. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Papa Roach Fear. Papa Roach Metamorphosis. Pearl Jam 10. Bach. There's the other Bach. Maybe you were talking about that, Michael, now. There's this one, too. It's a 2 CD. Papa Roach again, and Papa Roach The Collection. And I'm assuming this is a comp, but I don't see Last Resort on here. Break Me in 2 Pieces. This is My Last Resort. Suffocation. No Breathing. Here is Ozzy Scream, Judas Priest, Angel of Retribution, Priest Point of Entry, Godsmack Faceless, 10 Years of Godsmack, a tribute of Judas Priest, and Journey Infinity. All right. And Michael Nass says, I'll take that too. And there's only one more looking classical record here, and that's this one. Joshua Bell, exactly. And Violin Concertos, Schumann, Brahms. There's Kansas Somewhere to Elsewhere, Kansas Leftoverture Standard, Kansas Self-Titled, Kansas Point of No Return, Kansas 2 for the Show, Judas Priest, Redeemer of Souls, Pretty Reckless, Hailstorm, and Hailstorm. That was Vicious and Self-Titled. And then over here is Godsmack 4, Godsmack Live Inspired, Godsmack Legends Rise, Godsmack The Oracle, Godsmack Awaken, Journey Evolution. Okay. All right. I want to thank everybody for sticking with me. If I wasn't sick, we'd go ahead and do these other 2 crates, and we would probably sell 80% of them, probably 90. I'm going to immediately end this stream. I'm going to film the new video flip crate for 6 a.m. I'm going to do the vintage flip crate for 9. I'm going to grab my leftover Demuses, and I'm going to head home. I'm also going to take a picture of these CDs and post them at noon tomorrow. Thanks for sticking with me. If you've been here since like 6 o'clock when I went live, I slept really late. Honestly, I turned my alarm off and I rolled back over. And I was like, if I wake back up at 7, I'm just going to have to apologize. And I actually woke back up at like 4:30. But when I turned my alarm off and rolled back over, I was like, there's a good chance I can wake up at 7 and probably everybody here at the store and all the customers are going to be like, where the heck is he? But luckily, I had enough energy to make a post and say sometime after 5:30. And I think we got started at 6 tonight. We have sold we have sold 7 full crates of vinyl. And we have sold now 4 towers of CDs. So that's like probably 150 CDs right then. So that helps us out tremendously. And tomorrow's Thursday Night Metal Night. Hopefully, whatever happens overnight, I'll feel better because tomorrow's a big night. Oh, yeah, I also got to post the hot pictures. See, there's a lot I got to do. It's going to be several hours before I go to bed. I got to post hot pictures. I got to run an ad for it. I got to schedule a couple pre-orders. What else do I have to do? I got to do the videos. I got to take pictures of those. I got to clean up back here. And then I have to, I didn't even talk about ordering vinyl. that would be 2 or 3 additional hours. So if I did everything I need to do, like immediate stuff, I have another 6 hours of work ahead of me. I can chop that down to about an hour, maybe 2 if I operate fast. Honestly, if I leave here by 2 a.m., I'll be lucky. If I get out of here by 2 a.m., I'll be lucky. So let me stop talking and get to work. So I'll be here 4th of July as well. Yeah, I'll be here 4th of July. So, yeah, I have a lot to do. A lot of it, though, I have to do. Like, I have to film the videos. I have to make the crates. I upload them. Yeah, we really need somebody to help me manage social media, though. We miss out so many opportunities reaching new people on social media. We could be making videos and posts, and there's so many people in America that are record collectors that have no idea we do this every night. Some of the rare stuff that comes through here every single night, they have no idea we're here doing this. So let it go. Yeah. I have fear of letting y'all down. I don't like missing sales. If I say I'm going to post those videos, so I have tremendous fear of disappointing people, or like people, I think, waiting on me. Like if I say 5:30, being here at 5:30, but sometimes there's just so much to do. It's like I can't. I know you think with 15 employees I'd be covered, but man, they're covered up too. If I have Laura do something, that's less auctions she's getting ready, and that's less, you know. So yeah, we just basically need more people. Have a film production degree. That sounds pretty cool. Oh, all right, that's it. I was going to stop at 12:30. It's 12:41. Thank y'all as always. I am hitting the end string button. We've got to hire, expand, grow. Chad needs more help and less stress, and more sleep and better food. Hey, listen, I need somebody just to go grocery shopping for me. I have Instacart and all that stuff, but I'll actually like somebody picking it out, like my fruit I like peaches and apples. Oh man, I could have somebody grocery shop for me about 5 times a week, and go do stuff for me. And I guess that's where Leslie said assistant, right? So one more stack. You got a prayer. Mom help. Listen, if I ask Mom to do something, she'll do it. She's all over it. She's a great mom. Oh my gosh. My dad, I miss him. Great dad. If I said I needed something, he'd make sure I got it, or he would nearly work himself to death to try to make sure we did get it. Pancakes. Now, I'm in on that. I love pancakes. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully at 5. I'll try to start early on Metal Night, get everybody on and watching. So, all right. My nose, I got to blow my nose and wash my face and take a shower. Okay.